What is up, you heathens and demons? You beautiful, blasphemous bastards. Welcome back to the Raging Atheist. It's going to be interesting. Now, the main event of the show is Cerberus Hex versus a room full of Christians. He has a bit of help from his boy, William Freeman. They seem to be buddies. That's going to be brilliant because Cerberus is maddening to me. He infuriates me, but I also recognize the brilliance of Cerberus Hex. And then we're going to watch... We're going to watch that last. That's going to be the main event. I got about 30 minutes there to watch. But I was turned on to this earlier. I see Brett's in the side chat, and finally Brett's. I don't think it's the first time. There's been sporadic moments of this, but doing the right thing here. Just a little late to the party. I'm gonna put it that way. I do remember all those conversations where I tried to tell you, Brett, what Matt had said and what Matt believes and all those things. So. But kudos to you for the video you put out earlier, and we're gonna start with that because I don't really cover Matt Powell's videos. I don't really watch his channel at all. I was over on his channel the other day, and I noticed like some of his new videos. I haven't watched any of his new videos. But like the titles of them are like, yeah, I should probably still be covering this douchebag. But I try to stay away from Cupcake. And watching them. I try to stay away from just the drama of YouTube vendettas now. Not saying I will forever, but Smokey Saint and that whole ordeal put me through the ringer. So I don't watch his channel much anymore. But I was turned on to this interested me. And once we get into this full trigger warning, we're gonna hear Matt Powell at his worst. But it's gonna be all shit that we've heard from Matt Powell before. So how you guys doing? Chat, Satan's little helper. Hey Corey. KGJV AV 1611 TR. What's going on? I think I remember you. I think I've talked to you before. Puff, what's going on? Brett, like I said, Brett Keane is here. Satan's little helper is here. Sandy, Marty Camejo. Ziamara is here. What's going on, Ziamara? Been away for 2 months. Yeah, I've been taking intervals and breaks and shit myself. Hillary's emails is here. What's going on? Parole or time served? Yeah, that's a good question. Erica Hubner. We'll be watching your friend Praise, Erica, get circles ran around him, and it's beautiful. Oh God, I enjoyed it so much. I've watched it twice. I watched it the day after it happened, and then I watched it again today because I've been planning on showing it ever since I saw it because it's great. It was great. I'm gonna show a half an hour of it. I only watched a half an hour of it. So this should be entertaining, I think. But we're gonna start with the kind of serious shit first, and then we'll get into the like true dumpster fire. We're gonna start with do I still have it? I don't have it on this screen. We're going to start with this first Brett Keane video. We'll get over here. And I know I have it over here. Where's it at? Yeah, there we go. We're going to start with a Christian cat fight. All right. So this is a video that Brett Keane put out, and I think Brett Keane is going to do a pretty good job of showing just Matt Powell's bigotry. We've all had our day with that. But Brett's also going to kind of show some private conversations. It sounds like maybe a private phone message, maybe some private exchanges. So we're gonna listen to what Brett has to say. It might take a second. Oh yeah, it's quiet at first. We should read that, I think, because that's like a common exchange. Matt Powell official says, Brett, every single year you go through this. It's just a cycle that I've seen several times. And you know something. It's destroying your testimony. By being so unstable when it comes to your views, you actually incriminate and harm your reputation. You're better than that, Brett. Quit throwing a pity party and get yourself together. Quit putting your faith in man. Christ is the only one who won't ever let you down. Now, I've had several, interactions with Matt Powell, face-to-face interactions. He's even like on my Facebook now. It's super weird because he'll like post and it'll say right there like Matt Powell liked your post, and it's like ugh. Like why did I ever accept that one? But I've known him for quite a while. I've met him for quite a while. I think the extent of our relationship now is about 4.5 years. And, nothing he really does kind of surprises me at this point. He tries to put on this, I don't know, all-American white boy image. It's really the only way I can try to describe it. Rosy cheeks, kind of sandy blonde hair, blue eyes, American white boy. But he holds some of the worst views, and he holds the views because the Bible says what the Bible says, right? And like I said, I try to tell Brett this for a very long time, and in fact, it led to several rages of mine against Brett Keane, was the fact that Brett Keane seemed to kind of ignore it or play dumb when it came to that. So, but, I think that there has been moments when Brett Keane kind of called Matt Powell out for that, tried to separate himself from that, even over the course of the years. Like, even moments like when I would bring it up to Brett Keane would try to separate, definitely say that it's wrong, things like that. So, yeah, we'll watch this video here. He tries to embody mayonnaise. Brett is maltheist. I know, but he does fit within my definition of what a Christian is. So Christian catfight's accurate for me, because I have a very broad definition of a Christian. If you believe in Jesus Christ, if you believe he was resurrected, then you're a Christian. I put Richard right in there, even though Richard thinks it's going to happen in the future. So this is just kind of showing other people kind of backing up the things that Matt says, and they're not wrong. God said to execute homosexuals. God doesn't change. He's the same yesterday, today, and forever. Brett Keane replies, Old Testament says adultery is worthy of capital offense. Sounds like you have a lot of Christians you need to deal with, including Kent Hovind. Now, that's actually an issue that Kent Hovind and Steven Anderson has had since Kent Hovind got divorced from his first wife. The fact, I speculate because there's no way that I can know this. But I know Matt Powell had moved to Arizona and was working with Steven Anderson. And I don't know. I think that Steven Anderson Kent Hovind rift I speculate that it became an issue between Matt Powell and Steven Anderson because Matt Powell essentially left Arizona, met his wife, got married in Arizona, came back to Michigan for a really short stint, and then started going and working for Kent Hovind. And that's always been a point of contention between Steven Anderson and his NIFB and Kent Hovind ever since Kent Hovind and his first wife divorced, for sure. Kent Hovind gets a lot of that criticism from the NIFB. And it's interesting to me because if my assumptions are correct, then Matt Powell essentially chose his childhood hero, Kent Hovind, over the NIFB, which is the religious philosophy that he had adopted. It is going to start having noise.
Hey, Brett. It's Matt. Wanted to give you a call. I saw your latest quote-unquote video response to me and Kent Hovind. I do want to go on record and say that, yes, the Bible does put a death penalty on a man that would have sex with another man, for example. Because if a man would have sex with another man, he would have sex with an animal, he would have sex with a child. They are dangerous. They are predators.
So that's Matt Powell at his worst. We haven't heard Cupcake say that on this channel in quite a while, but I did cover it quite extensively. Matt Powell said pretty much those exact words to me. I'm gonna let it go before I actually get into the allegations there. But he pretty much said those same exact words to me. And that's kind of what I find most disturbing about it. I don't know how recent this phone message here is, but that's what he said to me in our second conversation, our second face-to-face, the one that ended up in his movie Science Falsely So Called, was those same exact words. And a lot of things that he's going to say probably right after I paused it there. And the fact that he's still 4 years later doesn't really seem to have changed his stance, despite the information that I'm about to feed you that's been fed to him 1,000 times. That he is Kent Hovind in that way, that the truth doesn't change the bigotries that he holds, the outright just blatant fucking hatred that this dude holds.
They're pedophiles, period. And if you actually cared for people, you wouldn't.
So Brett's in the side chat saying this was recorded today.
Put out stupid videos like the one you just put out, talking about how, I'm making it out like everybody in the LGBT should be executed, because that's not what I've ever said. That's not what I've ever believed or even thought.
Well, no, literally, Matt Powell had just said it earlier in that, or at least in something that I had read in one of those messages. But even earlier in that message, I do believe he said that the Bible does say that all homosexual people should be put to death. And the NIV doesn't really advocate for that. Not that they should be putting people to death. What they think should happen is they should definitely be locked up. That the judiciary system should find homosexuality to be illegal, lock those people up, and then the crime is worthy of the death penalty, right? So it's essentially the same shit. Like let's create laws to where we can just kill a bunch of gay people because the good book tells us so.
I only believe that those who are pedophiles should be executed by the government, because it is the most loving thing. You accuse me of being hateful, when in reality that's the most loving stance that anyone could ever take. People like you are actually what's destroying America when you go around justifying pedophiles.
Wait a minute, pedophiles? What are you talking about? It's that statement he had made earlier, that same exact statement that he had made to me over 4 years ago, that if you would have sex with a man, you would have sex with anything. You would have sex with a child, with a dog. So he associates, and he tries to back away from it at different points, and he has at different points. He'll try to clarify his atrocious beliefs. But he always goes back to that fundamental, in his clarification is, well, the vast majority of homosexual people are pedophiles. They're just, it's in their nature, right? And why take the chance? It's not getting away too far from the initial claim of, well, all homosexual, at least if you're a homosexual man, if you are a man that is sexually attracted to another man, then you're a pedophile. And that's where I really need to just go ahead and address that, because as I've addressed it to him several times, that's just not the case. And and it's just like a basic Google search is going to show you the correctness of pedophilia and the statistics there. Matt Powell makes a lot of claims, like 80% of all homosexual or of all people that are abused by pedophiles those pedophiles are homosexuals, and he makes a lot of claims, and it's just not true. It's a myth, and most people know it's a myth. They know it's not true. This is from Zero Abuse Project. This is like I said, if you Google it, it's one of the first things that's going to come up. There's plenty of statistics out there. Don't trust this one. Go read any of them. But this is just like kind of an article at JWRC. We'll go down here to Science and Case Management Experience has shown us that most child molesters are heterosexual. Abuse is about power, and I'm sorry, like it's not very big on the screen right here, but it is as big as I can blow it up. On the share screen. I could probably blow it up bigger. It'll be easier to read there. I don't think I'm going to show this one. Oh, that's the one I was showing. I need to pull that one. I'm not going to show that one. So I need to pull that one back up. The Science and Case Management Experience has shown that most child molesters are heterosexual. Abuse is about power and control and is not anchored by sexual orientation. Dr. Jean Abel, a researcher in the field of sexual violence for over 25 years, wrote an article for The Average Parent and Redbook magazine to take the knowledge he gained in doing over 100 scientific articles to provide specific warning signs for parents and caregivers. In this article, he explicitly states that most cases of boys being molested are attributed to heterosexuals. Quote, most men who molest little boys are not gay. Only 21% of the child molesters who we studied who assault little boys were exclusively homosexual. Nearly 80% of the men who molested little boys were heterosexual or bisexual, and most of these men were married and had children of their own. Dr. A. Nicholas Groth, researcher on adult male offenders and author of Men Who Rape, Psychology of the Offender, states that it is a myth that adult males who molest boys are homosexual. He provides several clinical examples to back up his findings, including the connection that molesters see themselves in their victims, but would not be attracted to adult males. Quote, they see the boy as a projected representation of themselves. They feel themselves to be more child than adult, more boys than men, and therefore find themselves more comfortable, especially sexually, in the company of children. Medical data backs up this psychological observation. In a 1994 study, researchers reviewed 352 medical charts representing all of the children seen in the emergency room or child abuse clinic of a Denver Children's Hospital as a result of being sexually abused. In looking at charts for a 1-year period from July 1st, 1991 to June 30th, 1992, the researchers found that the molester was a gay or lesbian adult in fewer than 1% of cases, 2 of 269, in which the adult molester could be identified. So let's go up here while I pull that back up. So, I mean, it's just this myth that Matt Powell was probably fed to by his dad, Steve, a dude that I've met, a dude who's proselytized me and tried to convert me. A myth that he's been fed his entire life by Steven Anderson and Kent Hovind. Where's it at? It's the other one down here. Yeah, there we are. I understand.
Because that's
all right. We'll put that back where it belongs. And it's just a myth. It just doesn't bear out in reality. He's going to make a claim that like everybody in the country knows like gay people are fucking pedophiles. It's just not true. There goes my camera because I pounded my desk. I still got to tape it one of these days maybe. It's just not true. It's just this fairy tale of hatred. This justification that Matt Powell has in his head for his hatred. We're not going to get too much farther into this, but yeah, I mean, Brett, you know, like I'm glad that you're finally taking a stand against it. Everybody should take a stand against it. Like I said, I did try to tell you quite a few years ago.
exactly what
But you came along. I give you props.
you're doing. And why would you defend an quote-unquote orientation of people that actually leads the world in child molestation? You know this. Homosexuals are 10 to 20 times more likely to molest a child than any other people
10 to 20 times more likely to molest a child than any other people. No, that's just not true. The science doesn't show that. There's no statistics that show that.
group that exists, than any other orientation that exists. But yet you're just going to get up there and defend them? Why would you defend a group of people, Brett, that leads the world in disease spread? These people are the problem in America, okay? And I'm not the only one who's saying this. You know, people like Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, big names in conservatism all agree that these people many times are child molesters.
Like citations for that, because I don't think I've ever heard either one of those douchebags say that. And I don't like either one of them. I'm not going to choose to defend either one of them. I don't know. I guess they could have said it, but I doubt it. Like, what are you even fucking talking about? I highly doubt that either one of those two individuals, as douchebags as they are as big a douchebag as Matt Powell is. Just seems like this total justification. Now, the only thing Matt Powell is right on is it does seem to indicate in the Bible that God, the God of the universe, Yahweh, really doesn't like gay people. You know, like, he really doesn't like swords crossing, you know, for some reason. He's got this, like, thing.
I mean, you just look at the song that they put out by the Stag Choir, "We're Coming After Your Kids." You know, they talk about how we're going to convert your children. We're going to, quote unquote, make them tolerant.
So you notice that, like, Matt Powell, he doesn't say that F slur word anymore on YouTube. You know, he doesn't do that anymore, which I find, you know, like, it's that old, you know, Mr. Atheist, the pumpkin campaign thing from a couple years back, where Mr. Atheist just laid total wreckage upon the NIFB and the algorithm, and YouTube just fucking obliterated the NIFB. Like, you pretty much can't say that shit. At least the NIFB can't anymore. Like, Steven Anderson doesn't even have a YouTube channel anymore, unless he made some new one. Like, he's got a new one under somebody else, which I wouldn't doubt. They had, like, whole studios for the shit.
And fair, all this nonsense. These people are after our kids, and for you to get up and defend them, Brett, that's just such a terrible thing to do. I think you should retract your video. I think you should retract your statements. You probably won't. But I just wanted to let you know.
It's like a terrible thing that Brett Keane is defending gay people and saying, like, dude, no, you're that's not, like, cool. And, like, Brett Keane is showing, like, all of these other communications. But I think what's important is the message that's being said. And again, you know, Brett Keane is saying that this was a message he got today, this very day. And it's a lot of the same shit that he fed me. I keep hitting my desk, so my camera keeps going down. It needs to stop. Yeah, it's the same shit he was telling me 4.5 years ago, like, word for word.
That if you defend them, God's curse is upon you, and it won't be good in the long term. And I hope that you do repent, because I don't want punishment of the Lord to be upon your life. So,
just defending gay people, God's curse will be upon you. Like, what the fuck, Matt Powell? What the fuck? I want to go to the end there, because I think there's something at the end that I wanted to make sure we saw.
A death penalty, I think, should go for them. It might be legal, like homosexuality is legal in some states.
What did I see back here? I think we probably watched. Oh, have I made a? Yeah, I did want to address this with Brett. Have I made a horrible, tragic mistake by joining Christianity? Is this what God wants? I mean, it depends on what you know how seriously you take the Bible, how literally you take the Bible. If you take what God says in Leviticus seriously, if you think that God doesn't change, I think you have serious issues. If you think that the God represented in the Bible is your God, then yeah, I think you made a tragic mistake by joining Christianity. That's my honest opinion. Perhaps I need to rethink all this. Yeah, I think you probably should. Brett. But, you know, hey, you know, I got to commend you. At least you're calling them out now. Now we're going to get to the main event. I found this shit. God, I can't hit my desk until I duct tape my fucking webcam. It's the cord and the back. So I'm just going to mess everything up and do that, see if that helps. That's going to help a ton. I should have figured that out years ago. Holy shit. Just put the cord on the other side of the computer, right? Yeah. That's great, man. Fucking A, knock. Figuring shit out after 4 years. All right. So this is Praise I Am. Vekl. Olive's there to begin with. Sparrow's there. I think they're there for the whole time, but you're not going to hear from them. So Praise, William, Cerberus, Vekl's going to come in. And this is Tog's going to come in. This is a clusterfuck. Tog is triggered. You know, I noticed this, like, because I know Tog from a long time ago. Tog doesn't like me very much anymore for good reason. I'm a dick and an asshole. I was mean several times. But I remember Tog from back in the day. He was just a kid when he first started coming. Not really, like, I know, young, 20, 21 maybe, when he first started coming into my open rooms. And, you know, he was always a different kind of Christian. He had back then it was demons and angels and shit. You know, he was always different. But over the years, you know, like, I've seen him really strive to fit in with the rest of the Christian community. And one of the gimmicks that he tries to use recently when I've observed him is anger. Like he's like the raging Christian. It's pretty good. I dig it, but I think sometimes, you know, like it's always easy to look at somebody else get triggered and say, ha ha, so triggered, but it's really hard to look at yourself when you get triggered and say, ha ha, so triggered, you know, and I fall victim to that like everybody else. So I found this interesting. This is, I don't know, I guess like Cerberus had went into a Vekl room the day before this happened, which was, I don't know, when did this happen? This happened 2 days ago. So like the day before that, I guess Cerberus Hex had went into Vekl's room and had a similar argument to what we're about to witness. Now, if you watch me long enough, you know I have a complicated history with some Cerberus Hex. Me and Cerberus, we get along sometimes. Sometimes we're at each other's throats. Sometimes he makes it his life's mission to troll the fuck out of me. So it's like this love-hate thing with Cerberus. He's this really right-wing motherfucker, even though he tries to pretend that he's not. But he's also really fucking smart, and he's really good at riling people up. So we're gonna see Cerberus Hex doing what Cerberus Hex does best, I think, and I'm here for it. Like, as long as he ain't doing it to me, I really dig what Cerberus Hex does. So let's get into it.
Yahweh gave them to me. So yes, it was Yahweh. There you go. And there we go. What's up, Cerberus? And what's up, William? Good to see you guys.
Yeah, Deuteronomy just shows that Moses is lying.
No.
Well, that accelerated quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought you.
All right, so yeah, Cerberus coming in hot. As soon as he's acknowledged, yeah, Deuteronomy 10, that's just Moses lying. Oh, I am here for it. Let the dumpster fire begin.
You learned something here, Cerberus. Were you watching this?
I watched part of it.
I'm a smokable. And sometimes I can make myself do it on camera and be uncomfortable with it. I'm just gonna turn my camera off while I smoke my bowl. So yeah, we're just gonna turn off the camera while I smoke the bowl.
Do you understand that Moses and the Lord are speaking in third person in Exodus 31? Yes or no?
The writer is writing it in third person. Whoever that.
Well, no, the Lord is speaking in third person too.
Yeah, it's all in third person. The Lord isn't speaking in third person in the text.
Well,
so I want you guys to make sure you hear Praise's argument here, because it's weird. It's weird. What's up, Dr. Josh? Yeah, welcome. You're just in time for the good part. This is the fun part, I think. So yeah, I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit, just so we can. Which I'm pretty much rewinding it just to like where I started it anyway. Yeah, we're just gonna listen to what I listened to just now. I want you to hear the very beginnings of Praise's argument here because it's fucking stupid.
And Yahweh gave them to me. So yes, it was Yahweh. There you go. And well, there we go. What's up, Cerberus? And what's up, William? Good to see you guys.
Yeah, Deuteronomy just shows that Moses is lying.
No.
Well, that accelerated quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought you learned something here.
All right, thank you very much, the freak. I can't read what you put there. Damn it! I gotta make my because it's underneath my shit. Make that just a little bit smaller. Let's see if I can read what you wrote there on my phone. I'm not sure if I can, but I think I can. Nope. All right. I hate it when that happens. So hopefully I'll see you in the next one. But thank you very much for your $3 donation.
Cerberus, were you watching this?
I watched part of it.
Okay. So do you understand that Moses and the Lord are speaking in third person in Exodus 31, yes or no?
The writer is writing it in third person. Whoever that.
Well, no, the Lord is the Lord is speaking in third person too.
Yeah, it's all in third person. The Lord isn't speaking in third person in the text.
Well, the Lord.
All right, so the beginning of his argument is it's third person. Yeah, as Cerberus is clearly pointing out, like, no shit, Sherlock. Like, what the fuck, Praise? All right.
Lord wanted to be received in third person, so he did. If he wanted to reveal himself in third person, then he spoke in third person. So that's.
It's not that because you're mixing two things. It's all written in third person. Some of it is quoting what Yahweh says.
Well, Yahweh wanted to reveal himself in third person. Like, you would have to agree with that.
Well, you're talking about.
Wait, what?
How God wrote the text. I'm not concerned with that, right? The whole text is written in third person. That's the context of this part. Whether God did it or Moses did it or someone else did it, it's all third person.
So the way that Moses wanted to, the way the Lord wanted to reveal himself to Moses and write things down was in third person. That's what he wanted.
What do you mean by that, though, Praise? I'm trying to follow you. So it's not me being rude, but what do you mean that he revealed? Because he revealed himself to him physically.
No, okay. What I mean, it's the words that Yahweh wanted to be dictated on the manuscript, or the wherever they were writing some manuscript. That is what Yahweh wanted Moses to dictate on the whatever it was, a papyrus, whatever it was back then.
And what are you basing that on? I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just asking you what you're using to substantiate that.
Because in Numbers 12:2, it says that Yahweh spoke through Moses, that all the words that Yahweh was speaking was through Moses, and Moses reflected that.
Okay. No, but now wait. Does that mean that all the words that Moses spoke were Yahweh's?
Yes, and all that.
So when Moses is speaking to his wife,
the clusterfuck complexity of the mentality of Praise I Am. It's just like, oh, what the hell is going on there? All right, so God thinks of himself in the third person, right? So I think that's what Praise is claiming, is that when God when it refers to God in the third person, it's because God thinks of himself in the third person. It's like, wait, what? And I guess when God is speaking in the first person, it's only because in those moments God is thinks of himself in the first person. It is a clusterfuck of calamity. Praise, I am a clusterfuck of calamity. Let's continue.
About what their kid did to the carpet that they didn't have. I'm sure it was just a rug. But I'm saying that's not yet.
Now, essentially, and this is going to get kind of complicated, and I'm probably beneath some of it, maybe. I'm just going to have fun with it. But essentially, what is happening here is Cerberus Hex is making a claim, very accurate claim, I would say, that Moses lies in the Bible. And then it's going to, as soon as he makes that claim, praise switches from Deuteronomy 10, which is written in the first person, to Exodus 34, which is written in the third person. So we immediately go from this claim to, all right, Christians immediately triggered. And that's what this entire thing is going to be, is essentially Jesus can't lie, God can't lie, Moses didn't lie. The Bible, there's no contradictions in the Bible. That's essentially what it's all going to come down to. And especially Tog is going to get triggered. Vekl is going to come into play. It's going to become this clusterfuck of a quagmire, of a dumpster fire. And I'm fucking here for it, man. So
Yahweh talking more. Moses has his own voice. There are times when Moses is not speaking for Yahweh.
That's a non sequitur. I'm not even talking about general life.
It is, but it's not. What I'm saying, okay,
I'm talking about Revelation, yeah.
Okay, when it comes to Revelation, yes, he's speaking for God in the place of God to the people, as God to Aaron and the people, right? I give you that. But for us to say that we know exactly what tense, whether it was first person, second person, or whatever, past tense, that we don't know how that was dictated. How
like Praise's claim is like literally that God goes around thinking of himself in different tenses at different times. Like sometimes God is going around thinking of himself in the first person. So God goes around thinking to himself things along the line, God is so great, or like whatever name he has for himself. Yahweh's walking down the hallway. Look at Yahweh, he's so great. And then other times God thinks of himself in a different tense, and sometimes God is thinking, oh, look at Yahweh, he is walking down the wall. Look at Yahweh, he is so great. Like, it is the weirdest fucking thing. Like, Praise I Am is trying to tell you that he's literally in the mind of God and understand how the mind of God works.
How much leniency was given to Moses to express it in his own way, because you see a lot of the other authors expressing in different ways a lot of the same sentiments about God, but just with their own personality. You know what I'm saying? Their own choice of words, like Son of Man and things like that you would hear, like Moses.
Yeah. Well, every word in the Bible is inspired by God. Would you disagree or agree with that?
All the words in the Bible are about God. The story is about God.
So like Praise is like every word in the Bible is inspired by God. So that's a claim, and William just walks away from that claim completely. Yeah, the words of the Bible are about God, inspired by God. I don't know. I'll contest that for you though, Praise. Like, fuck no, it ain't. But maybe the concept of God inspired them, but like it's human creativity. It's human imagination. People make shit up. Now, people make shit up either for deceptful reasons, which would be a lie, or for ignorant reasons, just because they don't know.
Okay. So yes, it is inspired, at least in that regard. If you're asking me, do I think, and I think this is what you're really asking me, do I think that God dictated word for word all of everything that's in the scriptures? No.
Right, but I mean, is the word inspired by?
Yeah, you know, here, let me turn this back on just real quick. I'm almost done smoking. Yeah, I have a rocky history with Brett, and I chose to not show the tail part of the Brett part tonight, the Brett versus Matt Powell part tonight, because there was this other video. The video I showed was put out like a couple hours ago, but there was this other videos that was put out a few hours ago where Brett is talking shit about me, and I chose not to show that video and go there because, you know, it took a couple years, late to the party, but, you know, I'll give him his due. He's, you know, when it came to that one video I did show.
Thank God. I'll answer that question for you. It already says it, that the word of God, every word that was written was inspired by God.
I didn't disagree with that. Spirit. I didn't, as far as dictated word for word. Inspired is different. It's like the difference between a true story and something based on a true story. Those terms mean different things. So inspired by, I'm not saying it's as loose as based on a true story, but what I'm saying, inspired by God, you have writings that are based on visions and dreams. There's direct contact with angels that's inspired by God. Like, there's lots of ways that God inspires these writers, but they express themselves uniquely.
But I guess my point...
And no, he didn't, William Freeman. No, he fucking didn't. God, I'm just smoking. I'm not smoking weed no more, so I can turn that back on. Like, God didn't do that. God didn't fucking do that. Fuck. You can't prove to me they didn't just make up Jesus. Grr.
Is that when we see third person, the third person perspective, that is what God wanted it to be presented as. It wasn't, oh, it just happened to happen this way, that they're speaking in third person. So do you understand what I'm trying to say here? It's like, it's
yes,
not,
but I think you put what's happening with them in a place that I think you yourself can't even relate to, like the idea of talking to God. But I'm sure that you've had vivid dreams, right? And if you were to try and recount these visions, as clear as they were in your mind or whatever, you would still communicate what you saw in that dream in your way of articulation. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, like, I mean,
I think William's problem is he's getting hung up in the dumbassery of praise. Like, praise don't make no goddamn sense right now. Like, just praise is just trying to do everything he can to, like, justify the fact that Moses didn't lie and God didn't lie and there's no contradictions in the Bible. Like, Jill is still yet to get a hold of me about having a fucking conversation about contradictions in the Bible. Talks all that shit, but like, when it comes time to actually do it.
But I don't.
Ezekiel's talking about a wheel within a wheel. It's not easy. You can tell he's describing something he saw, but he doesn't understand.
Exactly. But I don't. But see, I think the narrative here tells us that this isn't a vision. This isn't something that he's describing. This is something that God is directly revealing to him to write down. And Moses is writing down what God wanted to be written down. So,
all right, and this is where Cerberus will take over because of what you just said.
Well, yeah. Well, the way.
All right, so yeah, now we're back to like the argument.
Wait, do you think this was a vision?
Wait, what he just said agrees with my argument. He just said Moses wrote it down. Okay, that's my whole argument. Moses wrote it.
Well, no, I'm not even. I'm saying in general. I'm not even. The verse 28. I would say no, because verse 10 demonstrates it cannot be. But everything else.
Yeah, shit. I don't care, man.
What about 10 demonstrates it can't be? Because I don't think 10 has anything to do with who wrote.
It does, because the word "he" is used here. It says, "He said, behold, I make a covenant before all your people." And who is he talking about? The "he" here is the antecedent The grammatical antecedent is Yahweh.
Okay, now go down to 28.
There's no way you can deny that.
Wait, now go down to 28. I want to show you something.
Yeah.
We're going to get into this weird argument about who was on the mountain with God. Are the 10 Commandments part of the covenant? Who wrote this and what God said, and it's gonna be glorious, y'all. I mean, I watched it twice. Like it was interesting to me. This shit's fucking interesting to me.
Right there, right at the beginning, capital E in the front, talking about Moses.
No, but the grammatical you're.
Yeah, well, I did answer. Maybe I didn't make it clear. Yeah, I mean KJV. Yeah, mirror it. I don't care. You won't get no strikes from me, my man.
Not following the grammatical antecedent of he. Whenever
I was going to say, even right there, because again, what Cerberus is missing, it's right there plain on its nose. He was there with Yahweh 40 days and 40 nights. Neither he ate bread nor drank the water. He wrote the tablets of words.
I'm like, can y'all hear me? You should be able to hear me.
Of the covenant. The
Ten
Commandments. Except the problem is the covenant and the 10 Commandments are two separate things. They're not the same thing. They're separate. The 10 Commandments are separate from the covenant. So the covenant that you see Moses talking and writing about is separate from the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments
but what is the covenant?
Please don't interrupt me. The 10 Commandments are also known as the 10 saying. The covenant in which you're talking about, in which Serb thinks that Moses and God are lying, is the covenant being made, not the 10 sayings. That's the conflation.
No, it's not.
There you go.
It's not. You don't even know my argument. I'm sorry.
Did you guys already point out to him Deuteronomy 10?
Yeah, that's where Moses lies.
Okay. No.
All right, so Tog comes in hot. This one guy. And I've never heard of the 10 sayings. They're called the 10 Commandments. Now, I did Google, like, what the fuck is the 10 sayings? And it went right to, like, the 10 Commandments. I never saw anything of the 10 sayings. That's, like, fucking alien territory to me, bro. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. But I don't know what the fuck you're going to be talking about a lot of this shit. Oh, I mean, I do know what you're talking about. And what you're talking about just don't make no goddamn sense. Well, I'll put it that way. So the 10 sayings, and like when Tog is gonna say that for like the rest of this, he's not gonna call them the 10 Commandments. He's gonna call them the 10 fucking sayings, and I think it's a way for him to kind of like distance the 10 Commandments from the God of Israel. When you can't do that, I mean, what the actual flying fuck, Tog.
Nope, you failed in proving that as well.
I know you don't think it, but
Praise was right there at it, so we're derailing. Praise was right there. We were reading 28.
So what we have here is Yahweh telling Moses to write it. Then Moses is writing it.
Because it breaks here. So remember, this is in third person, so you're going to have to...
All right, so this is going to be a major point of this argument right here. Because now they're arguing about who's writing this and come on, no, Moses didn't write the fucking Torah. He didn't write the Pentateuch. And oh my fucking God. But let's pretend he did for the sake of the argument, as Cerberus is doing. This like literally says God is telling Moses to write these words, for in accordance with these words, I have made a covenant with you and with Israel. Then it says, he was there with Yahweh 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water. He wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 Commandments. He there is clearly Moses. Clearly. But Praise says, no. God damn it, it's not. And I don't understand how Praise can get there. And he said just right there, Well, it clearly breaks. Like, what the fuck do you mean? And that's where this whole third person thing comes in. But, like, just read the fucking text, dude. And this is where it comes into, like, Christians are going to get really, really upset because the Bible says what the Bible says. And they want you to be reading this at the same exact time, perpendicular with the readings and shit. Deuteronomy 10 through, let's call it 14, 15, 16, something like that. Oh my fucking God.
Follow who is the he there? Time.
Right, yeah, who is the he there? He wrote the tablets on the tablets.
He was there with Yahweh 40 nights, and he ate bread nor drank water. So we know this is it can't be Moses speaking or he's not speaking in first person though. For your argument to work, he would have to be in first person for it to be a lie.
This is a story being told in third person. In 27, we have God directly telling Moses to write this, and he calls the words he gave them the covenant.
Are you saying that's the Ten Commandments, or are you saying that is the Ten Commandments?
So Praise said it can't be him because he's not writing in the first person. Now, this was covered at the very beginning where I first started it, right? This is written in the third person. The third person. That's been but now, because it's not in the first person, it's not Moses. Like, what? Deuteronomy 10 is in the first person. What is it? Exodus 34 is in the third person. Like, oh, it's praise. It's praise, y'all. It's funnier than shit. But now Vekl's going to get involved, and Tog's going to get even more triggered.
The covenant is not the Ten Commandments.
No,
the thing that he's doing though here, he's again trying to accuse God of lying.
Jay says the problem is the last he in Exodus 34:28, and the problem is he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the Ten Commandments. Who is the he there? And Praise is saying there's a break there when there's not a break there, right? Like, what are you talking about, a break? He was there with Yahweh. He was there with God for 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water. That's talking about Moses clearly. Praise's position, thank you for pointing it out clearly, more clearly than I was, Jay. Praise's position is that there's a break in between these two fucking sentences. You know, they do the same shit when it comes to the fact that God makes mankind before he makes Adam and Eve. They say, well, it's a break. And then, you know, they go back to like day 3 and get in depth. No, they don't. Day 7 is a day of rest. Day 8, God goes into the fucking garden. It clearly reads like that. Clearly. And it was like day 3, day 4, God made mankind. I point that shit out in the Bible is Stupid fairly early, like one of the first few episodes of that. Chapters 1, 2, something like that. Maybe 3.
Because we already pointed out in verse 1 that Yahweh told Moses that he was going to be the one to write the Ten Commandments on the tablet. So he's saying that because of this one verse, therefore God lied.
And there we come to it. Now it's not really Moses lied. It's that God lied because God said that he was going to write the commandments. And clearly he here is talking about Moses. That's where God lies. That's the inconsistency. Now, you know, Cerberus is going to point it out. Like, there's ways to argue against that. But are these Christians willing to go there? That's the problem, and they're not. So they're just going to their argument is going to be, well, it doesn't say what the fuck it says. You shouldn't read it with your own two eyes, and you need to read them both at the same time simultaneously. It's fucking insane.
No, there are two lies here, and that is one of them.
Well, there are no two lies. There's no lies at all.
I know you don't think so, but it's true.
No, I know you do think so because you have a bias. You have a presupposition.
Cerberus, lying involves intent.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why one of the ways to escape
that's what Cerberus is doing right now.
God can change his mind, or there's an inaccuracy. There's a bunch of ways to say it's not a lie. But I don't think Vekl or Praise is willing to accept the things that make it not.
Well, no, I'm showing you have a burden of proof to show the he here is Moses. You have no way to prove
that. And you also have the burden of proof to show that there was an intent on the part of Yahweh to lie.
Well, I was
just
giving
because
it to you.
The he here is Moses does not
right.
mean this he here is Yahweh. You have to demonstrate.
You want me to give you something? You got to let me give it to you, man.
All right. The last he is sometimes written as he, implying that usage of he is God. There's an issue with the and that precedes that last he. I guess that would be an issue in the Hebrew. I don't know. But here, like to me, it just reads pretty clearly, and it's actually how I was always taught the story of the Ten Commandments, growing up in the Baptist childhood upbringing that I had, was that Moses was up there for 40 days and 40 nights, and Moses carved the tablets, right? And Moses put those tablets in the Ark of the Covenant.
I tried to give it to you. Talked over me. The Vekl talked over me, and now you're not letting me do it.
We'll let you
that was my bad.
Before you respond, let me just say this.
Okay, say more.
There's nothing here. We know this is the he here because it identifies him as Moses because he was with Yahweh. But, however, there's nothing here in the he that identifies this as Moses. Nothing in here. That's your assumption. So I want to see the burden of proof, at least a grammatical argument or something, or hermeneutical evidence that this is Moses. Go ahead, Cerberus, you have the floor. You have as much time as you want.
It's right on the screen. 27. Yahweh says to Moses, write these words. That he calls it, he's referring to it as the covenant. Right? So then when you go down one and you see who's writing the covenant.
It's clear as day. There might be some issue with that second he, maybe in the Arabic, I don't know. But like when you put 27 and 28 together, it's just fucking clear as day. God literally tells Moses to write the words. For in accordance with these words, I've made a covenant. Now, where Tog's going to get all pissed off is that to Tog, the Ten Commandments isn't the covenant or even part of the covenant. I don't know where he gets that shit.
The he there is referring to Moses from 27.
Are you done? Just let me know when you're
done. Yeah, that's it.
Well, first of all, we tells when Moses to write here in 16 through 23. And it says that do not open up your womb or livestock. That's not the Ten Commandments. This is covenantal code.
I agree.
This is not the Ten Commandments.
I agree. It's not the first set. That's one of the lies.
It's not the Ten Commandments, which is what you're talking about.
Wait, what did you just say?
You're making a conflation between the 10 sayings and the commandments, sir. This is
Christian heads explode. So the Ten Commandments aren't, the covenant. What are you talking about? But I'm going to let them get into it before I break it down for you.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. From Exodus 20 and even in Deuteronomy, that is the 10 sayings, not the command, not the covenant.
What is the covenant?
Where's the first line? Two separate things. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Okay, but what is the covenant?
Societal laws.
Yes.
Ordinances.
I want to find out what the first line was.
That is the Jewish stuff. That is
the covenant is made with the Ten Commandments. I'm sorry.
You can keep saying that all you like.
It is.
No, it's part of the covenant, but it's not. It's not entirely the covenant. Yeah, the covenant is both.
Right. Exactly.
The 10 sayings have always been separate.
Right. So when you write the Ten Commandments, you're writing the covenant, though.
No, it is not. It is not
part of the covenant.
Okay, it's part of the covenant. That's the covenant. You're writing part of the covenant. You're writing the covenant down.
No, because the 10 sayings aren't strictly alone to Judaism.
Right.
That's why they're the 10 sayings. It's not alone to Judaism.
That matters not to my argument. My argument
does. Well, now who's doing the overtalking? Now who's doing the overtalking?
Yeah, I'm overtalking you because you overtalked me.
I get it. I was in the middle of the word. Was I? I don't think I was.
No, I'm treating you like you were treating me. Right? That's
all right. So now they're trying to say, well, to Tog's point. So I Googled in something like, are the Ten Commandments part of the covenant, something like that. And this is what I got. It says the 10 Commandments, or the 10 sayings. It's like fucking weird. The 10 Commandments are a summary of a works covenant. The old covenant. So it's a summary of the works covenant part of the old covenant. There's other parts of the old covenant. There's the sacrifice part, the whole sacrificing animals for sin. That's why Jesus had to come along. That was part of the old covenant. There's definitely the Levitical law that was part of the old covenant as well. But the 10 Commandments are a summary of the works part of the covenant, the works part. So it's pretty much telling you like just how you should behave as a Jew, yo. It's part of the covenant. It's a summary of part of the fucking covenant. And they're getting so butthurt by that, because the prospect of their Bible being flawed in some way, it's beyond them, because to them it must be perfect. There's some justification here. We just got to yell until we find it. And hey, I don't knock you for that. I am the raging atheist.
That's how I work. You treat me like that, I treat you like that.
That's fair. Okay, go ahead. I'll let you pause.
This is desperate.
Okay. So my argument works either way. Right? So when Moses at the bottom is writing the covenant, the 10 Commandments, when the 10 Commandments...
writing the 10 Commandments.
Come on, please.
He's not writing the Decalogue.
That's literally what it says.
No, it doesn't. It does not. Here.
So now they're going to get sophisticated with their words. Decalogue.
Let's read what it actually says.
It's actually referring to the covenant as the 10 Commandments there.
No, it says, write these words for in accordance for these words I have made a covenant with you in Israel. Nothing about 10
with these
there.
words. The words he just said.
But what words? There weren't even 10 of them here with the covenant of
They
Israel.
are,
He
actually.
tells you here.
I looked
No, there's
through
not 10.
Yeah, there are.
This guy is in flat out
No, they're
denial.
not.
We already went through this for a whole hour yesterday.
I'll bring it up.
And everything that you guys
So
are
let's
showing
go
him is
through them. No,
exactly
there's
what I
not 10
showed
of
him.
them.
All right, so Vekl coming in, just talking about the straight out denial that Cerberus Hex is in. And Cerberus Hex ain't in no denial here. He's in his element. This is what he do. You don't even know if like Cerberus really cares or believes in the position. Like, there's just no way to really know that with Cerberus. But what I picked up from what Vekl just laid down, and I can kind of imagine it in my head. I've never actually been to Vekl's channel. One of these days I need to find my way over there and see what goes on over there. But the way I got it pictured is that yesterday, which was like the day before 2 days ago, they had this argument on Vekl's channel, and Vekl just yelled at him. I imagine Vekl in like full Trump mode when Vekl gets going about Trump and politics and shit, and you can't get a word in edgewise. There's this perfect conversation me and Skylar Fiction had with Vekl and I think Jill at the time, and it's just like once it went political, it was just like Vekl, you just couldn't get a word in edgewise, and that's kind of how I picture it. Is just Cerberus came in and didn't really get to talk much, and Vekl schooled him. That's how I picture it.
Yeah, you're
He's just in
lying.
denial.
He is in denial. There's only 9 of them. Or
Well, if
8
I'm in
of them.
denial,
There's
I'm not
10.
lying.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
guys
Serb
got
just
me.
loves the
You start in
argument.
verse 14 all the way to 26, and then 27 says, write these words. What are these words? Is referring to the antecedent, the passages
Exactly.
before it. The things that he told him to write are the things that we see in verses 14 to 26, dude. Okay?
Yep.
Some of those things line up with the Decalogue.
No.
Yes.
I think it's 14 to 23.
Either way, the fact of the matter is, in
14
verse
to
27,
23
he's
is
telling him to write these words. What words? What words is he telling him to write?
The words he just spoke.
Yes.
Let's count
Yeah,
how
not
many
the
there
Decalogue.
are. So he says, 1, you shall not break altars, dash in pieces. 1, you shall not worship another god, Yahweh, whose name is, okay, there's number 2. Do not make a covenant with the inhabitants of the
Some
land.
of these are connected.
No. Oh,
I mean, that alone, like, notice he kind of like blew by, whose name is jealous. For you shall worship no other God, for Yahweh, whose name is jealous. His very fucking name is jealous, is a jealous God. Like he stopped reading at that part, right? Like they can't even allow themselves to get a true picture of this monster they profess to believe in, right? Like this perfect God that has this perfect book is this, like, he's so fucking jealous. His name is jealous. Like, what the fuck is that? How is that perfection?
Oh yeah, okay. There's so much stuff because he's also going into Deuteronomy, right? Because there's the 10 sayings that are being written down, which are being reiterated, and then there's the covenant, right? Gosh, this is why I said you need more than one screen in all of it. You need Exodus 20 up, you need Exodus 34 up, you need Deuteronomy 5 10. Up, Deuteronomy 9 and 10 up, because it's between 9 and 10 that you're looking at. Mostly in 9.
Yeah.
And this is where you're looking at. This is the crux of the problem. And I guarantee you're conflating two things. And then you also have the problem that it's being iterated and spoken of at the same time.
No, how can I be muted there? Oh, God, that was so funny. Oh, God, that was so funny. Dude, I always do it at, like, the worst fucking times. I said some funny shit. So essentially what Tog is saying there, muted, it happens like once a stream. It didn't for a long time. It was so funny. Essentially what Tog is saying there is that you need to have all the moments of time up. You need to be able to see all the kingdoms of man in a moment of time, a single moment of time. And that's how he's describing how you need to understand God's fuckery here. Is because you need to have all of these screens up to where you can see all of these passages and read them at the same time, mind you. Holy shit. This one guy, for real. Like, it's been a while since we've talked. Like, what the fuck happened to you, bro?
And there's that, like, 4 things that's being conflated. If you can't keep your hat on all
Mark
of these
Reed,
things, you're going to get lost somewhere.
James Hogue, everybody that's joined us since the beginning, how y'all doing? Some fuckery going on here right now, let me tell you.
Let alone the grammar, right?
I don't know anybody that has a problem with
bottling.
You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. You're saying that's a part of the 10 Commandments, Cerberus? What are you smoking?
How is this such a big issue for you guys?
I'm saying this is the part of the 10 that's here. My other argument.
It's not a contradiction, though.
My other argument is that the 10 here don't match the other 10, so they're not the same words.
No, they are the same. It's just you got the 10, you got the Decalogue, and then you got this extra set of things here.
You got you're claiming there's the
Decalogue. The Decalogue hasn't changed. It's the same.
It's just a rider to the original.
Wait, so you're telling me there's a Decalogue of 10, and then there's these extra 10, even though these extra 10 repeat.
Well, in verse 1. In verse 1, he says that he's going.
You don't want me to start talking over you two.
All right, go ahead. My bad.
All right. And you got the second set of 10 that.
The Decalogue is like the 10 Commandments. Like, they are going way outside of their way to just try to pretty much say, like, the Bible doesn't say what the Bible says.
Actually does repeat many of the things in the first set of 10. So you just think God's being super redundant here.
I don't know what you would call it, but all we do know is that in verse 1, he says that he tells Moses to create 2 new tablets. And on those tablets, he himself is going to write the same exact thing that he did on the first tablets. That's what he says.
I agree.
Starting in verse 1.
That is what it says.
That's verse 1. That's correct.
Yeah, that's the claim.
Okay. No. That's what we see in verse 1. That ain't no claim. It's a fact.
Right. That's the claim in verse 1 that God's going to write it.
God's
Okay.
claiming.
Right.
Yeah.
So he doesn't tell Moses to do it. He says that he's going to do it.
No, he tells Moses to do it in 27.
But that's not the Decalogue, though.
That's where you have a problem.
Yeah, that's where you have a problem. I totally agree.
Verse 20.
The inconsistency in the Bible is the problem, right? Like, so either the Bible is infallible, and Serb had said it earlier. Like, they could argue their way out of this, like, correctly, but they're the Christians. They just won't allow themselves to go there. You can admit that the Bible contradicts itself, but they refuse to do that. So they're trying to go out of their way to say there's no possible way that God could have lied. And like, even if like, so when you're lying, there needs to be an intent for deceit, right? But when you're thinking about like the concept of, the classical theist God, the triple O God, this perfect being, who knows all of the future, all of the past, he's outside of time. He knows he exists within every moment of time and every place of the universe, I guess. Maybe it's just here on Earth. I don't really know how that works. But with that God that has that knowledge, right? Like, so the God that has knowledge of everything, and the book that's infallible and going to represent that God with the knowledge of everything. Well, he's not going to have an inconsistency like that, right? Like, that's a major problem. So either there's an inconsistency within the fallible, very fallible but infallible book of Yahweh, or the book is clearly saying that God is capable of lying, which I think that there's several instances within the book that God clearly lies, just clearly.
Hey, no, you have a problem.
Hold up. Let me read.
And the thing is, like I said, like, God, even if it's something that doesn't really matter, the lie matters because God knows everything. So God knows he's lying in the moment that he's lying, right? And according to God, lying is wrong. It's immoral.
Read something here to you. The Ten Commandments found in Exodus 20:1-17, and Deuteronomy 5:6-21 are listed for prohibitions and the lesser extent commands. The Decalogue, literally 10 words, Decalogos, reflects the Greek translation of Exodus 34:28. The Decalogue is also a designation for the 12 commandments in Exodus 34:12-26. The Decalogue requests absolute loyalty to the Israelite God Yahweh. They reject the worship of other deities, calling for honoring of God's name and his holy day, the Sabbath. Furthermore, they call for the honoring of the parents and the reject homicide, adultery, stealing and kidnapping, humans, and false witness and coveting. Soon after they were composed, as the early history distinguishes the first stone tablet of the Decalogue with the cultic themes. For instance, here, I'll post this so everyone else can read it too.
I don't even know what the fuck Tog is reading, but who cares?
Yeah.
Like, why are you reading from something else? Can't you read what's right in front of your fucking face? Like,
I'm not, 'cause, yeah, I hate doing that, and my eyes are killing me. I've been looking at screens all day.
These people,
right? The covenantal laws are not
about
the
shitty Bible.
the Decalogue. They are the moral laws. So there's a moral law that is binding eternally, and then there's the covenantal laws, which are preliminary. They're societal. I mean, that's all that's going on. You need to learn this.
Well, I already know that. That doesn't actually refute my argument. That's why I'm not concerned.
It does, though.
How?
Because, first of all, Moses is speaking in third person here, because the he here, he's speaking of himself. But then the he here, he wrote on the tablets as Yahweh, because that is the antecedent in the grammatical.
Praise. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is there a tradition here that you?
There's no way to imply from 27 that what Praise just said made any goddamn sense at all. Yahweh said to Moses, God literally says to Moses, write these words. Oh my God. They try so hard.
Which of the God attributes are you trying to defend here?
I don't know what you're talking about. Right? I don't know.
That's like,
which one is? I'm trying to understand which one feels like it's under attack. Because I don't have the same kind of view of.
Yeah, it always makes me laugh when William Freeman, Freeman, however the fuck he pronounces it, it's a made up name. It always makes me laugh when he tries to play the middle ground. He tries to do that shit a lot. Like, dude, you ain't never played no middle ground in your life. You're like an extremist like everybody else. Open it up. I don't know, maybe. We could probably open it up for a little while. What time is it? 8:13. Let's see what I can do. I do got it up here, I believe. It's really hard the way I got it set up to watch anything. Jay. Let me think. Or no, it wouldn't be, honestly. Probably shouldn't be. I'm only really watching 10 more minutes. But yeah, if you want to come on and put in your input here, that'd be cool. I'll open up a link. Yeah, I should be able to do it right from here. So we'll work that. I'll send a link out to you. You can come in and tell me what the deal is here. So I got to figure out that. Just enter without mic. Or enter without camera, so I gotta do something about my camera. Camera. Alright. That should work. So get the invite. Yeah, you can come in. I don't think I'd be able to show it while you're in here, though. But I only got 10 more minutes that I want to watch. I just find it hilarious. Go back to there. I don't know. We could probably open it up for a while. I just can't go all night. So, yeah, anybody can come in. And I'll figure out a way to show it if I want to keep showing it. So we'll go up here for a second. Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, this conversation is amazing because it's really a nothing conversation for the most part.
Yeah,
it amazes me how worked up these guys get. I actually talked with Tog and Serb and Will about this, and I think it was after that, because I think it was during that stream of praises, something like that. Tog started up a live stream, and so I was over there and we were talking about this.
It was after that one?
What's that?
So it was after this stream, on that same night?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, if I remember correctly. So we were talking about this. I hadn't heard this, so Serb is explaining it to me. So we started getting into Exodus 34, 27 through 28 there. And what I was talking about is that when you look at 28, it says, and he. So that's conjunction that it's beginning with, right? Some of the translations, like the NASB, they have a little footnote next to he. Here's the other thing that gets confusing. Some of the translations use a he with a small h, like the NIV. I think the NIV does, and the ESV does, and a few others. The NASB uses a capital H for that last he, basically implying, and there's a little footnote. You click on it, and it says, the Lord God, or something like that. So somehow or another, in that particular text, that and, when it says and he, we would automatically read that as, okay, so we see this he here, then we see, he here, that's referring to Moses. Yep, and then there's this he, and then it goes, and he wrote this. And you go, okay, and he, meaning Moses, right? Based on the antecedent of how the text is written. But come to find out that he there, in some translations, is referring to God actually inscribing the words down onto the tablets.
So, but they use KJV only, don't they? I mean, they're the KJV boys, right?
No, they're not. They're not KJV onlyists necessarily.
I'm not sure about Vekl, but I don't think Praise is.
I think Vekl prefers the KJV. I'm not sure if he's an onlyist, but
right.
So Exodus is written in the third person in general. Deuteronomy is kind of like a reworking of Exodus, and it's written in the first person, right? The thing about Exodus that what really tickled me, and this is something I didn't realize that they were actually trying to do from you doing this, is that separating the Decalogue from the rest of the covenant, right? The covenant is just an agreement between God and his people. So when you read this narrative, all of Exodus, and you get to Exodus 19, you see that God is telling Moses, get the 70 elders together, get the people together, and they assemble at the base of the mountain, and there's thunder and lightning going on. And then in Exodus 20, it's God communicating to the people of Israel what he wants them to do. These are the commandments. Do not lie, do not steal, don't fuck each other's wives, yada yada yada. And that goes on from 20 all the way through 23. Then on chapter 24 of Exodus, you get, okay, now it's time for Moses to go up to the mountain, and he's going to receive these stone tablets from God bearing the covenant. Now, what's interesting is earlier on in that in Exodus 20, God does tell Moses, it is referred to in Exodus 20, that God tells Moses to write these things down, right? To basically inscribe them as God is and repeat them to the people of Israel, right? So that's basically how that works. This is Moses writing all this down. This is for the first set of tablets, right? The very first, this is before the tablets, all right? The first set of tablets are ever even received. God's making this covenant with the people of Israel. So now here comes later, he goes up to Mount Sinai, he receives the tablets, right? Then Moses comes down the mountain, and I'm abbreviating here, comes down the mountain, sees what the people of Israel are doing, because now they're worshiping this golden calf and shit. He gets pissed up, and he smashes the first set, right? Then later in Exodus, right, we see in Exodus 34, it's about Moses receiving the same, or basically getting a new set of tablets. So God tells Moses, cut out 2 more tablets, and then you bring them up to the mountain, and I will write down my covenant onto those tablets so they can be put into the Ark of the Covenant, right? Later, so Moses does this. He takes out 2 new tablets, he takes them, he goes back up the mountain, and God supposedly writes on them. That's what's indicated in 27 and 28. What they're indicating there when it comes to Moses writing something, is Moses is writing down again something that God is saying, right? Like he did in Exodus 20. But why would he need to rewrite anything down if all God is doing is making an exact copy of what was destroyed earlier? Remember, Moses had already written down everything that God was going to say earlier in Exodus 20. So why is he writing anything down anymore? So that's another inconsistency, possibly. Well, it does seem confusing, but it's very simple. It's just not reading the text from 19 and going all the way through it and reading it as a complete narrative. They're picking it apart.
Well, yeah, that's ultimately my criticism is they're like, don't believe what the text is saying right here. That, and yeah, it's clearly just like an inconsistency or whatever. Because I was always told that part of the story too. Moses comes down from the mountain, fucking, the Jews are worshiping the golden calf or whatever it is, and he breaks those original tablets.
But the covenant is communicated to the people of Israel and to Moses, and Moses is inscribing, according to the text, he's writing this down. He's copying it down so that he can communicate to the people of Israel before the tablets ever come into play. That's all chapters 20 through 23 are dealing with. They're dealing with God's covenant to the people. And it starts out with that very famous Decalogue, right? The first 10 rules. And then it goes into like slavery. You know, if you get into a fight and your wife happens to accidentally grab the man's balls that you're fighting with, her arm is to be chopped off. All that shit follows.
So
all the way through.
So the Decalogue is the first 10 Levitical laws?
They're just they're just the first. This is just the covenant that's being set up for the people of Israel.
When
it's not necessarily the Levitical. So I think there's actually a Levitical covenant, but that's set up for the priests. The priests, the tribe of Levi, who are the priests and school and scholars and stuff like that.
Like when I Google what is Decalogue, it just says the 10 Commandments.
Yeah. It's the first 10 of the covenant of the covenant that God is setting forth. That's all one singular narrative. It's not just, okay, there was 10 commandments, and these are those, like Todd said, these 10 sayings, and then there's some covenant coming afterward. They're somehow separate. No, right. That's a singular narrative on a covenant that God is putting out toward making with the people of Israel. Do these things, don't do these things. You can have these things if you want. All there.
And I think sorry, I didn't mean to step in.
Oh, go ahead. No, I was just going to say, repeat that Deuteronomy is basically like a reworking, only a first-person writing, reworking of Exodus.
Right, and I think it's really important to note, like, when you read it in its entirety, and again, I'm not saying but I do go in and I do look at interlinears, trying to get a better understanding of the original Hebrew when I'm able to. What really sets this off is after the pronouncement, and I'm talking about Exodus 20, of the first 10 commandments. You can argue it's actually more depending how you break it down, but the first 10 commandments there is an action narrative. It isn't like the story stops. It's basically a divine pronouncement of God's will. And if you look at it at 17, we end with, coveting thy neighbor's house, wife, etc. And then the people see this manifestation of God's will, right? They're afraid. And Moses said, basically, really important that you fucking people listen. See, God just showed us it's important to listen. The people were afraid. They kind of backed up and says, no, this is a pronouncement from God. And then he just continues, right? With this narrative. Basically, it's like it's after these first 10 pronouncements, there's a affirmation of God's manifestation, right? There's no break in the narrative other than there's thunder in heaven, right? And God his will is made manifest at Sinai. That's it. But for some reason, people interpret this as, well, this is a huge break in the text, and everything after it is different. And
why?
Because it falls into a really unique Christian narrative, because what this allows you to do is reject the following laws after it. What it says is like, that's all we have to do is listen. Again, remember early Christianity, we're going back to Paul. I don't want to get into this. Paul talks about the 10 commandments, right?
Let's stop that. And
then other things, and then that the rest of the law doesn't apply to Christians. This is a really important narrative for Christians to get into.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Actually,
go ahead.
I just wanted to add to that Pat, I think you're onto something, because Praise has repeatedly done videos where he's talked about trying to separate the casuistic laws that you see later in Exodus 21 or in Exodus from the apodictic laws, which he thinks is only the 10.
And I think what this is an apologetic thing that goes back to the early church, right? This is, how do we separate ourselves from the law? Well, there is this action part of the text. Now, if you read it in its entirety, Moses is talking, saying what God says, or God saying this directly through Moses, however you want to interpret it. But then there's this confirmation of God's will through this, let's just call it supernatural event, right? And again, depending on how you go into the Hebrew, it is flashes of lightning and thunder, right? But also the mountain like catches fire, or it's like a volcano, right? The people are freaking out, and then they backed away. And Moses is just confirming that, like, no, you need to listen to this, because if you don't, don't be afraid of this. Be afraid that if you don't listen to God, what he's saying, you're going to die. And then he continues on, right, with the rest of the law. It's not like there's a break in the law. There's a break in the action. that during the delivery of these covenants, the covenant itself, the entire body of laws, there's a manifestation of God's power. That's it. It's basically after the first 10, God says, listen, like it's a pronouncement, trumpets from heaven, however you want to interpret it. But the people were afraid of these physical phenomena that Moses says, hey, you need to listen, because if you don't, bad stuff's going to happen, as if God was echoing Moses' power, right? Like, it's, if you look at it like in theatrics, right? It would be like me giving the first part of a speech and then trumpets blaring and telling you, hey, you really need to listen to this because the rest of it's important too, right? Like this is angels from heaven. If you want to get into like these ideas, this is God's manifestations of power to give authority to what Moses is delivering from Sinai, right? Like this is why the narrative is written that way.
And it seems to go on a lot about the sons of Aaron, which is the priesthood, right? That's the priests.
Right. And it gives, when you actually start reading this, if you don't break the narrative after the 10 and read it through its entirety, it kind of makes sense. This is an entire institutional system. Like, this is God's commandments for the kingdom or people that will be Israel, right? Like, again, serious textual critics, and I wish Kip was available, but he can talk about how these are cobbled together, right? And so there's going to be revisions, revisements. That's why apologists want to read Deuteronomy and Exodus. The various law codes side by side, but you can't do it because they're cobbled together later. So you have to look at Exodus in its entirety itself, and then figure out where various revisions occur.
Yeah, see, I told Serb and Will that if they wanted to, and Tog, that if I were you, I'd maybe ask Dr. Josh, because what was really the thing there was, like I said, in Exodus 28, where it reads, and he wrote this, right? And then there seems to be like that he there's capital H in some translations, and in other translations it's a small h, but from what I can gain from the interlinear, the interlinear doesn't really, from what I can gain from an interlinear, I can't make heads or tails of how that he is referring to God if there's that and before it. Maybe it takes some contextual criticism that I just don't have.
Right.
But I can see why just from reading it, just been having a decent reading level, and you read it and it goes, okay, this is from God, this is God. Oh, this is he, this is Moses, this is he, this is Moses, that he is Moses, and he wrote this. Okay, that's Moses too. That's it.
Right. And I really think it's just an apologetic. This is when you have problems with your own theology. I think in early Christianity, we see this push from Judaism, right? This, again, with Paul, we see this need or necessity to reject those that believe that you need to convert to Judaism to be Christians. And now that's affected Christian theology for the next 1900 years. And modern Christians, it's so much a part of modern theology is they always consider the 10 Commandments separate, but they really don't have a textual basis to do it. It's a theological basis and a cultural one, right? Like, we need to be separate from Judaism, so we're going to keep this 10, and we're going to push everything else away. Otherwise, they would have to have agreed with some sects of early Christians that believe you have to convert to Judaism and maintain the law in order to be saved, in addition to accepting Jesus Christ as a Messiah, right? Like, so this is one of the issues, is this distinct rejection. So you go into your theology and you reverse engineer this apologetic very early on, 3rd, 4th century, 2nd century even. This was already being done among early Christians, how to remove Judaism from our Christianity. And by doing that, by saying, look, there's only this small section of laws that apply to us, and then the rest of it we can just chuck away, is something that has shaped Christianity for the last 1900 years.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to take off, guys. Thanks for having me on. I hope I clarified some of that for you, Knock, maybe. But ultimately, I don't think it, like, in that entire conversation, like, I don't even know why they were getting so worked up about that's. I can see why you reviewed it, Knock, because it is hilarious to watch these guys get presented with such a very simple challenge, and then have this guy come in there and basically make it to them, which sounds like an inflammatory troll. Moses is lying there. And they go, what? And then everything, all of a sudden, spirits start to escalate, and you just sit back and you laugh and you go, you don't have to get worked up over this. You can just sit here and have the conversation like I did with Serb, Tog, and Will. Nobody got frustrated. I think Tog may have gotten a little frustrated, but not like uppity upset. But yeah, it was funny. I was just like, I really don't see the point in having this conversation. It might be it's interesting as a contextual criticism, but I definitely wouldn't die on that hill. And I don't think Serb was expecting to die on the hill, but boy, it sure got Vekl worked up.
Yeah. Have you ever heard the 10 Commandments referred to as the 10 sayings?
No, I've heard them as the 10 Commandments, the Decalogue, but the 10 sayings I am going to adopt. I do like that. I don't. It's so funny. I'm going to start using that. I think Todd could start a trend there. Yeah, it's just the 10 sayings. Everything else after that, those don't matter.
Well, I've only heard it referred to as the 10 sayings when they're trying to soften the context of them, right? Like, well, these are just like 10 sayings. They're not. I always joke. Are you saying they're basically the 10 I think I shoulds? Like maybes, because they're not. I mean, it's much more rigid than that.
They're not prescriptive so much as they are kind of a normative. Like you might like vanilla ice cream, but you don't have to have vanilla ice cream. That kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, you say 10 sayings, I start thinking Buddhism. I'm like, we can start talking some Tao Te Ching, but like sayings. The word saying and the word commandment, those are two fucking different things, man.
Right.
Well, and I mean, that's really how they distinguish, because Praise has done this, where he's literally talked about those being like the true apodictic laws that God wanted. These are the laws that you will do this, you will do that. Whereas the casuistic laws, those kind of come in a little bit later, like if you want, if you do this, then this will happen, right? Those are the casuistic laws, but not those first 10. Those first 10s are fucking concrete, right? You do not do these. Right, but the rest of that covenant, those are just those we can just kind of we can well, like Pat saying, it seems it's more of a theological reconciliation. It's not a really what's the other term I'm looking for? It's more of I agree with Pat. It's more theological than anything else.
Right. I just do think it's interesting though that they don't realize that at the end of the pronouncement after 17 is this supernatural phenomenological validation of it being God that is speaking, and that Moses is his mouthpiece, right? Like that's all it's really saying. And then it's like, but we can stop listening now. Like, okay.
No.
Moses basically says, if you don't listen from this point on, you're going to die.
I mean, if you do have to listen to the ones that come after, some of them are just batshit crazy, right? So they can't reasonably acknowledge that they are on the same level as the first 10, because doesn't it mention something about burning people and just horrible stuff?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you could. I'm not. Don't quote me on this, but like, wouldn't like Jesus's personal commandments be like part of the new covenant? Like, and that's some pretty horrible shit. Like, pluck your eyeball out if it goes astray and stuff like that. I don't know.
Well, that's where they step in and say that that's sort of sort of poetic or sort of hyperbole kind of thing.
Yeah, it's hyperbole. It's all vocal hyperbole to get people to like perk their ears.
Does anybody know, like, what did the Jews think? Like, is the he there, did God write the first, like, personally write the first set of commandments? Or
yes, the way that narrative is in 24, Moses goes up and God has carved out the tablets that contain the covenant.
God has a physical body, like, so by implying like he wrote them,
like
he
spirit
has a
fingers.
body.
He's spirit fingers.
Yeah, spirit fingers.
He controls the ways of nature with his mind. Either way, yeah, those tablets are in Exodus 20 or Exodus 24. Those tablets are carved out and written and everything, I believe. Or maybe not. There might be the detail in Exodus 20 that Moses actually carves out the actual stone. I can't remember. Either way, they're funny stories, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that's funny.
Well, and the only thing I would add is if you look at what follows after, first thing that we talked about is like, how do you construct an altar? Like, if you just follow from 20 forward, these do seem like liturgical and community-based laws, right? Like this is about how you're going to construct a religious cultural system, right? Like a community-based religious system. I mean, why does God have to tell people how to make altars if people all the way back to Abraham were making altars, right? Because this is the firm establishment of what it's going to be under Moses, like a Hebrew, right? A member of this community. So there's actually going to be like, this is how we make our altars. This is how we feed our priests and give sacrifices, right? Because one of the things is when they're talking about offerings, they're talking about, okay, your meat offerings, make sure you give some to the sons of Aaron. Some of it goes to God, but the rest feed the priest. Same thing with bread, right? Like, and they're telling you, make sure you add some salt into your unleavened bread because, we don't want it to taste crappy. Right? Like if you actually look at the text, it's like a lot of texts in the ancient world read. Like there is a communal maintenance aspect of it. And so I think when you get into it, it's not that hard to understand what's being done here.
Yeah.
They kind of selectively...
I'm off, guys. I will see you later.
They kind of selectively appeal to some of this because you get into the sort of slavery argument. I'm so sorry to bring that up again, but they talk about the stealeth a man, which is in Exodus as well. But the one that's following that in Exodus 21 is if you curse your mother and father, you're put to death. So they're kind of saying, well, one's moral, but the other isn't. We're going to take this as a sign of the Bible's morality, but ignore the horrible stuff that comes straight after it. It's very, very strange. I don't understand. Like if you're going to cite a book or use a book as a moral guide and say, hey, slavery's not okay because the Bible says that if you stealeth a man, you're going to be put to death. How do you just ignore everything around it and sort of say, hey, it's guiding you morally?
Yeah, it's interesting when you go through how the text is written and it's compiled together, right? Like, yeah, it's after these various things are done, midway through, like I think it's in 23. Again, I don't want to do this top of my head. Maybe it's in the beginning of 24, but I think it's 23. Like God talks about like future conquests of the enemies, right? Like in the middle of all this discussion, because he's going to go back into like rules about in 24 about the covenant. It's also like, by the way, you're gonna I'll look it up in a minute, make sure I'm right, but somewhere in the end of 23, there's going to be this promised conquest of the land of Canaan.
Yeah, no, actually a few of them. For mine angel shall go before thee and bring thee in unto the Amorites, the Hittites, the Pezerites, and the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jezebelites, and I will cut them off. It's like, what the hell?
Right, and I think that's kind of important too, that this whole idea is this manifestation of like a cultural system, right? Because one of the things I know that he does when he's talking about the conquest of Canaan, God reiterates, you basically drive out your enemies, but make sure you don't worship their gods. Now, why does God have to repeat himself? A couple chapters later, when he's already said, you'll have no other gods before me, right? Mm-hmm. But basically, once you go into these lands and settle, I don't want you guys starting to worship their gods. Like, if you look at it, again, this is why people look at the compilation of the text. It's interesting because it is something that seems to be the maintenance of a cultural system. Like, hey, just because we start becoming powerful and we conquer these people, make sure you don't turn your backs on our gods. Don't worship them. Like, again, it's a projection because of the tendency of people to be polytheistic, even during the time of the Hebrews, right? Like whether or not having no other gods before me, people have assumed that's monotheism, and that's generally not how academics look at this particular text in tradition. This is a henotheistic system, right? So it's a primal deity, and basically when you go to the gods of the Canaanites, don't worship their deities either. So again, this is some revision that's basically going on with the texts over a long period of time. There's it's not just deletions, it's also insertions, right? That's one thing with textual modification. Again, I'm not an expert on this. I kind of wish Kip or Josh was available.
I mean, I'm certainly not up to your knowledge, Pat, but it does seem like sort of a centralization of a, you know, people with differing kind of belief systems into one solid, well, this is how you know, this is what we believe kind of thing. This is how we should conduct ourselves.
Right. It preserves a cultural identity, right? Like it projects one as well.
Yeah, I was watching that thing with Praise, a little bit of it. I couldn't get the energy to go in there and argue with them. But
I wish I'd have seen it live.
Sorry.
So I wish I'd have seen it live because I probably would have went in there and argued with them for a while.
I don't know. I just didn't feel like it. It was just sort of, you know, I've done a few shows. I think my audience is getting sick of me going in and hassling Praise, so I'm going to leave it for a while. But I'm going to go. But I just wanted to apologize to you, mate. Last time I saw you, we kind of got into a bit of a argument. So I want to apologize and sort of say, hey, I didn't mean to give you a hard time.
Did we? What about
global warming or climate change?
I don't know. Yeah, I probably didn't really consider it too bad of an argument because I go in Gurr streams and they're all dicks.
Wow, shots fired. Look, okay, well.
I appreciate it though. Yeah, I get heated. Yeah. I get heated sometimes, so it's probably nothing you need to apologize about. Probably be more on my
so
side.
Do I occasionally. I think everybody does at some point, but don't focus on it. I really wonder, like with Praise and stuff. I just, you know, the level of sort of mental gymnastics they're doing is. I mean, do you call it impressive? Do you call it sort of, you know?
That's
sad?
The thing with me,
It?
Because and I am glad for the clarification, especially with the Jews clearly, and if you read Deuteronomy 10, it does imply that at least with the first set of tablets, God does write them himself, or says he's going to write them himself. And that's why, Cerberus was saying he lied, was because Moses then later says, well, no, actually, I wrote him. So I am glad for the clarification, but it does seem funny to me that, like, they seem this great need to justify that God can't lie. And I'm just like, I don't know, I've been kind of sitting here reading just, like, different verses where it, like, pretty much says that, yeah, God lies. You know, Jeremiah 4:10, like there's so many of them, you know, like where it clearly says that God is capable of deceiving and lying. I don't even see what the issue is here. Like if God does it, just say it's not a lie because God does it. That's what most people do.
If you believe in omnibenevolence, sort of lying carries with it an intrinsic kind of evil, an intrinsic thou shalt not bear false witness. So I think it's that violation of an omnibenevolent God that's the problem.
Yeah. Yes. And do they even really believe in that shit?
Yeah, God doesn't lie in the Bible, Rage. You're just looking for it. And I called in Mark because I wanted to say I'm sorry. I've been kind of rough with you lately.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right. No worries. I forgive you. No worries at all. Yeah, I just wondered if I'd done anything to offend you or something, P-Town. Like,
No, you haven't.
You're an atheist.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's not much.
I've been pushing back on Mark a little bit lately and not treating him equal to everyone else.
I wouldn't say pushing back so much as just outright insulting my intelligence, actually. But,
Yeah, you gotta love it.
Potato.
Well, there's a fine line between, insulting what someone thinks and believes and insulting them, and it is what it is what it is.
I think that personal stuff, and you can sort of question somebody's beliefs and ideas, but I think that's a far cry from personal insults. I think that if I was to say, hey, that idea, I find problems with it here, here, and here, and saying, hey, you're stupid for believing that. That's two totally different things. I think there's
Well, have I attacked you personally?
Yeah.
Can you give me an example so I can say I'm sorry?
Yeah, sure. So the other day when you basically said I'm not smart enough to understand the topic that we were talking about.
Well, pause. I don't think that was me, because I don't say things like "you're not smart," because objectively, you're a smart guy, Mark.
Okay.
So
okay. Well, I mean, thank you, but
if I said that, that would shock me.
Well, I don't really want to get bogged down, and it's fine. I don't. It doesn't really worry me anyway. I mean, it's just sort of whatever. But that's okay. I'm fine with it. It's fine. I've got everything on my channel anyway, so I can certainly find it and give you an update. But thank you, Pete Down. That's fine.
This is why I've been more aggressive with you lately, Mark, is because I don't want to see you start to go towards serving an agenda instead of seeking truth. That's what I'm worried about with you.
He's worried about you and your atheist ways. Right as you're trying to leave.
Well,
he's just so worried about
I can't really help it. I've been an atheist all my life. I didn't convert to atheism. I was born an atheist, right?
I just noticed a subtle change recently, and I just didn't like the trend.
The atheist agenda.
Well, I'm gonna have to jump off in a few minutes.
Pat.
I just want to make one more point that I should have made early on. But when we look at these texts, particularly the difference between Exodus and Deuteronomy, right? Remember that, again, not my area of focus or expertise, but I'm remembering correctly, Deuteronomy is actually considered the older book, that it was compiled probably sometime during the reign of Josiah. And that the book that we refer to as Exodus, which occurs in the text before, particularly the Christian Bible, right, is an earlier book after, in relation to Genesis, is actually a book that most scholars consider is not written until the post-exilic period, basically sometime between 530 something and 330. Like, it's a late book. So the fact that we're looking at Exodus and then we're looking at Deuteronomy, remember the time periods they're supposedly compiled in, and you got almost 3 centuries difference between those two texts. Maybe
I would argue that it was written by Moses, maybe not actually scribed by him, but it was given to him word by word by God. So I just want to let the audience know, whoever might be watching, that Pat Lawenger's view is not the Christian view. Not entirely, not held by all Christians, but
not the evangelical Christians.
Right. I'm not going to ascribe to a word he says.
How long did Moses live, Pete?
Yeah,
I can't remember. I like to guess things though. I think it's almost 200. Pat might know this one.
Well, I mean, it had to be over 300, right? Because
Pat wouldn't believe that he.
Pat just said there was like a 300-year difference in when they were written.
Well,
did you just listen to what I said though, Ray? Just said that's a bunch of hogwash.
I do want to explain that here at P-Town has just come in and said, because of his belief system, he's rejecting the overwhelming consensus of experts in this field. Like,
sure, but I do have evidence for it. It's not without evidence.
It's all personal revelation, right?
You got evidence?
No,
that
that's not
Moses
true.
Wrote the Bible, let alone existed.
So P-Town, was Moses an idiot? Or did God stutter? Because he says the same thing in the Pentateuch numerous times. Like, if we look at the textual account of the repetition between Deuteronomy and Exodus, obviously giving the law one time wasn't enough, right? So wait. So in your
Pat, are you a whack off, or do you just like to jerk off all the time on screen? What kind of argument is that?
What kind of argument is are you a whack off? Like, for real?
So this is what kind
of argument was that? Is God an idiot or is Moses an idiot? Like, come on.
I said
what else am I supposed to say?
Because the book,
he's more asking why he had to repeat
himself,
repeat things,
and then have some of those repetitions not be in accordance with each other, unless you engage in some very heavy apologetics. The funny thing is if Moses wrote them in one sitting, even over the course of his life, he would have those texts to go back to. But it's obvious that he didn't, because there are discrepancies within the texts themselves, which only can arise by the text being written and compiled and redacted over a long period of time. The fact that you reject this and then you engage in anhominy and reject the consensus field of scholarship, many of which are Christians, by the way, the majority of textual critics and New Testament studies are actually at least theologically based as Christians or related people that are also, like, I don't want to Old Testament studies. A lot of people are Jewish and other faith systems as well. But the fact you just engage in hominem shows that not only are you obtuse in your thinking, you're unwilling to engage with any argument doesn't lead credence to your belief system. And with that, I'm going to go, and I will end with an ad hominem too. This is why talking to people like you is really fucking useless, because you're too dense to actually want to pick up on the material.
Oh,
Have a nice night.
Yeah, Pat, come on. Like,
I kind of agree though. Like,
I was only. Let me. I think it's my turn after all that. Sure. Look, I was only. I have to step in there, and even though I know how offensive it can be, just because of the audience, because people will mistake him as being a Christian when he's not.
Pat.
Yes, they will, because they think
There's no way they're going to mistake him for.
You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised when people are popping in and watching something, and they listen to him, how he sounds all scholarly and how much knowledge he knows.
He's a scholar.
I would say that he's a scholar. Sure,
he's an archaeologist.
I would say that he's an archaeologist.
Yes, he has credentials in archaeology, and the people that he are talking about are biblical scholars, P-Town. So
I have to say what Christians believe is what I have to say. It's part of my job.
Yes, but sort of what we're talking about is a bunch of people who are academics who base their lives on going out and finding what actually happened in the past, like not to do with their beliefs, but what actually happened. That's their goal, is to find out the history of this, the cultural implications of it, all of the actual facts behind it. And you're sort of just saying, hey, they don't know what they're talking about. And all because of your belief system. I think that's what Pat has a problem with, because you're discounting like a field of expertise with, people in there that are Christians that have analyzed this for all their lives.
Before you go on your normal monologue, Mark, let me try to reiterate where I'm coming from here. I'm not trying to discredit him as an archaeologist or whatever field he's in. I'm trying to just make sure that I mention that Christians have a different view. And that's it. I haven't even stated why I have a different view. I just wanted to make it clear, just so there isn't confusion.
Well, I think you can do that.
And just because I do that doesn't mean
people.
Just because I do that doesn't mean I'm insulting him.
That's not what I'm talking about. You actually just called him names and stuff. Did you not hear what you said? Can we roll back the tape a second? Like, can we actually...
Let's roll it back.
Yeah, it was some kind of like really weird attacks. I can't remember. I just pointed it out specifically.
Well, when I do attack people back, it's usually when they lump Christians in, or
sorry,
if they're...
I was reading, like, because I'm trying to, like, most scholars, whether they're Christian scholars, Jewish scholars, I mean, they understand, like, Moses writing the Torah is an issue. Like, I'm not even going to get into, like, whether or not Moses existed. Like, I can sit here and tell you, like, I don't think Moses existed, and I'm not stating something that's very controversial to history. Like I would be if I were to sit here and state, like, Jesus is a myth and didn't exist. That's going to get some historians stirred a little bit there. But me saying that about Moses, they're like, maybe. Who knows?
Are you talking about scholars?
Scholars, whether they be Christian, I mean, no matter what.
Then I have to take a stand, Mark, and say that's baloney. Like, and I'm sorry if it's offensive to raging atheists, but that's baloney. And then I'll let you guys continue.
Well, I don't find it offensive. I just don't think it's an argument. That's all. Sort of just saying it's baloney.
Well, no one asked me for why I think what I believe, even though he'll claim over and over again that I don't state anything about why I believe what I believe. He has no interest in knowing. Pat doesn't want to actually sit down sometime and schedule something with me and go over something objectively. He wants to criticize and then bounce.
Who?
Pat.
Well, see, the problem is that when, like, that's why didn't you listen to what he just said? Like, after you sort of harassed him, he said, "This is why I don't talk to people like you."
Because he doesn't think I'm. He doesn't think I'm smart enough to be able to talk to him to his level.
That's not the reason. It's because you get offended whenever his academic criticisms violate your personal beliefs.
No, and he gets offended when I challenge them.
No.
As a scientist, he shouldn't be offended when I challenge him.
He's not there to preserve your feelings about your faith, P-Town. He's there to make academic analysis of the facts. And talking about bouncing, I do have to go really soon, but, maybe, I don't know, like, I can understand with you're getting very, very angry about sort of, these criticisms. And these criticisms are, in my view, valid, and in the view of academia is valid. So, I don't know what to tell you. I'm really sorry you're offended at that, but that's the way of the world. Sorry.
I would just say that appealing to authority all the time, Mark, and for Pat, and for a lot of the time Rage, I don't think that that's a very good argument. Constantly saying that scholars say this, we know this. Those aren't, I wouldn't consider those very good arguments.
Well, it's not an argument appeal to authority because they are actually the experts. An appeal to an authority is when the person isn't an authority on the subject.
So roll back. What did you just say?
Well, I'll just explain the reason why. The reason why is because we're not appealing to them as people. We're appealing to them and their methodologies which produce the most consistent results. So it's like if you say, hey, my car's not working, I should see a mechanic. That isn't an appeal to authority. That's literally the best way to find out why your car's not working. Does that make sense?
I understand from your perspective where you're coming from, and I would take a stand and say, this world is corrupt, and when it comes to science, when it comes to where you hold your beliefs in the people that are in positions of authority, you hold your beliefs in positions of authority. That's where, and you appeal to it all the time, Mark.
Well, it depends if you can sort of back up your beliefs with evidence, and so
right. But we don't go to the evidence. We go to your positions of authority.
So you don't go to the evidence. Historians and academics have the best. Anyway, look, I got to go, so I will see you later at P-Town.
Yeah, have a good night, Mark. Thanks for coming in.
People, but, yeah, no worries. I'll catch you later, no. And see you, Flow State. Take care, man.
Yeah, and he's not like running there because he was leaving when you came in. For one, so let's not even appeal to authority, as you might put it, to like historians, which is something that I really don't do. You must not have heard my rant yesterday about Jesus being a myth. Like historians don't back me up there. But like just on the idea of what you said there, right? Like, so you think that Moses lived for 200 years? Like, why would you think that? Why would you think that's possible? Let's say he did live for 200 years and he was able to write the Torah within a 200-year span. Like, what about this reality gives you indication that that's even possible yet? I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just like it's been impossible up to this very point here right now, right?
Okay, so yeah, Rage, let me try and answer that question. But first, I hopefully clearly stated, I don't know, I can't remember off the top of my head how long Moses lived. I like to guess things, and I think it was just short of 200. It's a total guess, 100%. Okay? When it comes to, I believe that he actually penned, or he got word by word or letter by letter the Torah. I believe that because I believe that it was encoded. Because you can see there's equal distant letter sequences in the Torah that make it encoded so you can see that it's one package. Right? So the assumption that I have, and I can see that, I can prove it I can prove that it is there, whether or not it's that viable. It's up to the interpreter, but it doesn't change the fact that they are there. And then the other side of the argument would be, did it happen by chance? Or did the scribes, these other authors that Pat would present, did they know it and predict it each time a new book came out? I would say the likelihood of that being the case is pretty low. And that's why I hold the belief that it was written by Moses, maybe not penned by Moses, but ultimately the letters, the words came from God. I think that there's enough evidence within the text to prove that, or at least to assume that's the case based on the evidence.
So you're kind of stuck on Moses writing the Torah. And
do you know that the story of Moses is the only story I believe in the Old Testament?
Oh, go ahead.
Am I muted?
No, I was muted. Go ahead.
Okay. If I remember correctly, Moses is the only story in the Old Testament, and like the Exodus story is the only one that doesn't have correlating stories in other cultures. That doesn't really.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, there's myth. There's a flood myth in every culture across the globe.
But you don't think the Moses is flood myth related? Or Moses? What are you saying? Oh, I see. Okay.
The Moses story is only it's not found in other cultures.
Well, definitely, you're not going to find Hebrews slaves leaving Egypt in the Egyptian culture. I don't think that they really accept that.
Well, I mean, you could have the Moses story without them having to be Hebrew.
Specifically, I mean, like the context of the flood myth being a thing is that it happened, everybody witnessed it worldwide, right? But I understand what you're saying is that even if contextually something as unbelievable as what Moses did happened, there were still mariners at the time. There was still trade. The story would have spread to other cultures.
I mean, the Garden of Eden story has derivatives in other cultures as well. Not everybody on Earth would have experienced that.
Right, but the reason why there's flood myths in every culture is because floods happen in every culture, and prior to a certain period in time, largely most cultures were on an island, so to say. They only extended so far, and they didn't have worldly knowledge. You know what I mean?
Sure. I guess I was just saying something that was interesting. I'm not like making a point.
I mean, I understand like P-Town thinks that Moses wrote the Bible, and he thinks that Moses existed, and there's really no evidence of any of that. So,
see, you keep saying that, but I keep telling you that there is, and you just keep denying it.
You say that there's evidence within the text, but like.
There's a simple proof that the text, you can do, Rage.
We know when the Torah was written. It was written over a period of hundreds of years, like hundreds.
But I'm showing you that you yourself can go look at this evidence that I'm telling you is there for you to go see,
like what
and
evidence?
You're just willfully not looking at it.
What evidence?
So go to it. This is just one example, but just go to so their sevens are special in the Bible. Would you agree? The letter 7.
I don't know, maybe, but
I don't know how much you know about the Bible,
You're
Rage.
getting hung up about like some kind of.
I'm not getting hung up. You're getting hung up, Rage.
Well, no, you're getting hung up about a numeric code within the Torah, but
I mean that stuff is relevant. Gematria.
Well, as far as I understand,
thank you, Flow State. Rage. Let me show you. It's simple. You will be able to do this in 5 minutes if you try.
Finish my statement. Chill out. As far as I understand it, like the Hebrew alphabet itself was number encoded. Like they attributed numbers to their actual alphabet. It's how when like you can read like the number 666 can literally be translated numerically to Nero, right? Like you're
getting ahead of yourself, Rage. Let's stay on focus here. Like you can do this simple code.
Come on, Rage.
No, Rage, I get it. Like you do know some stuff when it comes to it, but like in this particular case, you just go to the 49th letter of the first book of Moses, go to the 49th letter of the second book of Moses. When it comes to the third book of Moses, you go to the 4 letters of this in 7 increments. And then the last 2 books, you do the 49th and the 49th. And it spells something out.
Letter of the book of Moses. Like what?
Look, the point is you can there's ways to integrate these 4 books or these 5 books so you can see that they're an integrated message system. You can mathematically prove this. Is what I'm saying.
more willing to believe that the whole Jesus thing never even happened and was really a mushroom cult more than
We're not even talking about Jesus yet there, Puff. Why don't you go smoke your weed somewhere else? Okay, we're having an intellectual conversation here.
Oh my God. Like Christians, come on, you got, like fundamental Christians, you got to come with something better. Like literally 20 years, you've been like, oh, you're just smoking weed. Yeah, you guys fucking literally get
I don't know how long you've been
church.
smoking weed for. I don't know how long.
Like you guys, like you have a culture, you have a faith that's, you have a faith that's embodies getting tipsy at church.
We're all sinners except for you're interrupting an intellectual conversation with your jargon. So go pet your dog and smoke your weed somewhere else.
Your argument was as intellectual as fucking ancient aliens, bro. Like literally, this is fucking modern, circa current history, fucking or current times, History Channel grade shit going on right now. Like seriously, bro, Discovery Channel grade shit going on right now. Like, like that's the level of validity to your argument.
You're
like
talking about encoding. It's just encoding, right?
Well, right. But they weren't encoding it.
Thing.
No,
but it's not. There was
let me tell you a story.
Bible,
Okay.
What he's doing though, real quick, though, what you're doing there, it's not like necessarily encoding. It's that crazy conspiracy theory dude in the room, and he's got all the shit up, and he's got the red.
No, I'm not. I don't do that coded kind of stuff. I don't do that.
Let me read to you like so.
That's flow state, not me. I do the simple. I'm telling even Rage can do that.
Yeah, Rage. This is exactly. This is always sunny right here.
The 49th letter of the Book of Moses.
In Hebrew, not in English. I just got to clarify for you.
I'm reading from the Institute for Advanced Study. Who wrote the Torah? Who wrote the Torah in light of more than 200 years of scholarship and the ongoing disputes?
Stop doing that and go to the Bible itself.
The answer to this question still is we don't know. And you telling me, I have a bit of skepticism when it comes to history. I've laid that out clearly, right? But at the same time, you're telling me, no, completely ignore all scholarship, all history scholarship, completely ignore archaeology, completely ignore the scholarship that the Jews themselves.
It's like, let me give you an analogy that you'll explain.
You're saying,
Rage,
go to
Rage,
the 49th
listen,
of the
Rage,
Book of Hebrew.
listen.
What the
yes,
fuck?
Rage. Zip it and listen for a minute, okay? Let me give you an analogy that you might understand.
Dude, I'm all ears.
Okay, my brother, okay? You go out and commit a crime, okay? You do. You're guilty, okay? Imagine a crime that you're going to go commit, okay?
Rape. He's a rapist.
Right? Rage rape somebody, okay? And all the scholars come out and go, no, he didn't. We're specialists. We checked all the DNA. We've done all of the archaeological... we looked at all the footage and everything. But in the end, there's a videotape of you doing it, Rage. You're guilty. That's the way. That's what I'm talking about. There's evidence out there where you can go, oh, I don't need to listen to this BS anymore. I don't care how smart these guys think they are. There is that out there. Follow me?
Rage, I don't care what kind of weed you got. The only way you're going to get into a brain state to believe this shit is if you have a skiing accident. That's it.
True. Very, very true.
Wait, what? Stephanie Helms says it perfectly. Like, wait, what? What the fuck did you just say, P-Town?
I was just trying to come up with an analogy that you would listen to.
Wow.
But you follow my logic here?
No,
at least?
So I would be like...
No, your logic...
Fuck no, I don't. Fuck no.
You would I would
don't listen to these Satanists, Rage. You know what I'm talking about.
I would want people not to trust the videotape of me raping the girl. Like, I don't understand what you were saying. I don't get it. No.
How did I zone out on that analogy? I mean,
you missed it, Reba.
I did. I totally zoned out on it.
It was a dumb analogy.
It was.
I really told the most extreme analogy I could think of, just so you wouldn't zonate.
Did he rape her in the butt or him? Was it a him? Is it him?
I don't know. We'll have to check the video footage.
God damn it, Rage!
I don't know. Me and my
Stop raping people.
Shit, you know?
Like I'm struggling. I'm trying to get high enough for this shit to make sense.
That's a good plan. Let me know how that goes.
Trying.
Go pet your dog.
I mean, it sort of sounds like you're just trying to mock it and not hear what's being said.
Thank you, Flow State. Hopefully that was directed towards a puff a dog.
Trying to get high, yeah.
Yeah. Look, I'm sorry. I don't know how. I'm just trying to relay a message the best I can. Like, I'm sorry I offend Mark and Pat sometimes. I don't mean to. I like both the guys a lot. And I'm not perfect, but sometimes I have. I'm trying a new path sometimes with guys like Mark right now. And I don't mean to be mean to him specifically, but that's why I'm making up crazy analogies like you and committing that particular type of crime, where everyone can say, we could reverse it, right? Like, let's say all of the specialists, all the cops, right? All the detectives, the DNA evidence, everything points where you did do that to that person, Rage.
Cops are liars.
But there's a video or multiple videos out there, maybe thousands of them, all showing that you weren't there for that. That is exonerating evidence, I think, or something. That's the type of evidence that I believe is in the Bible. If you do your work.
Exonerating evidence that Moses was somehow able to write a Torah that took hundreds of years.
No, not hundreds of years.
It includes his death. The Torah talks about Moses' death.
Yeah, I mean, the Torah clearly says that Moses doesn't write parts of it, at least.
You know, that's a good point. I'll have to look into that. So, but regardless of that, regardless of who actually wrote it, there's a way to see that it was written by someone or something outside of our time.
Like, how do you think a human being up to this point? Now, I'm not saying it's impossible, because I think science at some point, like, I think, like, there's been I've been reading about science right now, like, they've actually reversed the aging of mice. They've been able to speed up aging and reverse it in mice. You know, so at some point, humans might be able to live for fucking ever, or for as long as we want. But up to this point in this reality right now, what tells you that it's possible that somebody lived to 200, let alone 300, 400?
Well, you're changing the subject right now. What I'm trying to tell you is that the Bible was written. Shut up for a second, Rage.
You said that Moses was 200 years old.
All right. I'll zip it. When you're ready, I'll talk.
Go for it.
Okay. First of all, we're not talking about how I can talk about my argument for how old people lived, according to the Bible, but we're talking about how I believe that what God wrote is an integrated message system. It's not about Moses wrote it. It's not about someone else. You can prove that God made that book, dude. You can prove it objectively if you have ears and eyes.
I mean, Torah says that Moses died at 120. He was 120 years old when he died.
You know, that was a good guess I had, huh? That was not bad for being
You're just off by 80 years.
So,
no, I said almost 200. That was a good guess, considering that sounds crazy to us people these days. I don't know. So, Rach, for something happened, according to the Bible, where people, after the flood, they started to not live as long. And I think
the flood never happened.
It's because of chemtrails.
You know.
I think
anyway, according to the Bible, that's what happens.
What about reality?
Well, that's just a book with a story.
I mean, I think everybody's making the mistake of treating the Bible too literally. It's an occulted spiritual book. So,
but the thing is, it constantly, literally says something and contradicts itself, or makes itself look like a fucking idiot, right? Like he said, people are living supposedly 600-700 years old before the flood, right? The flood happens because there's too much corruption and sin in the world, right? The flood is supposedly washes all this sin, all this corruption away. After this, in the new pure world, people don't live even a fraction of that time. Makes no fucking sense.
Literally, when you are
You think God gives a crap what you
when
think?
They're being literal about a mystical book, then yeah, of course it makes no sense. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, I'm not Christian, but I think that there's a right way to approach these sort of topics, this esoteric stuff, and there's a wrong way, and being a literalist about it is the wrong way. You're going to miss the whole point. Would be
no, I'm saying that's not even literal. What I'm saying is just the concept makes no fucking sense. They needed to cleanse the planet, right? Get rid of this corruption, this sin, right? Gets rid of it, and now people live a fraction of that time. But somehow it made the world better. It's a constant contradiction. It's like, hey, I'm going to say something and then immediately contradict. That's the progression of the Bible.
The only contradiction is your brain, Puff.
Well,
there's no contradiction in the Bible.
To kill the Nephilim, but we failed in doing that because the Nephilim pop up later on.
That's true. I can't figure that one out yet. You finally said something smart, Lord. I appreciate it.
It's a mystery why the Bible constantly contradicts itself.
It doesn't contradict itself. There's apparent contradiction.
Yes, it does.
Telling you to go read your Bible, Puff, but you don't because you want to go smoke weed with your dog.
Which edition though? There's like 15 different editions of the Bible, if not more.
I'm just saying it's not reading your Bible.
Which one though?
Sorry, Puff. What did you say, Puff?
Read your Bible.
So you're saying Puff is going to hell because he doesn't read his Bible. I agree.
It has nothing to do with reading your Bible. When you're going to hell, your salvation is you just have to confess Jesus is your Lord and He died for your sins.
Why
you have salvation.
Jesus didn't exist.
Is being trapped in a room with the raping atheist for all of time.
I'm in hell a lot.
But is he the raping atheist or the raging atheist? Because these are two very different things.
I'm sorry, but the when they say the proof of God that God wrote the Bible is in the Bible, right? That's the same validity to me as the proof that Lemony Snicket is a real person. He really existed. Is that he narrated the entire book third person.
Who's Lemony Snicket?
Lemony Snicket's in a series of unfortunate events.
Oh yeah, I didn't watch it.
Oh, it was a book first, but anyway, yeah, he narrated the whole story. He had to have existed, but it was from the third person, and it was his name's in the title. He had to exist.
Yeah, I think it's going to be impossible for me to look up your code, like the 49th letter of the Book of Moses. Like, I don't even think my computer's going to.
No, it's so.
Look up gematria. GMATRIA.
Did he run away?
Huh? Oh yeah, I didn't notice he left.
His internet contradicted itself.
It's so weird that people think some of the shit that they think, but I'm probably sure that some of the shit that I think blow people away too.
Gematria is interesting because there's too many correlations. I mean, I'm not a mathematician, but it seems very unlikely that it's coincidence. But who knows?
Like P-Town's a weird dude because he, like his arguments. So tonight we had the 49th letter of the Book of Moses, part 1, and then the 49th letter of the second Book of Moses, and blah 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 blah. I'll let you right back in, P-Town. He's back there.
I'm just gonna finish talking about you first. Is that?
yeah. I'm gonna finish talking shit. The first time he was in, it was all like demons exist because the lights were flickering and the doorbell, right? Like it's always something like I don't know, cray with P-Town. I dig it. So.
Wait, hold on a second. I am not crazy, man.
That's okay.
What did you guys? What did Lord Redfang say about me behind my back? I don't know why. I figured it was the devil that kicked me out because you actually asked about details about my evidence, and I got excited, and then everything lights out.
You don't have any evidence. You can't prove Jesus existed. can't prove Moses existed.
You just want to deny all these people. You want to deny the most famous person in the history of the world never existed. You be
yes, I'm going to deny the most famous person because he's just a character from a story.
Yeah, and if the devil kicked you out, like that wouldn't be the thing, because supposedly the devil's whole mission is to get people to not believe in God, right? So like his best weapon would be to keep you in this room, because by the minute,
you're so funny, Puff.
By the minute, people are becoming non-believers.
I mean, it is kind of it fits with the whole like lights flickering, doorbell shit, demons, so the devil's kicking you out of StreamYard now.
No, I was joking. But
no, he ran across. Kevin Spacey ran through the room and kicked you straight the fuck out.
I didn't actually want Puff to leave. I'm sorry, I was being mean to him, Rage.
He's durable.
He can smoke weed all he wants. I don't care.
I'm sure he's either having.
We're all sinners, and Christ came for us sinners, not the saints. So
he came.
No, he didn't, because he failed at that. Because there's still sin.
He came for you, Lord Red Fang.
Do you think like weed is like the devil's grass, or what? Like, what's your issue with weed?
I don't have an issue with weed. I'm just picking on him.
Like, Christians have an issue with weed, though. Like, the Brett Keane video I didn't review. I decided not to review it. I decided to go nice tonight. It was basically him.
Well, Brett Keane will bring us atheists together. Brett Keane's on he's on a mission of getting views.
He has an issue with me smoking weed. Don't mention my alcoholism. It's the weed, right? Like that's my issue. Is I don't know. It's kind of weird. It seems like Christians, for some reason, thinks like, I don't know, weed is bad. What do you think?
Well, so from the Bible teaches us about like idolatry. So if you're able to smoke weed, and like when you go through a rough time, or if you're dealing with some crap, if you go to God before you go to weed, in theory you're all right. But that's the challenging thing is, I'm guilty of this too. I quit smoking, chewing, and then I went to vaping. I quit vaping a year ago about now. I still drink, and
bad as shit, didn't you?
But like the whole point is like instead of going to God with stuff, you're going to something else, and that's where the issue lies. I mean, when it comes to, Jesus just provided wine at the wedding. Like that was the first miracle.
How do you go? Like, how do you go?
So it's not the wine itself that's bad.
Well, that's because God is the ultimate party companion. I mean, who has not been on the bathroom floor of a house and just said to themselves, God, if I can just make it through the next 3 hours,
Puff, you finally said something with some brains.
But then I do more of those drugs. Then you do more of those drugs.
You got to come to Jesus on your knees, baby. You got to wake up the next morning, come on your knees, and say, Jesus, I won't do that again. Come into my life.
Oh, no.
Have you done that yet?
I do it in moderation, bro.
Oh, that's too bad. Go read your Bible. Rage.
Which one, though?
Little weed head.
So I recommend the King James version, just so you and I can be brothers and we can talk about scripture together. But you want to really ultimately
But what if I'm an NIV flavor kind of?
How about you just zip it for a second? But after you actually, really get into it, go into the Hebrew and the Greek, and I'll show you the good stuff. I'll show you the websites where you can get access to the in-depth stuff. NIV, it's risky. NIV is risky. It's not bad, but there's just a few risky parts that you need to be aware of.
Wait till you get to the secret teachings of all ages.
Are those the same websites that want to sell me like buckets of like prepper food?
No, I don't know.
No, you're going to some other places.
You should probably have some food.
They just seem to have a weird crossover. I'm just saying.
It just seems prudent.
No, I get the stigma of being a Christian, yeah. No, but I do, if you're actually asking me seriously, I recommend the King James Version. Don't be hesitant to go to other ones, but make sure that you hold that one supreme, mainly so you and I, when we talk one day, we can talk about Scripture together, because we can reference stuff. You want to be able to memorize some Scripture.
I love Scripture. You know what Scripture I really like? Numbers.
You do? Which one?
I do. I love Numbers. I love the part. I love the part where it tells about taking your wife to the temple, to the priest. You like that part where her thigh?
I don't know where what?
Where
the bitter water.
It was the bitter water, and her thigh falls out. Where God's like, abortion is cool, dog, as long as you don't think it's your baby.
The bitter water.
That's what he said, though. God was like, if you don't think it's your baby, dog, it's cool, homie.
That is true.
You know, I wonder why you love that scripture so much. But you know what? One day I'm going to pray tonight that God's okay with become a father, and you look back on this not with the same light. I'm going to pray tonight that you become a father, and you don't look at it the same way. Are you a father yet, Puff?
No.
I got 4 kids, so
I'm going to pray that you
will
will
not
be.
talk about people's kids.
I have one that I know.
Future kids that I want to pray for. That's a problem for you, Lord.
No, my kids are good. They don't need a weirdo like you praying for them.
Anyway, Puff, I haven't looked into that entirely. I think there's another passage in Ezekiel when it comes to abortion. It alludes to possibly being about abortion. I haven't really done my research yet, but I'll have to look up the one in Numbers. I don't know everything. I don't know the specifics there.
So you mentioned idolatry a little bit ago. Why would Jesus not be an idol?
You know, I've been running into this a lot with atheists, and it just shines a light.
Have you?
Yeah, it's insane. Talking about how,
the question.
I don't know why people. No, it's the sin, and it's the sin thing, man. With atheists, they want to convince me that the devil actually wrote the Bible. They want to convince me that the snake actually told the truth in the garden. It's all a bunch of BS.
Well, how did
Jesus is Lord? There's no idolatry there.
How did the serpent not tell the truth? It doesn't say snake; it says serpent.
Sure, whatever.
I mean, the literal.
But why? Why do you want to go down this unsupported crap when you don't even believe in the Bible anyway? The fact that you guys want to go down this, even though you don't believe in the book anyway, it's fascinating to me. It's fascinating to me. It's because you deal with sin in your life, Rage. That's why you really want to go down this road.
But I mean,
the sin did lie.
He's just retelling it literally. The snake literally handed over knowledge, and that God was trying to hide. Now you can interpret into things. You know, maybe God was doing it for a good reason, but that is not covered in the story. The story just says God was keeping a secret. The serpent handed over to
I'm going to tackle it head on, and I'm not going to. There's going to be no filters because I got to go get another drink. But no, I want to reiterate how I'm fascinated with how atheists are fascinated with the devil possibly being the good guy. It's ridiculous if you take a step back and look at it, Rage, and you know that, but you still want to present that argument. And that's because you're corrupt, Rage, and you know it. To answer your question, though,
I'm corrupt because I think that Satan.
You'll have to do your own thing there.
What does Satan do in the Bible that's evil?
Is the serpent and Satan the same thing?
How come I always get tossed into this all the time? The snake comes up. I'm sorry, the serpent comes up, starts to tell half lies. And why do you guys care anyway? You guys don't believe in any of it. Comes in and starts telling half lies to Eve to trick her, to deceive her, and to eat of the fruit. And you want to say that he was actually the one that told the truth?
He didn't deceive her. He told her the truth.
No, he told the truth. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
It's the most ridiculous thing.
No, it's not.
I don't know what to do besides laugh. He said, God tells Adam, not Eve, by the way. God tells Adam.
Yeah, it's because Eve wasn't born.
You can eat of any of them.
Adam yet.
Right. Well, yeah, in theory. We don't know for
Dear
sure.
Lord, get the story right, bro.
No, it doesn't specify, but you can assume that, yes, Eve was not created yet. It doesn't say that, but you can... The way that I approach Scripture, yes, you're correct. So, God tells Adam, you can eat of any fruit in the garden except for this one. And then the serpent comes to Eve and says, Didn't God say that you could eat anything here? That's a lie. That's a lie, Rage. Lord, Red Fang, Flow State, lie.
So
how do you guys define lie?
I have a question.
Well, you got to also remember Adam was like 1 year old when he told him this. Or actually, no, he was a day old, I should say. He was quite literally a day old. He didn't know what was right or wrong. So God telling him, don't eat from this tree, he doesn't know what that means.
I mean, obviously they skipped a few years or something. You know, like we can just assume that that's there and not get hung up on silly objections to things that we know aren't the case. But fuck, I lost my. Oh no, P. Which is the higher authority, the Bible or Christian tradition? Because they don't
screw Christian tradition, man. Screw.
Well,
Jesus spoke out against it, man. Or just come on, Flow State.
Your response to the serpent question smacked of Christian dogma more than actually reading the Bible and what it says as it is.
Well, if I'm wrong, then I am sorry. I am just a normal dude who loves the Bible, sees the divinity in it, and that's it. I can't speak for Christians who are better than me.
The lie that you brought up about the serpent, though, isn't like the serpent didn't lie. Like he. So.
Come on, dude.
Well, no, he said to the woman, "Did God?" He asked the woman a question. Did God really?
He beguiled her. It was deceiving.
He asked a question.
I'm in sales. What do you do for a living?
Is asking a question telling a lie? Is asking a question telling?
What I'm saying is,
it definitely can be.
Well, so is
Thank
this
you, Flo.
is this Flow State? Is this question telling a lie? Did God really say you must not eat from any tree in the garden? Is that telling a lie or asking a question?
I think that's asking a question, but in a provocative way. It's suggestive.
Well, the woman said
he beguiled her. He deceived her.
The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God did say you must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die." And
I don't think that it doesn't sound deceptive. He wasn't tricking her.
So
he did maybe suggestive. He maybe encouraged her.
You will not certainly die, the serpent said to the woman, for God knows that what you eat from it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. So, like the serpent.
This is where it gets complicated because he did say a truth.
The serpent doesn't.
He did
lie
reveal
to
something
to Eve, but God did, because God told her. God told Eve that if she were to eat of the fruit or even touch the fucking tree, she's going to fucking die. So God lied. Right? You're muted.
You're catching me midstream. Rage.
Ian?
Yeah.
Look,
yeah, just for the audience.
The power of Christ compels you.
I can't. It fascinates me. Why are we even talking about this? We all agree. He deceived Eve. He deceived Eve. We all agree on that.
Well, we're not agreeing.
No, I think that God deceived Eve.
I don't think anyone deceived Eve.
This is why I get mad at God sometimes. Why did he put me in this situation to have to talk to you guys?
Why do you
could
really? Because you came into the room on your free will.
The book says what the book says, dude.
Coming from a guy who doesn't believe in free will, probably. Oh wait, I guess never mind. Shoot, I'm not very good at philosophy. I guess as an atheist, you do believe in free will, but you don't believe in God, so there's no point in arguing about free will. Gosh, it's all confusing.
Do you wish that Eve would have never eaten of the apple and we'd never be having any intellectual conversations like these? Is that what you wish? We'd have
I don't think so. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, if you start asking questions like, "Do you wish any of this happened? Do you wish you never existed, Rage? Do you wish God didn't make this whole?"
Would we have stayed immortal if she'd have never eaten the apple?
I don't think they would have had babies, right? I'm not sure.
Well, the whole point was for them to have babies, I think.
No, because it wasn't until after sin. It wasn't until after she sinned that God said, now you're going to make babies and be in pain.
Well, no, it wasn't until after she sinned that childbirth would be painful. Before that, it wasn't painful.
I'm making an assumption here, but think about it though. 100 years, 200 years probably went by.
It wasn't the fact that she
100 years probably went by before she had a kid. Adam and Eve may have partied for a while.
Like if you're immortal and you can just fuck forever, I mean that's pretty much all you got to do.
That's all I wanted to do. That would be.
I'm surprised I haven't gotten like the messed up objections about, hey, look, God's not real because look, they were fertile for 100 years.
I mean, I want to be immortal, but I don't want to be immortal and be a fucking dumbass for eternity.
I think that's the only way to do it. If you have to be alive forever, then I don't know. I'm regressing as I get older. I'm getting less mature now. I've plateaued.
I wouldn't want to be.
Well, you do have a bunch of middle fingers in your.
Like the not being able, like to be immortal, like
are those middle fingers?
Not being able to die, that would suck. But like, if I could live as long as I wanted to live, as long as I could go after whatever, thing that sets me off intellectually, physically, systemically, whatever, until the point where I just got tired of it and I said, fuck it, I can end myself now.
Fuck it, I'm moving to Canada.
It's been 5,000 years. I've lived long enough. Like, is it even, like suicide at that point wouldn't even be considered a bad thing, I don't think. It's just like, it's what you do when you're done, right? But if you couldn't commit suicide, that would fucking suck. If you had to live forever, I don't know.
I think it would suck to like keep having to go through the cycle of like, oh, I like this person and they're dead. Oh, I like this person and they're dead.
Yeah, everybody couldn't be immortal.
I guess I just assumed everybody wasn't immortal.
So
yes,
I don't know. I you're the one that seemed really offended about like the fact that the serpent doesn't lie to Eve, but God does. Like you're the one that brought that up, and then you got mad about us for talking about it. That seems kind of odd to me, P-Town.
Is that towards me or
to P-Town? Yeah.
No, I'm not. I mean, am I offended by it? No, I just think it's stupid. But.
Well, I mean, but that's what the verse says. How do you read it any differently? And honestly, how is it not God's intention for Eve to eat that apple?
Well, you have one. You can always make that argument, and that's why I go back to. Sorry, go ahead, flow state.
I was just gonna say when you make one thing off limits, like don't eat a cookie, you know that they're gonna eat it.
Well, but I mean, just what do you think God is? God knows all. He knows the future. He knows the past. He's in fact in every moment of the future and past, in every space of mass within the universe. He's everywhere.
Maybe he just.
But he's always broke. He always needs money every Sunday, so I don't know why he can't get that together.
When he created that tree, he knew that there would be an Eve, and he knew that he would tell Eve not to eat of that tree, that she would then eat of that tree. He knew the serpent would beguile.
Are you going to read the whole Bible here?
Like, well, I mean,
or are we going to stop and talk about this issue?
My question is, what kind of fucking God do you believe in? Do you believe in all powerful?
Well,
Yahweh,
I believe in a God that made everything.
A chump God that just fails at everything.
Well, I mean, do you think that God should have made anything at all? What's the point?
No,
I don't freaking know, man.
I don't believe that any God exists.
So what's the perfect world? What's the perfect world to you with God?
I think men.
What kind of world would raising atheists make?
What kind of world would I make that's perfect?
Yeah, because you obviously
know. It would be a nightmare. Raging atheists.
Flo, tell me about the world that you would live in that's so perfect.
We'd start with taking everybody's gun away.
My God.
We'd start there.
Yeah, rage would
quickly go into politics.
A communist nightmare, and I'd turn them into a anarchist utopia.
Is a perfect world without free will? Is a perfect world just like? But then you would say it's slavery.
No, a perfect world. My point is exactly free will.
My point is like, shouldn't we worship the God that made us and not say, "Oh God, that guy, what an asshole for making us"?
It's perfect.
Like this bullshit argument, atheist.
It's perfect.
I suppose.
Possible.
Sorry, I didn't say
perfection
atheist.
Would be boring.
Raging
atheist. Perfection would be terribly boring.
Yeah, so you don't even. So you're kind of cool with the way God did it,
right? If you think about human psychology, we need to be progressing, which means that things are not perfect.
Well, Christ came for sinners, man.
Well, let's do a little thought experiment. Okay, so God made everything and Satan rebelled, right? Because he wanted to be God, but there's only one God. And God is the law and God is the word and all that stuff. And then wouldn't it make sense that maybe the New Testament is a fallen angel pretending to be God? So now there's three gods just out of nowhere. And you don't have to follow the law anymore under the new God because he died for your sins. So you basically just dismissed everything of the Old Testament gods. I mean, Christianity to me seems like an inversion of Judaism, not a continuance of it.
No, it's definitely Christ came to fulfill the law. He came to you. So you have to understand how to pattern the Old Testament with the New to be able to see.
Well, I understand
all the ways
that there were certain boxes that Jesus checked that were prophesied.
There's more than boxes, though. It's way more than boxes. It
in
might
so
be.
many different facets. I'm not trying to be diminishing
prophecy.
to it. I'm just rusty.
Yeah, no, and I'm trying to sharpen that rusty sword because you
got to polish it.
It was done in a way where it has to be polishing, right? It has to be sharpened. You have to sharpen it by using the two.
Harder.
But if you're looking outside in, like you could just look at how stupid everybody is. But if you do the work, it's quite clear.
Well, no, I mean, if you understand it's just looking at the reality of what one is. One is one God who is the law. I can't think of the other things now. I had a whole kind of list of things that Old Testament that God is, and then you have the New Testament layered on top, which basically flips everything of the Old Testament gods onto its head.
It does. Yeah. I mean, I could go up to a Jewish person and honestly, I could go up to a Jewish person probably, and I want to be polite. They won't be able to hear it because they're directed not to, just as most Muslims are. But if we actually indulged in the scriptures, I could prove Jesus using the Old Testament.
But that's not a good proof. That's like using the word in its own definition.
It's not, though, because the New Testament and Jesus came thousands of years later.
Well, all the whole Bible was compiled by who?
Here we go.
By the Catholic Church, right? Are you?
Here
Catholic?
we go. This is where it appeals to authority.
This is relevant shit.
It's not.
If
you
the
can
Bible,
prove it.
If the Bible is the ultimate authority,
you're claiming now. Let me just stop you. And I know I'm being an ass, and I apologize. But before we go down this rabbit hole, you're also therefore accusing. If you're going to say the whole Bible, you're accusing the entire Jewish Israelite community.
I don't care.
Because the Torah. Well, if you don't, what I'm saying is your argument is dumb, dude. You're ignoring thousands of years of not just tradition, but
I would say that the Bible ignores thousands of years of tradition.
Doesn't.
Christianity ignores.
Well, tradition maybe.
Tradition.
It's throughout.
But we're gonna follow what the word says, but you're ignoring their Tanakh or their Torah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
It's not fine though, because your argument stops there. For you to say that the Catholic Church corrupted the Torah is baloney.
The Catholic Church compiled the Bible. It throughout a lot
not
of books.
The Torah. Your
not
argument.
The Torah. You're right.
Stop there.
Torah.
Thank you. Now
so
continue.
It incorporated the Torah, and then how many books are in the Torah? 5.
Yeah, 5 books of Moses, man.
So 5 out of 66 books are the Torah, which the Torah has its
majority of the Bible.
The books of Moses. So what's the first book of Moses? The first book of the Torah?
Genesis, yes.
All right, and then so the second book. So the 49th letter of the first book of Genesis.
You're still doing this. I love you, Rage. Go do it in the Hebrew. Yeah, I've done it myself.
Well,
dude, so it's just one example.
Issue, I guess, or just kind of a conceptual issue, which is why would we
still trying to find the 49th letter
why
of
would
Genesis?
We accept the Torah, right? Because obviously, if it's a very supremacist perspective, right? We're God's people. Well, the three of us aren't God's people, I don't think.
Well, yeah, and do you even accept like the Torah or the Hebrew prophets as legitimate?
I don't accept them in the
not you
Christian term. I won't throw them out though. Oh, not me.
What do you mean by that, Rage?
Like, are the Hebrew prophets legitimate?
What do you mean by legitimate, man?
Like, are their prophecies legitimate? Like, were there prophecies about God? Like, everything what was said about God in Torah, is that legitimate?
Are you trying to set me up for another trap, or?
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, no, I take the Bible very seriously, literally. Yes.
All right, is God's plan for salvation to send Jesus Christ to die for the sins of the world?
In essence, yes.
All right, would God's plan for salvation be to send Jesus to die for the sins of the world if Hebrew prophets had predicted in the end times restoration of the animal sacrificial system would be restored?
Wait, what?
So
forgive me.
Hebrew prophets predicted that in end times the animal sacrificial system would be restored, which is how you used to get rid of sin, and that's going to be restored in end times. So if God's plan for salvation was to send Jesus to die for the sins of the world, and Hebrew prophets,
I do believe
you do give legitimacy to the Hebrew prophets. Do you then?
Well, I do believe
when they say that there will be an animal sacrificial.
Let me answer your question. I do believe that when we get closer to the end times, you're going to see, possibly according to Scripture. I haven't studied this myself, but the little that I have, I do think that maybe you'll see the Jewish state, the Jews start to conduct animal sacrifice again before the end times.
So you think that the Jews will not
possibly
that it won't be the covenant of God, because that's the prophecy.
No, it'll be the still exercising.
That will
the
be
Jews. I don't want to say the Jews, but yeah.
The prophecy though is that system will be restored. So that will be the system that you will use.
No, see, you're over exaggerating now.
No,
I mean,
that's
well, you can say that's what it says, but that's not what
the
it says,
Hebrew prophets prophesy.
No, but what I'm saying, I agree with you, just not to that extent. You're probably going to see it in Israel. I don't like guessing about end time stuff. I haven't gotten into that yet. I'll probably get into that when I get older.
You're not getting my argument at all.
I think I am. You think that it's going to be us Christians that start to do it, which is baloney.
You and you never answered.
That's baloney.
I asked you and you never answered.
That's a stupid question if that's what you're asking me. Of course I don't think that.
You believe in the chump Yahweh that fails at everything, right? Like, so he sends Jesus to die for his sins, but Jesus fucked up at that shit, so we're going to have to restore animal salvation again.
Hold on a second. No, that's bullshit, Rage. See, why do you serve the enemy like this? Because you know you're full of BS. Why? For no reason?
You
know you
legitimized
do.
the Hebrew prophets yourself, yo. I did
not. You were trying to trap me in something like that. Which is quite clearly not what I represent.
How am I trapping you? We're having an intellectual conversation here.
I was clear that I believe that it would be the Hebrews, the Jews, that might do that in the end times. And then you want to overgeneralize and say, "Oh, I admit that us Christians are going to do that." No, it's not, and it's not what Scripture says. But why were you leading me down that path like that? Or am I misunderstanding something?
I'm just trying to figure out what kind of Jesus, what kind of God you follow. Do you follow the omnibenevolent, omnipotent, all-knowing, all-powerful God of the universe that is in all places at all times, or do you follow the chump that fails at everything?
So you're saying in this hypothetical situation, if before Jesus comes back, before the end times, all Christians didn't start killing animals as blood sacrifice, then we wouldn't be fulfilling the entire Bible. This is bullshit, Rage, and you know it.
The Hebrews, when they were prophesying, couldn't have known of Christians because it wasn't a thing back then.
But you're looking at it you're not looking at it as if the Bible was written by God. You're looking at it as if it was written by man.
Some of it was.
Flow State would argue, yeah. Flow State hasn't.
I mean, at least some of it for sure is written by man, right? Like, I don't.
It's penned by men. Yes.
Okay. Well, there's several places in the New Testament where people say, the returning of Christ and all these things will happen very soon or within a lifetime. There's nothing that says 2,000 years later we're still going to be waiting on it.
No, I agree. I agree with you. I ran into a preterist recently.
What's that?
I had to ask, and I don't want to say I know because I've actually had to ask twice. Someone who I don't know if it's called a preterist or if it's called something different. But if you believe that everything in the Bible has already been fulfilled, so they'll lean towards 70 AD. You get a lot of arguments among Christians when it comes to stuff like this. Ultimately, we agree on the important stuff.
Isaiah 56, 6-8, and the foreigners, not the Jews, and the foreigners who join themselves to the Lord to minister to him, to love the name of the Lord, and to be his servants. Everyone who keeps the Sabbath and does not profane it, and holds fast my covenant, those I will bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar. For my house shall be called a house of prayer for all peoples. The Lord God, who gathers the outcast of Israel, declares, I will gather yet others to him besides those already gathered. It's clearly not talking about the Jews there. You would concur with that, right?
I don't know, man. I'll have to look at that. It's so funny. I was in Isaiah 42 earlier today in another stream. I don't know, Rage. I'll have to look at that. But again, you're not talking about Revelation.
Why did God?
You're talking about Isaiah. So for you to assume that it's talking about end times there is just it is Isaiah. I get though.
It's clearly talking about end times right there.
Maybe so. Yeah. I mean, Isaiah and Revelation pattern each other really well.
Why do you?
I don't know, man. I haven't gotten into the end time. I haven't got.
Why do you make claims and then squirm away from what the fuck your Bible actually says?
I haven't made claims about Revelation and about the end times because it's not my field yet. When I get old and wrinkly, I anticipate I'm going to be all about it because I'm going to be dying soon. But right now, I just don't care.
You don't.
And it's probably sinful for me not to care because it comes up too much.
Yeah, and we aren't being very clear about what we mean by Jews. So when you mean Jews, do you? I don't know. Usually when I'm referring to Jews in these contexts, I'm referring to the ancient Hebrewite Jewish peoples. Probably not modern day Jews.
I think the Bible says Israel, though, not Jews, basically consistently, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean
the role of Israel in the end times. I haven't learned all about it yet.
So Israel is different, but Israel are those who wrestle with God.
That's what Richard Madsen would say over and over again. Yeah, technically Jacob's name turned into Israel, right? After he wrestled with. Is that true? I haven't. I should have studied that a while ago. Someone was beating me up.
I haven't read the Bible in 20 years. I'm pretty content with my not knowing. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I don't feel like I need to find out. I feel like if I need to know, then I will be told. God can tell me things or not.
That's what every atheist wants to say all the time.
I'm not an atheist, though.
I know, but that's just what every atheist wants to say all the time. I'm not saying you are.
But why do you dismiss it?
Valid. Yeah.
Why do you dismiss that's what atheists say? Clearly, atheists have come to a conclusion that God doesn't exist, any God. So we might. I don't know. I don't understand the sentiment. It's like me saying, because Matt Powell says a thing, that's like saying that's just what all Christians say. It's not true. It's just what some people say. Right?
I mean, maybe they're onto something though.
Well, would you say it though, Rage?
Would I say what?
What you just said you were talking about? Because I already forgot.
Nobody remembers.
We both forgot? Okay, good.
I have no idea what the fuck you said.
Oh, because I had said God can tell me if he wants me to know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that what we're talking about?
This is going downhill.
I mean, what's
at least we're all equal. Oh, crap. Hold on a second.
So what you don't like is an atheist saying just the obvious, right? You don't like the obvious. That's what you don't like.
I forgot what we were talking about. No, I don't. I do. It's because I care about people, when Flow State says something like, I don't care what the Bible says. I get that all the time. I don't care about the Bible.
That's not,
they want to argue about the Bible. They want to say the Bible is written by the devil. They want to say this and that, all these things. Oh, the Bible's the scholars, this and that. But then they go, I don't want to care about the Bible.
Well, the only reason we have to care what the Bible says, and Flow State will have different reasons than me, but the only reason I really have to give a shit about what the Bible says is because it influences United States policy, political policy. It also influences parents to be really shitty to their children, to their wives, to their spouses.
Stop being an asshole, Ray. It's not true at all.
Recently,
so
you don't think that Christian politics had anything to do with taking away abortion in the United States of America?
You just said that it has a lot to do with parents being jerks to their kids or something.
Kicking out their gay
That's
kids,
so
kicking
dumb.
out their atheist kids. You don't think Christian parents do that all across the country?
Oh, give me a break. The Bible teaches how to be a parent to kids.
I would kind of
and highly endorses the essence of family.
You don't think that Christian parents kick out their gay kids all across the country?
I'm not going to.
Shitty people weaponize religion because shitty people will weaponize anything.
Correct, including your religion. Atheist rage.
Atheism
People weaponize that too.
The words don't correlate.
Depends on how you define
system. It's like the negative of a religion.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of religion.
But it's still a faith-based belief system regarding God. It's got a lot of similarities.
Like shit, like dude, we kind of have to, atheists we're forced to know the Bible because you Christians clearly don't know it for shit.
And atheists know it better than most. Atheists know it way better. But
you make a claim that
Hold on a second.
You make a claim that Jews in the end times will be sacrificing animals, and I have to pull out your own.
I didn't say claim. I don't know. I don't know. I clearly said I don't
otherwise.
know.
And then you can't.
I said I clearly don't know.
Put two and two together and say, well, if God is going to reinstitute the animal sacrificial system, clearly my Jesus failed. You can't do that because it requires thought.
It's BS, Rage, and you have been genuinely. Oh God, Lord Fang's here.
Well, he was here before. What's welcome back, Lord Red Fang.
Atheism is just an answer to a question. That's it. It's not a worldview. It's nothing.
It is a positive position on something that is unknown, specifically God.
It depends. Let's not go into how we define atheism.
And it's a faith-based one too, ultimately.
Well, you're the one that called it a religion. So
I mean, it
depends on how you define it. It is. It depends on how you define it.
It's definitely not a religion.
Define atheism.
Red
Fang.
Define atheism.
Define atheism.
Belief in you don't believe in any gods existing.
That's religion.
That's my version of atheism. That's not the version of all atheists.
So how is that religion?
Okay, where do we come from?
How is that religion?
Where do we come?
No, just shut up for a minute. Where do we come from, Red Fang?
What is the point of asking me that?
We'll find out in a second. Where did we come from?
We don't know yet.
Our parents.
Hey, Amy.
What's up, y'all? And I just want to point out that atheism is not a faith-based position. That is what people of faith say, because faith is what you proposate when you don't have evidence.
Do you know for a fact there's no God?
I know for 99.9% sure, or a good 90% probability.
Well, you can't positively confirm a negative. So
I know for a fact that the Christian God does not exist.
Also, you can give evidence towards a negative. That is not a true claim.
That wasn't my claim, though. My claim was you cannot positively confirm a negative.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
You're wrong.
So nobody can know there's no God. So to have the belief, to live your life according to a belief system based on something you can't actually know, that is faith.
Okay. But that's not what we're doing. We're trying to point out we have evidence for why a God doesn't exist.
I'm
that's
not
the
saying that you
opposite
don't.
of faith.
And yeah, I'm not saying you don't.
Sure, but that makes atheist not a faith-based position.
I think I'm the only one here who's not in a faith-based worldview. I don't.
What would your position be?
I don't adhere to any of them because they're all too sure of themselves.
Oh,
and so
you're an atheist.
Yeah, you're an atheist.
Am I?
You just don't like to be called an atheist.
I don't like being called an atheist. I would say maybe agnostic is something that I would be more okay with, but whatever.
Welcome to atheism.
I'm not an atheist because I'm not in your cult.
I had my whole I'm not an atheist, I'm an agnostic phase recently, so I don't know.
We'll get back in it, bro. We're not.
What? Atheism is not a cult.
Exactly. And we need to normalize the atheism word because I think there's a lot of stigma around that word when it should be something we're proud of.
But it's a we, right? It's a community. It's a culture.
It's not a religion.
It's got its own tenets and its belief systems based on something that you can't know.
Well, I was with you up until the based on something you can't know. It's based on something some of us don't know. Some of us do know because it depends on.
I know you really want to claim that you can know there is no God, but you just can't. It just doesn't. It's not mathematically possible.
I don't know why you brought math into that. Okay.
If you have enough proof of the thing not existing, then you believe that it doesn't exist. Just like I believe that the Christian God, there's no way in hell that God exists.
Yeah, I mean, isn't faith like the lack of evidence?
Faith is a belief in something without.
No, that's not how the Bible defines it. Faith at all. This is what atheists like to believe. The Bible defines faith as being. But I respect Amy and her view. I would just be the polar opposite of it.
And I know that P-Town is very much around Earther.
Finally, Amy, you haven't put me in a box this time. It's our first time being on a stream together.
Wait, weren't you like off
besides your channel?
Time when we talked though.
Wait, what?
Didn't you go off Flat Earth one time when we talked? I'm trying to remember.
Go off on him?
No, didn't you?
Yeah, if a flat earther comes in here
I thought
starts
you was a flat earther. All right, so you're not. All right.
See, it just shows you guys how you guys put me in boxes like this. Clearly not. I'm a baller.
You do the same thing with atheists, so don't even start with that bullshit.
I just thought I remembered you going flat earther on me.
No, it's all made up in your mind, Rage.
Just like the globe Earth. Just kidding.
Wait, is there a flirker on here? No.
I'm just being provocative. I do think the moon landing is fake, but that's about as far as I'm going.
I think some of the pictures are probably fake, maybe, but
I mean,
look at the moon rover. When's the last time you looked at a picture of the original moon rover?
Real
Dude,
quick, to reiterate,
I just don't want to go down the flirter thing.
To reiterate Amy's point, like one of the definitions I got for faith was like a direct belief in God. Like that's like one of the literal definitions of faith. Not having a belief in God is like the literal opposite of faith.
Well, it's faith. It's not faith in God, but it is a faith-based belief. Like,
but don't you think that you can have reasons for why there would be no God?
I'm not saying that there's not evidence. You can have a good estimation, but atheists and especially anti-theists take it a bit further than that.
Oh, we have an.
Hey, Amy, are you an anti-theist?
I am.
I'm
right.
anti-theist.
So let's just define it as anti-theist versus Christian, and we can make this conversation really productive.
Tell me what an anti-theist is.
And see, I would still say I'm an atheist. I am an agnostic, atheist, anti-theist, and I think I could separate all of those labels because I'm convinced that a God doesn't exist, but I don't know. And so I'm both an agnostic atheist, but then I also think that religion is bad for society, a net loss, and so I think that I should, and other people should be anti-theists.
Well, don't you think that
I respect Amy because I used to be one.
Oh,
just
so,
for the
Cool.
For the record.
What is an anti-theist? You go first, P-Town, and then Flow State, you can tell me what an anti-theist is. Go.
Okay, so for me, just what Amy said, like before I became a Christian, I used to think that religion did more harm. I think that indoctrinating children and people and having it play a role in science and political realms has done more damage and continues to do more damage throughout history. And I struggle to say that out loud because I don't believe that anymore. I don't want people to misquote me somewhere. But I completely understand where Amy's coming from, especially if she's in a demographic that's literally being persecuted by Christians, especially.
Very vague. All right, go Flow State.
How's that vague?
I think that an anti-theist is somebody who explicitly and completely denies the possibility of God's existence and is also hostile to both the concept of God and of religion.
No, she doesn't believe. She doesn't think that the possibility is not there.
I'm just way wrong?
Yeah.
She doesn't believe that the possibility isn't there, but her...
P-Town was kind of close,
What, Ray?
but he was just vague. It's anti-theism is a philosophical position. That's all it is. It's mainly you take the position that theism, as a general, overall, should just be opposed. That's all that it entails. However you oppose theism is anti-theism. So if you're an atheist and you're arguing with a Christian, if you're opposing the Christian's theism, you're being an anti-theist in that moment. You just don't understand that philosophically you're taking that position in that moment. You have this really odd idea of it being some kind of, like, I don't know, animosity towards a god or something like that, and it's nothing at all. It's more what kind of P-Town was saying. He was just being very vague. It's seeing the problems and ramifications of theism within society and making a philosophical and political position of opposing it.
I mean, but it's right in the word. And then you just said it. Anti-theism opposes theism. The hostility towards theism is central to being an anti-theist.
Yeah, I oppose anti-theism, or I oppose theism every time I talk to a theist, and I am in opposition of their ideas.
And where you guys are both missing the boat is that it's anti-religion, and we share the same burden in a lot of sense. And just sometimes you fail to see that. A lot of the time, a lot of the issues that you guys have nothing to do with what God says and what the Bible says. But anyway, just throwing that out there.
I think peace and respect, everyone.
What's up, Richard?
What's up, all you beautiful, shiny people?
I think sometimes it gets confused for us hating the theist individually, which I think would be bad and would be a prejudice. I think that from not only an atheist perspective, but I think from the anti-theist perspective, it's that a lot of these religions are cult-like, are prejudice towards a lot of the. I hate to.
I'm not judging the view, right? I'm not standing up for religion, or I'm not making a value judgment about being opposed to religion. I'm just saying that is it's the central part of being an anti-theist.
Sure. Well, and I just want to point out, even though I came on here hot, Flow State, at P-Town knows I love you guys very much, and I don't think that there's a faith-based position. If we have a gumball jar, and someone says, I don't know if it's even or odd, that's not a faith-based position. That is actually a skeptic position. That is saying, I'm reserving judgment until there's actually scientific data. Now, I do think the anti-theists go a step further. I could explain why I don't think either the Abrahamic gods or even the deistic God exists. But I guess my central thesis would be saying I don't know is not a faith-based position.
Okay, well, I think we need a point of clarification on why people are saying anti-theist and then anti-theism. I know it's a clumsy word, but you should have to say anti-theismist. if you're speaking about the individual's beliefs.
Look, I just want to say that before we get into Richard's definition that we should use, I have no problem with Amy in terms of her perspective now. Like, I get it, because I feel like in some way I've been there, and I'm still the same person as I was before. I still am, but now I'm a Christian, Bible-believing man. That's just, and I just want you to know that it can happen. You don't have to change who you are. You don't have to, like, you can still be a skeptical mind and experience the revelation that is in the truth, that is the Word of God. As long as you put aside your views, as long as you open up your mind and you ask Jesus to come into your heart. That's the honest truth. That's why I've been calling in 3 months now and on 90 call-ins. And thank you, Amy, for coming in on one of them. I really mean that.
Show something that's true in the Bible.
Richard. That was a bad timing, Richard. That was Amy's turn.
Okay, want me to wait 2 minutes and then?
Yeah.
I'll wait till after Amy. Sure.
Oh, no, it's just, I think that, like I said, we just need to parse it out. I think that there's always going to be people who don't have good justified beliefs, or they're not going to have even skeptical beliefs. They're just going to say, why are you an atheist? Never really thought about it. That's not really a good reason. I find that's not most reasons why atheists will give you, but I'm sure there are atheists out there. I just think we shouldn't have faith-based positions, because when you lean on faith, it seems to me that you can have a faith-based position on almost anything. And so that's not just a dig at Christianity. It's more a dig at any position. I think that we should only hold views that we have good evidence for. And I hear the respect. I know I can hear it, P-Town. I mean, I love and respect all you guys here, too.
Well, that is what I agree with, too. Damn it.
I'm pretty sure there's some things we can't show to be true, and we must have faith-based positions, such as relationships. Someone could act like they love you and do everything and show you every signal that they love you, and they may not love you. Now, does that mean you didn't have a true belief? Yeah, you had a true belief that they loved you because every sign showed they did. However, they didn't. For instance.
But that's not faith. At least it's replacing faith for the word either trust or confidence. And I always get very hesitant when we have one word equal one word definitions. So when you say, I would say we have trust in our spouse, that they're not cheating, that they are actively have our best interests in mind, and that they love us. We can't actively be inside their brain. However, I would say when it comes to those things specifically, those are the times when we should be using our intuition and our gut. It is the times when I would say, does my partner love you? A feelings-based question. Was the universe created by another being? That is a physical question that should have a physical answer.
I think that we shouldn't be asking the question like that about physical things that can be tested. But I think at the same time, since confide means with faith, when we have confidence in something that we can't show, we say we have confidence in it because we literally can't show it.
Sure, I'm okay with being confident, but you'll notice that if you start using the word confidence, it sounds more personally strong. So you could say, I definitely have confidence that God exists. I'm confident that God exists in my life. I'm confident that God will come back one day. These all sound
What if a person has relational evidence that justifies that belief, that confidence?
Oh, but see, now you're coming on to the empirical ground. There's a difference between does my wife love me and does my wife exist? Can we agree?
Well, definitely, but I wasn't touching on what does my wife exist.
Oh, but I feel like that's the whole subject. To an atheist, that's what we're talking. So from a theist perspective, you're telling me I have an emotional, experiential experience with God. From the atheist perspective, you are talking to yourself, and it's not something that we are able to probe, because every time we try to probe it, it comes back to someone talking to themselves. I hate to be not too on the nose, but like to just put the elephant in the room.
But there's a logical error there, which is that if we can't test it, then it doesn't exist.
I wouldn't say it doesn't exist, just that we shouldn't believe it yet.
Right. So Amy and I are on the same page in a lot of sense. So we have an agreement, but we have completely different views. Rage, how's your little experiment doing that I asked you to go do? What's the 49th letter in Genesis? What is it?
I have no.
Write it down. Go do it, and then go 49th letter.
Just tell him. Just tell him.
No, don't ruin it for me, Richard.
There's no way I'm gonna even.
You can count the 49.
Even care. I mean,
the point is that there is objective evidence for this stuff.
The point is that the only reason to
but
care
you don't care.
about
That's
your
my
whole
point.
49th letter of the fucking Genesis and the Book of Moses, and the only point of that is to laugh and scoff at it because it's fucking hilarious.
That's your approach to everything, though, Rage. Until you get over yourself, then you'll come. Maybe you'll come to the truth.
That's your fucking answer to your evidence that God exists. Evidence of.
It was my answer to Pat Lauinger's view.
You know, but I mean, hey, it's your answer. Whatever.
I wanted to give you evidence, but you don't want to look at it, and that's what it ultimately comes down to, Amy. Is people don't actually want to look at the evidence of things.
I mean,
that's what it comes down to.
I think that if after we die, we actually meet the being that created everything, he's gonna expect more. We're gonna have to perform at a higher level than just be like, oh, we thought you were your own dad. You know, I don't know.
I agree with at least half of that statement.
I love the Dark Matter 2525 video.
She agrees with that we're gonna die.
Where 3 different religious people go to heaven, and the skeptical one is the one who gets in because he's the only one that's smart and makes sense.
Oh yeah,
or that really applies, tries, you know.
Well,
that wrestles with God.
What I think is a good counter to Pascal's wager is always it's worse than just not the religions that you are. It could be a God that only will let you in if you believed on practical or scientific reasons. And so, therefore, anyone who believed on experiential reasons goes to hell. I don't think that's true, but it's just one of the examples to,
Oh, God doesn't care how smart we are. He doesn't care about that.
If it doesn't end up
How do you
being
know?
true, if it does end up being true, it would make more sense because, it's been so long. It's like the Bible is clearly a test that everybody fucking fails. It's like at this point you should clearly reject the Bible and when end times comes, it's like that's going to be like the litmus test. Is, oh, you take this shit literally? What the fuck is wrong with you? I wrote that shit 2,000 years ago, dude. It's going to be like a one-way trip to hell.
Go do the 49th letter thing, Rage, and come back to us, and then let's go to the next.
Why
and
don't
I'll
you
just
tell
hold
me-
your hand. I'll hold your hand down the road so you can see this.
For those that
Go
weren't
do
with
it.
us-
It ruins the fun of
Wait
it.
a minute. So for those that weren't with us, his answer to his evidence that Moses wrote the Bible, wrote the Torah anyway, was the 7-letter word that you find by going to the 49th letter here, the 49th letter there, I don't know, whatever. It was cray-cray. So let's just bypass that. You give me the fucking word.
It's simple, Rage. Even you can do it. It's simple, but you don't want to. You don't want to go do the work because you don't want to see the
Give me the
truth.
fucking word, dude.
Go Google it, man.
I don't want to
Go look it up.
do that. Just tell me the word.
I'm not even going to have you just go do the work. I'm going to have you go Google by doing the work. Just go one of the two. I can't. It really, if you just have someone just put it on the platter for you, you're just going to disseminate it anyway.
So what
just
you
like
need
you do
to
everything else.
This is your evidence that disputes all of history, and this proves that Moses wrote the Torah. So you tell me that word, and then you go get your Pulitzer, your Nobel Prize, whatever fucking prize they're going to give you, whatever cookie they're going to give you for figuring it all out.
I think that he gets into heaven if he proves it.
I have a skeptical question, P-Town.
It's simple. It's really simple.
I have a skeptical question for you, P-Town. Thank you. Thank you so much. If it had been some other significant biblical number, I understand that 49 is just short of the year of Jubilee. And if that's why it's selected. But I have to wonder, what if it was the 24th or the 12th or the 10, like the 10 Commandments, or the 4, like the beasts around the throne of God letter, or any number of these? Would it be just as significant to you, or does it have to be 49?
No. Like part of verifying scripture using codes is ruling out the other numbers. But as a Christian man who studies somewhat, you understand the importance of 7 letter intervals, right? So
sevens, okay, sevens.
Sevens, right? So if you can
49 is a multiple of 7, I grant you.
Right, you grant me that. But do you even know what I'm talking about? Why are you jumping in? Do you know what I'm talking about when it comes to the?
I don't think very many people know what you're talking about.
Well, no one wants to do it.
I do know what you're talking about, but from what I understand, these kinds of codes are arbitrary. They have no deeper meaning, and just because you can find something spelled out through selecting some certain number. I'll give you an example. Dr. Joshua Bowen bought the Bible code thing, $60. You can buy it for $60. And he entered into Torah the following: Dr. Joshua Bowen is the Messiah. And it's there.
But you might know, I've only came across Josh Bowen, Dr. Joshua Bowen one time, and he was a little passive with me. I don't know anything about the man, so I'm not going to speak anything about him.
For the record,
he seems like a nice guy, but he didn't engage me.
That he is extremely hot. That's just I'd just like to add.
Hey,
he's extremely hot.
Well, that's nice. I thought I was better looking than him, so that's a compliment.
We're gonna have to have a competition. All right.
One day, Amy.
Sexiest YouTubers.
Why can't you just do it, Ray? Just go to Genesis, go to the.
That's gonna prove to me,
because
you want me to become
this
like
is a really bad.
You have to go do the work to see the value. I'm not gonna just go do the work, Rage, for the first time in your life.
But what if it needed to be multiples of 4 or multiples of 3, like the Trinity?
Sorry, Rage. I'm just picking on you.
I mean, it's arbitrary to say it's a multiple of 7. That's arbitrary.
What?
I don't think you
Richard,
have any evidence for Moses writing the Torah.
I was saying I wasn't saying this was very good evidence. I emphasized that this was. I would say it's good evidence. I would say that it's evidence. It's evidence that Richard, shut up. So if you tie the 5 books together and you can integrate them and show that they pattern with the same message system using codes, and it's nothing like the Bible code. I have the same book. It's nothing like that. These are simple codes.
All right.
People do it all the time.
Let's let Matt Pig has got something he wants to say. I'm just noticing the private chat there. He's been waiting patiently. And yeah, I'd like to hear what everybody has to say on this crazy shit. But yeah, go ahead, Matt Pig. Are you there?
Oh, he's going to complain in the AFK? Come on.
I know, I'd like stop just for Matt.
I just have to say that drinking Trulies and having steak and asparagus and talking to you folk are like, I mean, this is pretty cool. I'm living the life.
I didn't realize I had my mic muted. I do apologize for that.
What's happening?
I was literally shouting, Richard, stop over talking me, because he wouldn't shut the fuck up. And I forgot I was muted. Sevens is very important. Sevens are important in my life, P-Town, purely from a numerology point of view. My house that I grew up in was 7. My best friend was 17. My last 2 houses are divisible by 7, and the one that I live in right now is 7. I have 14 steps on my floor to get to the second floor, and my daughter was born in 2017. I make a joke, I will live till I'm 117. 7 is a very predominant number in my life. I'm aware of all of that.
What's your life path number?
Pardon?
What's your life path number? You know?
What the fuck's a life path number?
What's your lottery number? I'm just teasing.
I mean, it's the most basic, like, it's your birthday. You just add up your birthday.
First day at 83.
Huh?
1st of August, 1983.
So, 8, 9, 1983, 19.
17, 320.
What is that? God damn it, Richard.
20.
I can't think. Okay, so that would reduce to 2. So he'd be a 2.
So I'm a 2.
Yeah, I mean, there's like insights and stuff into it. I don't know much about it. My ex-wife was real into it.
I had a person one time. I paid a person one time. I think it was $40 or $50, whatever it was, to do a full-blown, pagan type of moon thing. All of that on the day I was born. It was like 4 pages long and all that. It's interesting. Numerology is fun.
Well, and I tried to bring it up earlier, and I didn't mean to. I don't think I'm the one that actually sidetracked us. I just responded to like P-Town coming back to it. But like there's a number system to the ancient Hebrew Israelite alphabet system, and it's different than the way we think of our alphabet, because we don't do that. Like we don't attribute the number of the letter in the alphabet to the letter of the alphabet. It's just not something that we do, but it's something that the Jewish folk did. So
it's
there is
completely unrelated. It's completely unrelated, Ray. So you think you're sounding smart, but you're not.
No, there's numerology.
It's completely unrelated.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. There's numerology.
No, it's unrelated. You don't have a clue what I'm saying.
Finish what I'm fucking saying, and then you can tell me how I'm wrong. All right, so there's numerology within the Jewish text to that. Like I mentioned earlier, like it's how you can come to the conclusion that Nero was the Antichrist. When it speaks of 666, you can numerically put that to Nero. But what you're doing is that crazy Christian kooky thing of actually going through and trying to find like these Da Vinci codes in the fucking Bible, and it's just like it's hilarious that this is your evidence.
That's bullshit, Ray. That's bull.
How is it not
BS.
that? How is it not that?
This one is so simple, even you can do it. That's how. It's
Ray,
simple.
she just admitted
Ray.
it was bullshit.
No.
P-Town, can I ask you
Matt.
an opinion?
Yeah.
Whenever I was buying houses, whenever I was choosing a house to buy, I'd saved for 7-8 years. I'm looking around. I've spent maybe a year picking houses. The reason I picked the house that I live in now is, number one, it was number 7. Number 2, it had 14 steps going up the stairs. It had pigeon houses out the back, and I have a childhood memory and growing up. There was an awful lot of things that were personally to me.
That's a lot of steps to walk up every time you go in the house.
It's only 14 steps, man. They're not like fucking walking
You're
up.
carrying groceries. Are you a Christian or what? Like,
if I can just finish before I give you that answer.
Yeah.
There was an awful lot of things that personally influenced me.
Are you a Madsenist? Sorry to cut you off.
I am the Madsen whisperer, but I wouldn't say I'm a Madsen.
You're like the John of Madsenism.
He's the prophet, right?
He's the.
I've known Richard fucking nearly 5 years, coming up to the point where I've even created a religion inside his religion called Demolish Doc. Richard and me are great brothers. But the point is, I picked this house. The point is, I picked this house, which was arbitrary. It's a house. There's things that I am annoyed about with it and all. But the reason I picked this house was numerology and a memory from my grandfather. That doesn't make me religious. That doesn't make me...
No, I agree with you, but there's a difference between you being all woohoo with the number 7 and me just trying to get Rage to count. There's a big difference.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know Rage can count to 5. I've heard Rage count to 5. There's at least 6 people on the panel. There's him. That's 5. You know,
I feel like I'm Rage's math teacher.
I
like,
can count to 6 on a good day. Like, why don't you just tell me the fucking word and stop making me, like, do the...
I'm going to make you do the work. I'm going to make you do the work.
Let me guess. 5 books, 5 letters in the word Moses. Oh my gosh. Could it spell Moses?
How many letters are in Jesus, though?
Yeah, like, if...
Ooh, that's different.
You can send bash on me all you want if you don't want to do the work.
I was hoping. Like, I'm hoping he would just tell
There's
me...
There's nothing like that.
He found some way to get Moses out of these... I don't know. It's going to be fucking hilarious, man.
Earlier tonight, Richard said that
it will be
an hour
hilarious
and
when
a
you
day were
finally
the
do
same
it.
thing. We can pull things out of our arse all the time.
There's nothing. It's not even me who. It's not me doing this.
This is funnier, P-Town, than the whole, like, flickering lights and doorbells mean demons are real shit. You know, like, this is great.
Peter, you asked me not too long ago what was my belief system. I think you're gathering
A couple
what
of seconds
it is.
ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it Madsonism?
He is very specifically an anti-baconist.
I can see why.
Actually, he's very pro-bacon, which is weird.
I love how like, 4 people... I love how, like, Peter asked me what my belief was, and 3 other people told me what.
You gotta carpe the diem, man. You can't just dawdle around.
Hopefully I'm a bit loud for the audience.
Someone...
I guess I was low.
Oh, we couldn't hear you, Rage.
I would consider myself P-Town as the only true agnostic in this entire community. I am generally open. No, go fuck yourself, fucking float.
I really don't care because none of you know the truth, so you're all like,
I think I'm truly.
You're all missing the boat.
Pride comes before the fall.
I think I'm truly agnostic because I can't sit here and like tell you that a God doesn't exist. I don't fucking know, man. That's like ultimately my position. But
you also can't seem to count,
I
though,
think
Ray.
I also can tell you that I'm truly an atheist and I'm truly an anti-theist at the same time. I think agnosticism pretty much just goes hand in hand with atheism.
I'm an anti-theist when it comes to the typical description of the Christian God. I know that that's impossible.
I'm starting a religion.
You don't know that much, Richard.
I know classical logic, and I know that it's logically impossible to be both omniscient and omnipotent. It's absolutely
I can't wait
impossible.
for you to come to see the truth one day.
I hate that shit.
Hey,
I'm gonna put it out here.
McDonald, man. I feel like you got something to say with your...
No, I was watching my Ring cameras.
I'll ask Richard, I'll ask Marty, and I'll ask Rage to give 3 words that they would describe me, and rather than tell you my religion, Peter. Because I'm very interested to talk to you, because you've been on Richard's an awful lot.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you want to talk to me. I've
Why
been
not?
pretty rough tonight with people because I'm drinking.
Good. I started a bottle of wine about halfway through me and Richard's show. Can you not hear the slurring in my words? Come on.
No, you normally sound that way, Matt Pig.
Irish people always sound drunk.
You said... You're Scottish, right, Matt Pig?
That's fucking bigoted, Flow State.
No.
What did he say?
I'm a Protestant in Northern Ireland, and with the whole thing over here, my technical term is Ulster Scot. I'm an Ulster Scot that grew up on the border, hanging around with Catholics. I've got scars, at least a few tops and bottoms, from glass bottles to the face and shit like that for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But my mother always promoted cross community. She always promoted getting to see the other person's side. And one of my best friends even grew up and got the same tattoo as me on the opposite shoulder and on the other side of the community before we even met each other. Like, I don't.
Amy, you and I have to dish it out sometime. Like we've talked privately. Like, we're friends. We just have to like just drop it and just dish it out sometime on stream.
As I explained to Richard earlier, usually what I do for a Saturday night hangout is shit myself on a Thursday and think of a topic and then reach out to people. So I reach out to you now, P-Town. Are you willing to come on and be my co-host on a Saturday? This Saturday coming, you will get the same respect as me. You will get,
I can't. I can only. I'm working until 7
Eastern.
7 o'clock. No, sorry, Western. I live in Seattle. I work. Yeah.
Like he'd even make me be nice to you, and that's hard to do. I break his rules.
You are nice to me, Rage. I'm just mean to you.
I break his rules every once in a while. I'm not nice to you. I think you're ridiculous.
You're nice to me when you're not drinking.
I'm not drinking now. I've been a dick.
No, you've been sweet. I've been picking on you.
Why must everybody be nice to everybody?
I think you're all.
You know, love is expressed in multiple ways. I want you guys to see the truth.
If it wasn't for Rage making a joke about how he wouldn't like my stream because I'm the competition, I think I'd have gone on a flight and flown over and stabbed Richard. Like it was going that way. I was fucking livid at his opinion.
Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. He always threatens to stab me, but he never actually does it.
No, because you were afraid. You didn't come over and meet me. But if it wasn't for Rage making a joke and changing the topic,
there's layers
you're allowed to get pissed off at people. You're allowed to disagree with people. You're allowed to tell people you're a fucking wanker.
I gotta say, I'm getting better at it, Math Pig. Tonight, you actually went silent. You got so pissed. Now, if I could just accomplish that every show.
I don't think P-Town's ever gotten my drinking treatment because I don't think I've ever been drinking when I talk to you, P-Town.
No, I wanted to come in to save you the other night. Like you went a little over the top. I wanted to be there as your friend.
On Gur Stream?
But yeah, you were drunk. But
how did I
I wanted to be in there. No, listen there. You already know what you do.
Well, I already, I got drunk on Friday, and I already said that. But what about, what was over the top about what I said?
I can't remember, man. I wasn't listening to your jargon. Out of respect to you, I wasn't.
The conversation about Jesus being a myth?
You were offending everybody, not just Christians. Just let me pee for a second, okay, Rage? You talk about your... Go ahead and talk about your...
I don't have to be drunk to offend atheists when I say that Jesus never existed.
Who pees for 1 second?
Someone who doesn't wash their hands.
Or close
it just all comes out at the exact same time. Just goes...
It's like a big waterfall or something. I don't know. I have like this.
He's drinking.
It's like being in jail again.
I wish P-Town would
someone mute him though, because I really don't want to hear it. If you don't mind muting him.
Well, the rest of us want to hear it, Richard.
Maybe P-Town can
can
enlighten me on why I should think Jesus isn't a myth.
Would you? You're a mythicist now, Rich?
I've been a mythicist since I started doing YouTube.
It's very confusing sometimes because you flip and flop and flip and flop and
you can't maintain. Sorry,
I don't think I flip flop on.
No, go on, Richard. Save me from being an ignorant fuck. Go on, jump in.
I've been even when I was going Buddhist agnostic, I was still like, yeah, Jesus never existed.
Rage, you can't maintain that Jesus is a myth, considering the Bible talking about him showing up for end times, that he ain't been here yet. He's not yet even a myth.
Well, yeah, your version of Jesus wouldn't be a myth.
Right, well, if I can ask you then, Rage, from a Christian point of view, on just yes or no questions, yeah? Would you be open to that?
Sure.
Right. The possibility of an apocalyptic preacher that had a cult following.
Possible.
Do you think that this happened back in the day of Jesus' time?
Sure, I think it's definitely possible.
Okay. Do you think that Jesus and Mary and all of these people who play the names in the Gospels are popular names given the context of the time?
Probably not, and it probably weren't their names.
Jay, there was no Jay.
No. I didn't say that they were their names. I said, do you think that Jesus and Mary are popular names?
No. I don't know about Jesus. Like some people say Jay didn't exist, so but like there was like a Jesus during when Jerusalem fell like 60 years later. There was a Jesus that stood against the Romans, like right in the middle of all of that. Jesus,
from my understanding,
or something like that.
From my understanding, very popular names back in the day of what we would know as Jesus would be Jesus, James, Joshua, and Mary.
Well, I think that those would have been probably Roman names, not Hebrew names.
I'm English conversion. I really don't speak Arabic.
Maybe Greek. I don't know. I don't think that those were popular names in the Mideast back then. No.
Well, would you be open to the idea that these names are popular?
Now, yeah. Then, no.
Okay. Well, let's assume that these names are popular then. Can you give me that?
Why would we?
Actually, Miriam.
They were popular.
Miriam was a popular name. It was.
Yeah,
Miriam probably was. I don't know.
I don't want to go into the fighting and just debate, and it is and it isn't. Can you grant me that Mary, James, Joshua, and Jesus?
Well, I mean,
popular
historical Jesus wouldn't have been named Jesus. I'm pretty certain of that.
That's such.
Can you repeat that statement, please?
A historical Jesus would not have been named Jesus. Like I think most people consider historical Jesus to be named Yeshua.
Yeah, Yeshua was a popular name.
Probably, yeah.
I'm using the English translations because I don't speak Arabic, Coptic, or any of these things. But what I'm saying, would you agree that our English versions of these words, Mary, Joshua, James, and Jesus, are popular?
I think that they're popular they're now definitely, probably for a long time in Western civilization, sure. Then at the time,
not Western civilization. I'm directly asking you a question, Rachel.
Like, were they popular in Jerusalem at the time? I don't think they were. No.
Okay,
they might have been popular in Rome at the time, maybe. I'm not positive about that, but I don't think they were popular in Jerusalem at the time.
Okay, for the sake of the conversation, would you grant me that they were?
Sure.
Fine. Let's
possible,
assume. Right. Let's assume that they're popular, and Mary's very popular. Joshua's very popular. James. All of these.
Marty, are you still a witch?
Yeah.
I love the top. Right. Okay. So let's go forward and say that there is, considering that Joshua, Jeshua, and Jesus, and all these are very popular names. So that there's a father-son relation. So either the father or the son is going to be Jesus or Joshua. You have all these people that are doing these things, promoting these things, apocalyptic. It's very popular at the time. Would you be open?
It would have been part of his name. It would like Jesus ben Joseph. It would have been like how he introduced himself, right?
Yeah. So would you be open to the idea of 5 or 6 actual real-life people that pretended, faked, did magic, whatever way you want to interpret it, as miracles, and over the period of time, they all got melded together into that?
Is it possible? Sure. I would find it more probable that if there is a historical Jesus, that it would probably be one rabbi at the time who inspired this sect to write what they wrote. Sure. It's possible.
So if I can ask a question. If I can ask a question just for clarification. You have agreed that it's very probable that there's lots of Jesus.
No, I never agreed that it's probable. I said possible.
Possible. Okay. Very possible that there's lots of Jesus.
I think it's more probable they made it all up.
I know. That's why I'm asking you on your mysticism and trying to get clarity.
Do you disagree that it's more probable that they would have just made it up?
I'm trying to ask you a question to get that clarification.
All right.
So you've agreed with me that Jesus, Joshua, Jeshua, and all these names, or whatever I mentioned before, are popular. So you've agreed also that there's a possibility
I've
that
granted,
there's...
yeah. Agreed, granted, tomato, but,
Agreed. Can I climb over the internet and stab Rage? The point I'm getting to is you think that it is more probable that nobody existed to start all of this than it is probable, then there's 5 or 6 or 10 guys that all did a little bit that became one.
The way you worded that is wrong, because I think that there were definitely people.
No, the way I worded that is a direct question. Well, no, you can tell me. I'm asking you. No, you can't tell me the way I worded it is wrong. I'm asking you a fucking question. If you disagree with the way I worded it, you're allowed to say that, and you can clarify your answer. But I'm not wrong in the way I asked.
There were several people that were definitely there that invented the idea. Sure.
See, that's just as solid.
Why does it have to be one person that was like the actual guy? Why couldn't it be several people?
No. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, are you open to the idea?
Are you open to the idea that
going to lose it?
It doesn't have to be that it could have just been like several people just made some shit up.
100% definitely. And as I said more.
All right. So now the question is, what does history say? Because history doesn't say either one of us is correct in our assumptions here.
I'll tell you what history says. History says we got this story a long time ago.
That's why I keep saying more probable.
Math Pig's walking you into a corner, so will you just cooperate?
But I'm not in a corner because
I don't say no. I'm not asking him to walk.
My position is that it's not more probable.
All of them not allowed to talk.
I was just saying my position is that it's not more probable that there was a person at the source of this myth. I mean, I don't think that I think we want to attribute a person there, but there's no reason or a reason to attribute a person there.
Okay.
You know, like
Can I rephrase my question in a possible way?
I grant that it's a possibility there was a historical Jesus. Sure, we just don't know that for. I mean, there's no way to ever really know that for a fact.
I don't think there was a historical Jesus. I agree with you, Matt Rage. I don't think you're getting what I'm saying.
All right, this is just getting out of hand, okay? I mean, if you guys want to do this on your own time, then go ahead. But I mean, I have to put my foot down, okay? Like, well, seriously though, I mean, if you guys want to talk about space Jesus or imaginary multi-physical, I used to be a Catholic / Protestant baloney, or I can go, because I'm going to be hungover tomorrow either way, and I'd rather use this time productively.
Okay, let's all talk about what P-Time wants to. P-Time,
please just zip it, Math Pig. Richard, Amy's here. Let's show some respect to her.
Peace and respect, Marty.
Hi.
Yeah, fucking.
Yeah, send it love, Marty.
Hi.
You don't like talking about how there's no historical evidence that your Jesus existed?
I love talking about that.
Yeah, you guys love patting each other on the butt about nonsense. Are we over it yet? Can we move on to reality, or are we gonna stay here for a while?
Don't you believe in Jesus, P-Town? They're talking about Jesus, so shouldn't that be part of your reality?
I do appreciate that. Matt Pig actually engaged me on it instead of just like, I don't know, calling me stupid like some atheist friends.
Marty, I think you're on a mic that's on your laptop instead of a mic that's on your headset. It sounds real quiet and distant.
Yeah, I turned down my mic, because I thought I had a.
Yeah, you're like at half everyone else's volume, Marty.
Can you hear me now?
The funny thing is, the P-Town's
just crank it up
and all the rest.
Yeah, it is. Can you hear me now? Am I good? Is it hot?
It's okay.
There you go.
All right.
It's a little quiet still, but it's okay.
Yeah, I'm not on my headset. I'm on my what do you call it thing? Camera. Let me see if I can get my headset.
You do realize you keep talking over P-Town, Marty. P-Town's trying to,
Oh, my bad. Can you hear me now?
No, I wanted you to. Your sound's so much better.
Okay.
And to warn everybody, I told myself I won't do this all night when I open this up, and here I am. I gotta end it in like an hour. 12 o'clock's gotta be my limit.
All night knock. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. What are you talking about?
It's fucking 4 a.m. 4 a.m.
Oh my God, that's right, Matt Peg. You don't sleep.
It's Tipsy Tuesday.
Tipsy Tuesday.
Today's
Tuesday. No, it's Wednesday.
Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. That's right.
It broke out a little bit. P-Town brought some fire.
Yeah, P-Town. I don't know if you saw the side chat or not. But when you were saying the last time we spoke during the stream that Knock and I were doing that, your God was going to lower my meds, not raise them, and pretty
Never
much
said that.
You did actually. You literally did. You said he was going to lower.
Not.
Yes, you did. You said your God was going to heal me, and my meds were going to be lowered because I had an appointment.
Never
the next
said
day.
that.
You literally did.
I forgot about
I
that.
never did.
I forgot about that whole crazy
never
part.
said
of
anything
Yeah.
like
Lower
that.
your med.
Huh?
Wait, did
God lower
you
your
claim a
meds?
healing? Sorry.
No, my nurse practitioner raised them. They didn't lower them.
Are they
I
good?
never said that. See, this is just the normal ploy that you guys always do.
That's what
You literally said that.
I never did. Go look it up and play it.
Depending on
Bring
what
receipts.
meds,
Knox
it might
about
be
to
a
find it
blessing.
right now. Oh no, he's not.
That's what everyone probably said about me, but
No,
it's not
Pete,
what I
Tony,
Maybe you prayed for it. Yeah.
Dude, oh my god.
You were saying what you saying. You're like you seem like a great person. You seem like you have a great personality, and I'm worried about you. And you're gonna be your meds are gonna be lowered. And because we were talking about anxiety and depression and suicide, and somebody said something that kind of ticked me
No,
off.
I've never been I've never been anti-medication.
I didn't say you were anti-medication. I said you.
But the
said,
chat did. The chat took it off to another level. I watched when you came back on the next stream, and I remember thinking I never said any of this.
No, it was like
so it's all rumors. I
No,
never
it's
did.
not. We had this
It
conversation, P-Town.
It was
No,
all.
we
it
didn't.
Was,
Receipts.
it was literally like wasn't it like literally like God is gonna slowly like heal you and you won't need
Yes.
meds no more or some
Yes,
shit like
I never
that.
said you were anti-meds. But you said that the
Yeah,
meds
you're
I'm
not-
on are going to be reduced, which
I
it's
think
not.
God's calling
You
on
don't
us to
go
exercise
completely
the demon.
crazy with it. In fact, now that Mark Reed's here, I think I even invoked
No.
like what Mark Reed had brought up about what happened in Australia in that conversation because like you were getting borderline like fucking crazy like God will heal all things
Yeah.
and shit, and then we
And I'm like,
really started
nah.
calling you on it, so you started backing away, and you're like, well, no, like I'm still for meds.
No.
Go to the doctor, of course. You know.
As
No,
that was
you
the
guys
discussion we were
take
having
things I
about-
say to a whole nother different level.
No, that's literally what you
Space-time
said.
and
We're not
reality.
making that up.
Like I'm just telling you out of my heart right now. I never said anything like that.
Oh, for love
It's
of God.
okay
You
to
wanna
say that we
believe it
changed
because-
your mind. I mean, that's okay to say that somebody changed your mind.
I'm an honest.
If that's
I'm
the
an
case.
honest person. If someone changed my mind, I would let them know.
My mind
P-Town.
hasn't been changed. Is what I was trying to get.
P-Town, had you been drinking
No,
at all?
I was addressing P-Town. Yeah.
So, P-Town, I got a question. So, I mean, a lot of implication can come with the sort of healing of faith, right? So, do you think a faith has any physical effect on the recovery or the systems that heal somebody's body or mind physically?
No.
I do.
It
No.
definitely does.
Definitely.
I do.
does.
I believe in the placebo effect
Yeah, I
because
mean,
there
it
is
definitely
one.
does. There's tons of evidence.
Well, the placebo effect, yeah, that's true. That's true. So is it just the placebo effect, or do you think it has more of an effect than that? Do you think there's something spiritually working to heal?
P-Town is directly
P-Town.
asking you.
Well,
P-Town.
either of you, the people that said yes, I guess Richard as well, if you think,
Oh, I'd love to answer that.
I can't disagree with the placebo effect. I really can't. I mean, that's.
Do I think there's more going on than the placebo effect? I think there's more going on that's not assigned to placebo effect, but it could still be a placebo effect. Like there's people who eat the right thing, even if it's bad for them. If they think that it's the right thing, it's kind of good for them. Or they exercise whether they need to or not, and that's kind of good for you because you think it is. Now, that's not assigning, the strict definition of placebo effect, but I still think it can be a placebo effect.
Yeah, but I mean, I would attribute that, exercise, even if you don't specifically need it, to it being healthy for you in a more physical way than the placebo effect, right? Where you
Fair
believe
enough.
something is working and therefore you experience, the sort of systems working. I'm just wondering, I guess I'll get to the meat of this. How do we check that God is actually doing anything in this healing kind of thing would be my question.
Mm-hmm.
How do we find that out?
I don't know that we can.
I'd like to see medical documentation for the existent condition. Then I'd like to see medical documentation for the new condition. I'd like for it to not be treatable as a condition, if that makes any sense to you, and verifiable that there was this change.
Stop.
So, even if something isn't treatable, sometimes there can be remission or natural healing that just occurs. Or do you think that that has to be the work of some other power?
It gets touchy right here, doesn't it? Let me see. How about this? I'd like there to be no known treatment and no understood therapy for the condition. No surgery for that. No precedent that sort of thing has happened before. If that's ridiculous.
Mark, I'm sorry that your mom went to voodoo stuff instead of going to the doctors.
Sounds like
I know that you have. Okay. I know that you have a soft. I know that that's a big deal to you. This conversation, and I'm sorry that happened.
It's an interesting conversation.
Yeah. Well, I'll explain the background if you want. So my mother was tired all the time, just no energy kind of thing. Had very little energy. She sort of did things like, went to Chinese healing and got bark and scorpions and stuff to eat and did all of this crystal stuff and, gone to real, what I would describe as woo. And then sort of after seeing a friend, the friend said, hey, you've got to go to a specialist. You've got to actually find out what is wrong. She had celiac disease, which if you're unfamiliar with that, it's an allergy to gluten. So when you eat gluten, the cilia in your intestine, the thing that absorbs nutrients, basically knocked out. So you can't absorb nutrients, and that's why she was tired. So P-Town brings this up because I use it as an example of sort of going to things where they're unknown and assuming, hey, this is going to solve this problem versus actual medical science, which has been proven to be effective.
Well, you're assuming that that our explanation is accurate, right? There's still always the possibility that, like, I believe, and I can't at all argue this or prove it to anyone, but I believe that we collectively manifest our reality. So what you believe is more important than what the actual treatment is. So if she believed in the treatment, then that's it. But regardless, like that perspective does still have flaw.
You're talking about a compounding of issues, though, because you have the physical thing and then you have the mental state brought about. So, like, with the reference to exercise, like, okay, you could have, there are real, measurable, physical, things that occur with exercise. We can say, okay, this improves your overall health, and it's quantifiable. And then there are aspects of that which improve one's mental health, which are subjective to the individual, right? So those are two layers of the experience.
Right, and I mean, there's always sort of a mental layer. The mental and the physical sort of always coincide, but sort of the problem is that what sort of medical progression has told us is that there are some physical things, like, for instance, if you have cancer, it doesn't matter what your mindset is about. Well, it doesn't matter what your mindset is about it, but, sort of just believing that you can conquer it probably won't be effective. It isn't something that is a reliable way to treat that physical symptom.
If it did treat it, it would not be recorded as such. It'd be given a different physical explanation.
Like remission or something.
Right. I mean, yeah, who knows why? Who knows how they would explain it, but for sure we know they would not explain it as your belief healed you.
So do you think that other physical ailments, like if you have a broken leg, for instance, that will just be sort of a mind over matter thing?
No, because I think that's like trauma, right? Like, you were actually impacted by something as opposed to disease. I think that stress and negative emotion is foundational to most illnesses.
Really?
Yeah.
Stress. If you're too stressed out, I think it's cortisol. I think that's the stress kind of thing. You can get sick by stressing yourself out. I mean, you can, I'm had a stressful day. You go to bed, you wake up the next day still feeling crappy because you had a stressed out day. So you just makes you run down and tired. But I don't think that would lead to disease or open you up to disease.
I think
no, seriously.
I think it could exacerbate some pre-existing like condition you might have or some pre-existing predisposition you might have to that.
Your body's not made to be in the fight or flight state for extended periods of time. So if you're living in that state, you definitely weaken your immune system and your resilience.
Sure, but there's still a physical component. Like if you may lower your immune system, but the actual disease has got to be there to be causing it. We're not talking about
but there's diseases all the time.
Well, sure, yeah, but not. If somebody contracts like a serious disease, it doesn't matter if you feel great or stressed about it or what your mindset is. You're still going to have that disease.
Yes.
Why did they contract it though? What brought it into their life?
Well, it depends what it is. Let's look at HIV, for instance.
Right.
It's a retrovirus, right? So retrovirus basically enters your cells, copies itself into your DNA, and then that replicates throughout your body, first attacking the immunoresponse system so you cannot fight against it. It doesn't matter how you
But that has a
about
clear
it.
entry point, right? You either shot up or you had sex or you did something to introduce it into your body, right? Just like you did something to introduce the broken leg.
Or you're a healthcare worker that somehow got blood in their bloodstream. This isn't something that's sort of like, well,
But it doesn't
your
occur
life-
without a specific catalyst, right?
Right.
But not
Well,
all diseases
disease
are like
doesn't.
that. Most diseases aren't like that.
Well, no, not all diseases are retroviruses, sure, but they've got to have a vector which they enter your body.
I mean, cancer comes from your body.
Well, yeah, but that's not. I mean,
so why does your body stop working correctly when you get cancer?
why does your body stop working correctly? Well, I mean, you've got mutagens, mutagenic sources of cancer. You have errors in the replication process. You've got errors in the communication between cells and they propagate uncontrollably. There's a lot of different reasons. There's skin cancers which are caused by ultraviolet light hitting your skin and causing mutations, which then...
Those are all good examples of cancers, that's true, but the question is, why is it your body became not good at fighting the cancer when we fight cancer all the time?
Well, I mean, there can be a number of reasons for that. I mean, sometimes...
I think a question would be why would the body allow cancer to strike in the first place rather than fighting it when it's already there?
It would probably require
that's a good way to say
I don't
it.
know, like a cancer specialist to answer.
Yeah, I don't think we have any oncologists in the house.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that we can't
Speak for
understand
yourself.
the situation. We can.
Well, I'm
we
just
don't need to.
I'm just saying that there probably is
Maybe,
a cause. Why?
I know.
We're I don't know. We've been trying to figure out cancer.
We can smoke. We can smoke the same amount of cigarettes, and one of us could get cancer, and one of us could not get cancer. So what would be the difference? And I think that one good logical explanation would be that if you're living your life in a stressed, scared, tense way, that takes a lot of energy. It throws you into weird hormonal chemical states that you're not meant to live in consistently.
But Flow State, you're kind of you're conflating that issue.
Yeah, there's someone to be in the best place imaginable and still, like, who got cancer? Hugh Jackman got cancer. He got skin cancer, had it on his nose. He had to get it removed. So what you're postulating is that he was in a scared, stressed state.
No, I'm saying that's one variable. There's lots of variables for cancer.
I think it's reductionist and kind of dangerous to suggest that because it doesn't.
Why is it dangerous?
Well, because disease doesn't care what mental state you're in, and being
yes, it does. That's why placebo effect works. Or sometimes your mental state impact. There's tons of studies on this about recovery, right? Specifically with cancer.
Do you know why they don't allow placebos in medicine?
In actually practicing medicine,
they don't allow placebos in medicine at all. Unless you're
different. Well, in a clinical trial, they do, right?
Yeah,
and only in a clinical trial.
Unless you've agreed to do a double-blind study, yes.
You should. I'm not going to get to the end of my antidepressant bottle and then take my actual meds and then take a placebo. I'm not going to. That's not how they don't. There's no placebos in my pill bottles.
The reason why they don't use them in medicine is because they don't actually work. They may make you feel better, but it doesn't actually have a significant impact on the physical things going on in your body.
Statistically, studies have shown that it does. That people who have positive beliefs and positive support networks do far better in recovery than people who don't.
I mean, I'm sure the mind has a part to play in recovery, but it's not like it's not to the point where, you know, hey, if you break your leg, you could just kind of
No, I'm not suggesting that either.
Or if you've got a positive state, you're not going to get cancer, which is what you're suggesting.
And I'm not suggesting that. I mean, I'm just saying it's another variable. I think that the mind does have a big role to play in these sort of things. I can't prove it. I think it's you shouldn't dismiss it.
I think this is just outside of my. I think this is just outside of what I care about right now.
Oh, okay.
I think I might go.
What did you guys. Bore you, P-Town? Sorry.
What did you want to talk about, P-Town?
You know,
P-Town.
yeah.
What did you want to talk about then? Apparently, this is just your show.
I'm affluent in placebo effects and medicine, but I don't.
Are you sure you've got the right?
Affluent? I don't think affluent's
is affluent okay?
No, that's not the right word.
What's wrong with it?
Because
affluent means to be rich, wealthy.
Yeah, you're well off.
Or
well, you know, we can all be rich in different ways. You know,
No, that's not grammatically the correct word.
Well, I mean,
I'm not. I'm sitting on
what you're saying. That's all.
Sorry, I'm fluent. Is fluent okay? Or
fluent. Well,
no,
yeah.
Is it still wrong?
No,
it's a little awkward.
Yeah,
he's
speaks a lot of placebo. How about I keep bringing up? I'll just keep mentioning words here.
Well, what did you?
Knowledgeable.
Yeah, but you have a working knowledge.
Maybe you're encapsulated in them.
Are you just now making fun of my
encapsulated?
Not just you, Mark.
Hey, that wasn't bad, actually, Peter.
That wasn't bad, yeah. Silly. Hey, Leo.
I was gonna shave my head once I launched my channel one day and just do a little Mark Reed parody.
Oh, I'm
Instead
sorry.
of, I just need you to sign
kinda
this
look like
form.
Mark? That's the bottom of the barrel.
I do actually.
All right, Peter, we can definitely go back to you. You clearly want the attention again. I mean, this all did kind of start. You can maybe clarify for us.
Ouch! What a kick in the nuts. I'm gonna
It's
go.
only
I love
true.
you guys.
Well, I was gonna say you could clarify for us, like how this all kind of started. Like why, how. What do you believe? To what extent can God heal you? Like, what did you mean that everybody wasn't getting when we were talking about this with Marty?
I completely forgot this was about me somehow. I had no idea. I was just saying.
I was just saying to you that my meds were not decreased; they were increased because you said they were going to be decreased. Now, if you were praying,
I didn't say they were going to be decreased. I mean, I didn't say this. This is what the chat was saying during the time and all this.
No, that's not. If you were praying for me at that moment. Fine, but you still said those words still came out of your mouth. You still said them. You just might have said them in a different context than what we might be remembering. But you still said those words. It might have been what you
perceived, but
it's not about perception. It's about reality in the words that actually came out of your mouth.
I'm asking you, like, clarify for all of us. And
we're asking for clarification.
Amy's been quiet for a while. You know, Leo's here now. We got Trusty Ape. We've got Mark Reed. Flow State. Actually, I'm going to agree with Flow State with the whole like. Thing he was just talking about because if we make people just absolute socialism will make everybody's lives comfortable and stress free and fucking cure cancer, but you know, so tell
it always
us,
has in the past.
Clarify, P-Town.
I'm sure Russia got there with that.
What? How does God and healing? How are they intertwined? What did you mean when we were talking about it? And then we can go from there, and everybody can get involved.
Yeah, the freak. I was talking to you in side chat during that whole time. Yeah. See, even he remembers.
What?
The freak in the side chat.
The freak. You guys were talking together in the side chat?
That night that Knock and I had that one stream when we were talking.
Okay. But
I was talking to you.
Right?
I was talking to you like this, and I was typing the freak in the side chat. I was talking to both of you.
You're a witch, right? Yes. My view on the whole situation is fringe. I have a mom.
That has nothing. Thank you. It has nothing to do with the witchcraft thing. This is about you.
It has a lot to do with it, though. I believe in some pretty crazy things as a Christian who has played a role in casting out demons. I love you. I care about you.
The demons thing. That's what you're
Right?
saying.
Yeah, but you guys took it to a whole nother level about how I say you don't get medicated. Like I never
No,
said
I didn't say you
stuff.
said that, P-Town. You're not.
Other people have. Other people
But
have.
I didn't
Apparently,
say
according
you
to
said
this.
that. I'm not other people.
Well, then stand up for me right here in front of everyone
I'm
who's
talking
accusing
to
me
you
of
right
this.
now. I'm not talking about them.
I didn't. Well, then we're done.
Now.
I didn't say those things. Thank
You
you.
said those things.
Thank you. I didn't
And
say
I already
those things.
gave you the context. I said if you said it in a different context.
I never said anything like you're gonna get less medication. Anything about medication.
I opened it up like you really like dumpster fires. So I opened it up for you to tell us what you said and what you meant, and all you did was like everybody said this and that.
I'm medicating my lips with Burt's Beeswax lip balm.
Yay! That's
Don't get addicted, Leo.
That's the rule.
Believe it'll work. Did you just mention casting out demons? Can I hear more about that?
I bet you would love. We've already talked about this, Mark.
I haven't heard about it.
Demons are
By
boring.
the time it goes around a few atheists, I'll be on the balcony of a
This
chapel
God,
somewhere,
Christ
just like
compels you.
just
Okay,
like
okay.
Christ compels you, or I'm gonna drop you, or you're
the young priest. Okay, yeah.
By the time it goes through a few people, who knows what's gonna happen?
Well, as long as you're not projectile vomiting, I mean, cool.
Or turning your head like 360 back and forth.
It wouldn't trust me. It wouldn't be me doing those things.
And it's not going to be me either.
And
I mean,
I've debated people that
it'll
honestly
probably be one of the drunk people.
like do exorcisms kind of thing. I debated this guy who said he did exorcisms, and it was just wild. It was fascinating.
Oh, I remember seeing that. Yeah.
Yeah, I love all
no,
that stuff.
he
I
got
don't know why, it's
he did exorcisms on like physical things.
Yeah, so it's
like
it's coming back to me
Yeah.
now. So you
I
pretty
remember
much,
seeing that, Mark.
didn't you pretty much make the claim that Jesus healed your mom? Didn't you make that claim?
No.
Okay, that sounds like an opening to a joke. I just have to put that out there.
You committed an exorcism on her, right?
Committed?
I don't know.
You exorcised a
I
demon
communicated and I got some demons out.
Yes. And this
Yeah.
is and I
It wasn't
referred
me
to this
doing it,
several
though. It's not
times,
my
right?
power.
This is the flickering light
Right.
and the doorbell ringing, and demons trying to stop you from saving.
You asked me for the evidence behind it and why I actually believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
You
the
have
first sign.
objective
Demons out
evidence.
so she can reduce her meds.
I
finally.
do. Look,
That's the
I'm
first sign, Chad.
I'm a skeptical person. I'm not
now-
insane, okay? I have evidence
I totally
for
just
it.
want to bring the conversation up now and listen to the conversation.
I don't.
Set
It
the light-
always
set the
comes
lights
up,
for
Mark.
flickering?
It always comes up, and I don't like talking about it because it's weird. I get it. It's cringe, but it's the truth. I try to be honest with people. If they ask me about it, it's true.
How many demons have you cast out of people?
I don't know. It's hard to count.
Oh,
Mostly
Legion,
it's just my mom. Yeah.
It's hard to.
Is it at all possible, P-Town, that maybe your mom had some mental illness?
Oh, she's had mental illness her entire life. Yeah.
Right. So mental illness isn't caused by demons.
Well, and there's been
Coming from a witch, I'm not going to take that seriously, Marty.
Because my dad
Sorry.
there's mental illness on my dad's side of the family, my biological mother's side of the family, and none of them practice or study witchcraft or a pagan. Matter of fact, my dad went to Catholic school, and in South America he went to Catholic school, so that was when the nuns can whack the shit out of you. And my abuela killed herself when my dad was 12.
Yeah,
so
and we could definitely.
Well, I wish I could have been there.
Everybody will have mental illness.
everybody has. I mean, there's some people have some screwy stuff to some degree. I'm sorry, Knock, I'm cutting you off. My bad.
I just real quick, and we can keep it to a more general. I mean, you've cast out too many to count now, so it doesn't have to be the weird, creepy conversation about your mom and shit. It can just be like a conversation about demons and how you cast them out, and this verification. I guess that you have that demons are real, that they exist, and that there is some healing element. I do implicitly remember within that conversation of God is able to heal people. Because you knew that for a fact because you participated in it.
I don't know. I'm still resentful a little bit because she's not healed, and
who, me or your mom?
Mom, Marty.
I'm sorry. Again,
we could talk about you another time. I don't know how you stay so young looking.
I drink water. I drink water and take naps.
I know.
It's all the witchy stuff.
It's the
and
demons.
I've actually listened to your advice.
Drinking
I have listened to your advice, and
Don't you know if she tells you that part? Don't you know if she tells you it breaks the spell? I mean, why are you asking?
I'm not stress free. I take
this isn't the
medication. without being
stage to have
stress-free.
this. I can't even have the conversation that I experience with when it comes to, with Christians. So something
Well,
I
go ahead and
experienced, I
tell
think,
me.
is very few, and I'm not trained to deal with it. So it's something I did because the medical community was failing my mom and still is, and it's only the most extreme phase where you got nothing to lose anyway, and it has worked, but minimally.
Why is the medical field failing your mom?
Healthcare in this country sucks.
Oh, hold on,
Yeah. So my mom has well, it depends. Well, anytime you're dealing with any illness, Leo, it's not so much like just getting cured. It's about weighing the cost benefits, right? Like it's cost benefit analysis. You're gambling. You're trying to say what's more riskier than the other thing. My family. I grew up in a family where we're all medical, 100%. We trust the doctors. It's always been that way.
What does it mean you're all medical? I don't.
So
field?
There's Christian families where I live, like on my wife's side now, where they'll favor maybe a naturopath instead of a doctor.
This isn't really answering my question, though. I just want to know why you're saying that the doctors in the medical field has failed your mom.
So my mom has she's severely bipolar. She'll go on manic episodes, but she's also got schizophrenia. Right now, at her best, which is right now, she's talking to other people in another realm. Maybe in the same way Marty does sometimes.
No, don't tell me what I'm talking to or I'm not talking to.
I don't know. Maybe I'm on fringe here, but yeah.
I know Rage didn't want to talk about your story too specifically, but I was going to ask earlier how you would differentiate between a mental health disorder.
I don't like talking
we'll go back to it, but how are you going to differentiate between a mental health disorder and demonic possession?
Can I get an answer to my question before we move on to another one?
I don't think
I've already
pressure P-Town into talking about personal stuff. I think.
I don't mind talking about it, but I just want some respect when I talk about it. It's my mom. Like I love my mom.
I'm not hating on you. We're not hating
I
on
know
you.
you don't, because you talk to everyone too with my mom. Just joking, Marty.
No, I don't have schizophrenia.
Marty knows what I'm talking about.
I have mental illness issues, so I know what you're talking about, but I don't have those kind of issues. And my heart breaks for your mom.
So,
go ahead.
So where I got real evidence for it was when my mom, her physical abilities changed, her linguistics changed, her knowledge changed. So there was things that she couldn't physically do before, couldn't stay before in a certain way, and her knowledge changed that she didn't know before. Things that only I could personally know and can't prove to you. And in this way, I know that happened. And even to this day, even after it happened, I still challenge myself. And it's hard for me to believe. What Rage likes to continually refer to is after all these things happened, with the exorcism or whatever you want to call it that I performed in the name of Jesus, his power, not mine, you have things distracting from it when it comes to flickering lights, doorbells ringing. The point is the objective person that I am, I can't, I want to say it wasn't real, but the evidence says otherwise. It happened, and that's the honest truth.
That's all great, but that doesn't tell me why you're saying that the medical field failed your mom.
Well, she's still schizophrenic.
So P-Town, I want to.
So my mom in England, she was shocked with shocked with electricity. So that's what happens when you have if you become bipolar, she'll go on little rampages, and then when they finally find her, they'll shock. It's electric shock therapy. That's something that has quote unquote worked for her a few times, but that's only extreme cases. So my mom's among one of the most extreme cases. You have 30 some odd years of lithium, paroxetine, the whole entire cocktail of drugs, and trying to figure out the right stuff. We found the right stuff for many years. There was other good things going for her. About 2 years ago, well, I guess 6 years ago, she had another episode. Drugs weren't working, changed her drugs. There's other consequences. You have a different Medicare system. Like, it gets complicated, Leo. You have, a couple years ago, she had lithium poisoning finally, so she can't take that anymore, but she's on another drug that's doing okay, but she's talking to people all the time. And when I convince her, like, it's still consistent with what the Bible, like how the Bible describes other demons, other dimensions, and she willfully wants to talk to them. If you have Christ, if you don't want to, and you have Christ, they won't bother you, but you have to willfully ask them in.
I mean, why are they bad necessarily?
Just from my experience, it depends on how you define bad. From the ones that I've talked to personally, when I was getting them out, some of them seem to be really evil. Some of them seem to be really nice, but they all share something in common. They don't want to be disembodied, so they seek people with characteristics like my mom because it's easy to deceive them and get in them. I know how crazy I sound, people, but I'm just trying to be honest with you. This is the truth.
That sounds like the guy who's at the bar every Saturday night.
Is your mother religious at all?
My mom is not. No.
No. Okay. So what does she say it is then? What does she claim that it is?
Actual people talking to her.
Actual people. So she thinks she's talking to real people, but those people aren't there, kind of thing. You know,
yeah, like, and when she is talking to someone who's alive, actually, like, she'll say that she's talking to someone who's actually still alive. Sometimes it could be Leonardo da Vinci, you know?
Nice.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Peter. And that's not, as far as I know, and I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist, but that's not unusual for schizophrenics to do that kind of thing, have sort of delusions about who's there or what's there or who they're talking to, or, you know, people being there that aren't there, kind of thing. But I'm so sorry to hear that. And I mean, electroshock hasn't been done, as far as I know, in my country for years. They changed to
it's brutal.
Probably still, they'll only do it for the most extreme cases when it comes to being bipolar.
I didn't realize they did it at all anymore.
They'll still do it even in America.
That's fucked up.
But only for the most extreme. It's the last resort.
I mean, it's lobotomy. It's not.
All right.
No, it's not lobotomy.
It's not lobotomy. Lobotomy,
we don't
chip out a piece of your brain.
Let me jump
I don't think we do lobotomies anymore in any case.
All right,
no, definitely not.
On the state.
Let me jump in here real quick because, you know, earlier I said, you know, let's try to stay away from the weird mom thing. And it's weird for a reason because, you know, he pretends like he doesn't want to talk about this shit, but this is his entire thing he wants to talk about. So,
screw you, Rage. I just try to be honest all the time. I try to be honest all the time. So go screw yourself.
So you just made the claim once again, and we called you out for this bullshit the last time, that your mom was not religious, and yet you
suck it, Rage. I don't want to talk about my mom.
You sit here and claim that at the same time that she talks to demons, that she describes like hell. I think I'm remembering clearly from that conversation that you told us that she believes that Jesus has saved her or some shit. You talk about
See,
it.
this is where it gets like you don't even know what you're talking about, Ray. You have an agenda every time you get on like this.
It's honestly
you have an agenda every time. You have an agenda every time. You don't really care. You pretend.
Very fucking odd.
You pretend. You pretend. You're a
pretender. Is this true?
Can I ask a question after you answer Mark?
You can ask me anything. I'll be honest with you.
Have you said in the past that your mother believes in demons and hell and all of this kind of stuff? Is that true?
She most recently asked me if I could come back to Texas, and then she thinks that she has demons. This is a new thing, and I haven't because there's a huge measure of me where it's like, go see the doctors.
Just a little bit ago, you were talking about how she would describe demons and hell to you, and it'd be like fucking accurate. And
go screw yourself, Rage. You always do this.
You just said that.
I said what I said, but you always want to just twist and turn things and stretch it and attack me, and it's unacceptable.
Let's just break it down here, because you said that also that her knowledge changed and stuff like that. Is that what you're talking about? That she had a change in personality to someone that did believe in demons? And
it wasn't actually to me. It was to my dad that she mentioned that, and my dad, who is the biggest skeptic in the world, which breaks my heart because I love my dad so much. He's the one who Oh no, my dad. The fact that I've told you before, I grew up where my mom was kind of religious in a way, but kind of more. But she's also not mentally well. And then I had my dad, who he would teach me about science and teach me about the stars, teach me about how far they were, speed of light, all that stuff. The tough questions: why is the moon in the sky? This is me going back when I was little. Right, still the person that I am now. My mom was like, "Go ask your dad." For my dad to tell me that he wants me to come do an exorcism is a little different, because my dad is he won't even listen to me at all when I want to show him the proofs in the Bible that.
Okay.
Yeah, it breaks my heart that my dad won't ever listen to me. There's something about, and even the Bible describes that people. There's a separation between fathers and sons, and it really does upset me.
The Bible usually portrays the fathers as saving the sons, not the other way around. And it sounds like you're describing like just an opposite story. And it does seem kind of convenient that you're saying your mother's turning to the faith as you're the one preaching the gospel to her, right? Like in her time of despair.
See, this is where you're misunderstanding. She's not turning to the faith at all. She's got other stuff going on that's the opposite.
But you said more recently she started speaking about possessions and stuff like that.
Marty would probably be able to answer this better than me, because she might know, since she's on the oppositional side.
Huh?
That's partly a joke, Marty.
I was going to say.
My wife. So Dana, or sorry. This is too much for me right now. I apologize.
Did you just confuse your wife's name with some other one? Some other
I got my wife's name mixed up with Marty and mixed up with my mom, but it's because I'm.
Is your wife right beside you?
No, I heard her, but I'm getting just a little emotional about it.
I have a quick question, P-Town, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it at all possible that your mom's never believed in the faith or anything like that at all? Was she an atheist or agnostic or any of that? Did you grow up religious, or did you find that on your own and your parents just?
I didn't grow up religious mostly because of my mom. I think my dad just is too skeptical.
Okay.
Wasn't in a Christian family, but my mom, she was raised possibly Catholic, but she was part of a broken family. And there was kind of like a Pentecostal type of Holy Rollers church nearby when she was, going through young adulthood. Like she grew up maybe religious, but my family's been always anti religion.
So
because of my mom's issues, yeah.
Is it at all possible that with your mom's issues, while you're trying to pick out stuff in the Bible and you're trying to lead her to Christ, right? You're trying to lead your parents to Christ because that's what you're supposed to do as per the Great Commission, right? At least you should be.
With my parents, not quite. I will do just what I'm doing with you guys in the sense where I'll tell them, but I won't try and convince them like I do with actually you guys.
It's not actually you that will convince them, but it'll be the Spirit of the Lord. But anyhow,
I will declare what I believe.
Yeah. Okay. So is it at all possible that maybe with your mother being schizophrenic, because I know from bipolar, my biological mother's bipolar. I can't speak to her anymore because of her bipolar, and because she's so unreasonable that if I say the word cheese, she will literally fly off the handle and we get nothing accomplished in the conversation. Is it at all possible that your mother started talking to demons or thinking about demons or doing any of that because you were telling her about them and you were trying to show the face?
Completely not possible. Yeah.
Why is that completely not possible?
Because
did you ever see
her biggest episode happened before I was a Christian.
Did you ever see The Exorcist? Like, did you ever see that?
Trust me. It's I know that you would get that presumption, but no, it's completely not possible.
When Damien says what can lead to possession is the belief.
I will play into your logic and say there is a possibility that it happened because of her upbringing that I'm not aware of at a young age. I will. Yeah, of course. I always consider that.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I'm still anti-religious in so many ways.
You're very religious. What are you talking about?
No, I'm very anti-religious as far as I define religion.
Well, Marty, I'll tell you, I have found there are certain Christians that will tell you they're not religious, and it says so in the Bible.
They have a relationship.
Exactly. But
girl, I've heard that so often.
Which I think to the atheist or the pagan or doesn't quite make sense to us, but we at least, I guess, understand. P-Town, where I want to be sympathetic and empathetic. I have an aunt who has had paranoid schizophrenia for a long time. In the 90s, she left her husband to run for president.
Nice, how'd she do?
She did not do well. It's so funny. For years in the family, we used to joke. We're like, "Yeah, anyone could become president. Anyone could become president." And then, certain elections happen. We're like, you know what? Not so funny anymore. Nonetheless, she has always had a hard time connecting because she has and creates vast conspiracies. She thinks that people are always out to get her. She is the type of person that will tell you that, like, this so-and-so government or so-and-so person, they are out to get me. And although she is bound in a wheelchair, she has fled the United States multiple times. She's been kicked out of... she's the only person... I know. Well, she's the only person I know of to get deported from Canada. And so...
I know somebody else.
Really?
Girlfriend's sister.
Well, and she would just she would go to another country and she'd be like, "Hi, I'm here. Deal with it." And they'd be like, "That's
that's kind of what happened with my mom. She would run, and then the authorities would catch her, and then
So they were trying to get her.
Well,
my mom even now, just to clarify, is not a Christian. So I know that everyone wants to tie her into being religious now. She's not.
I never said your mom was a Christian. I'm saying due to your Christianity and your belief in demons and possessions and such, is it possible that with her mental illness, you might have fed into that a little bit for her?
No, it's not, because I don't do that. I wish I could, but I don't bring anything like that up with her because of her mental illness. Because a huge part of me is still very, very cognizant of the possibility that religion may have played a role in her.
You don't tell her that she's possessed? Or that she has demons? Or that you're going to cast demons out for her?
When it came to that event, this was 5-6 years ago, it was to a point where you wouldn't know if you're talking to my mom or not. This wasn't this was something you would see in a movie. This is something like you saw in Emily Rose, is what I witnessed. And no one's going to ever believe me unless they witness it. You can't prove it.
We're not denying that your experience with your mom. What we're saying is you had this experience, but were you praying with her? Were you praying over her? Is there a chance that could have influenced her?
The only way that you can actually have an influence on demons is if you're actually speaking in the name of Jesus. Because they shrivel and they coward and they run away and they challenge you and they'll lie to you. And it's a real thing. I couldn't believe it was a real thing. It was shocking to me, especially I was an immature Christian at the time. So I'm not professional. And
Okay, so it was
It
talking
happened.
to you. So it was talking to you, or your mom was talking to you.
Multiple of them. I didn't even see that
This
coming,
is
Rage.
the fucking weird
More
thing.
than one.
So this is the weird thing about this whole conversation. It's kind of disgusting. So this moment in time, 5 or 6 years ago, I guess you have your mom in your custody or your care or whatever. You call it an episode or whatever. Maybe she's off her meds. I don't know, but she's clearly in the state of whatever mania she's experiencing. And you're sitting here saying that you're talking to her in the name of Jesus, casting out demons, and you're talking to these demons, calling it. Like, you're talking to your mom, right?
Go screw yourself, Rage.
Like, you're
Go
talking
screw
to your
yourself.
mom.
You're
not
such a
talking to an
dick.
it. You're not talking
You have
to a
no
demon.
idea what you're talking
You're
about,
to your mom
and you just have an agenda.
that
You're such a
was
prick.
in
You
the
know
midst
that?
of a man
Go count to
fucking-
49 in Genesis. Go do your one thing I asked you to do.
It's disgusting.
No, it's not. It was after
just, like,
she was
reverting
released.
to a
after
script
she was
on-
released. After she was released. This was after all the doctors did everything for her. I flew down to Texas and spent 2 weeks with her. Okay? And this is what happened. This was after she was released. After they said we can't do anything for her. I was put in a weird system. It wasn't like you guys make it sound like I caused this.
No,
Stupid.
I know you did. I can just tell that you are a son that is worried about your mom. I think from the skeptic's position, we are worried, and I think people like Marty and others are worried that you're making it worse, that you could be making the situation. I think that's their major concern, is that she does have something going on, and that if you blame it on the supernatural, when in our opinion it isn't the supernatural, you're actually you're pointing to a problem that isn't the problem. And so I appreciate you trying to help her. I know that when we're dealing with a lot of these issues and it is on like the cusp of what science can help, it makes it hard. I guess what my appeal to you, P-Town, is although this is a very, I hate to say, it's a cruel situation because we're dealing with mental health. We're dealing with our own minds. You're dealing with your mom. But what I would say is, I think that the best way ultimately to help her is going to end up being science. I do have one question though for you. Because I find interesting, what do you mean when you said that the demon shriveled at the name of Jesus?
So, no, I mean, I don't know. I'm not in the right mood for this, but so to the extent that my mom was at that time, I can't remember, but there was enough. She wouldn't sleep. This was after the doctors released her finally. I came down. It was me and my dad. We both literally didn't sleep for 3 nights. Pretty much we alternated the little sleep that we could get because we would have to go on watch. But my mom, we put so much drugs in her, like it would knock out a horse. So it was like this metaphysical ability to not sleep, and it was something you can see in her face, where her eyes, there was no wrinkles. My mom doesn't usually look healthy. She looked completely healthy. You would see her eyes dilated more than she would normally be. No red in her eyes. She was, for me, at times when I would get into the nitty gritty with whoever I was talking to, she's completely out. Like, it wasn't talking to my mom. She might lie to me and tell me it was her sometimes, but I knew it wasn't. She would speak in different languages. She would quote scripture, but not quote scripture properly. It would be a half lie. These are again, this is what happened. So like, it's not. I still question it. Like, they're very sneaky, these demons. Like, I still question it. I still question the ringing the doorbell. I still question with the flashing of the lights. Like, it's just weird though for a guy like me who would really, I mean, I'm not one to perform an exorcism, but when I finally convince myself to do it, because we're at our last, like, I mean, there's no point I'm not trying at this point, and then those things happen, it's hard for me to cast those things to chance.
But what it sounds like to me, what you're telling me, P-Town, is a son who desperately wants his mom to get better, who loves her, who is sitting at her bed trying to do anything. And what it sounds like is you saw just semblance of calmness, of maybe peace, of, you said, maybe a little bit more dilation of sanity. And maybe you saw that as a sign. Maybe that was, in your opinion, the devil's going back. I think, in my opinion, that was you being there for her and maybe giving her the better mental state that we were talking about earlier. And so I
can agree with you.
Sure.
Amy, I agree with you 100%. I still, to this day, would say that, I mean, I have a degree in psychology. I understand how memory works. I do not hold my experience with my mom as evidence to anything, because I understand how emotional it was for me and how that plays a role in it. I will, however, tell people the truth if they ask me, but I don't hold that up to evidence for my belief in God and Jesus and the Bible. But I will tell the truth. I will tell people what I experienced, and I will willfully acknowledge that I studied. I have a degree in psychology. I understand how my experience can be biased, especially emotional ones. So I have journals of this. I have never looked at them because it's scary. In fact, I don't look at them for a different reason, because a lot of other things besides what we're talking about was revealed by whatever I experienced. But yeah, I mean, that's just where I stand. So I agree with you. I always, I don't let that, because here's the deal. I might come to you guys and tell you what I believe, and I might speak confidently a lot of the time, and I will show you the evidence that I have and let you make your own decision. But I don't jeopardize the possibility of me being wrong on anyone else. And that includes my mom, my dad, my wife's a believer, I'm not going to persecute anyone with it in any sense, but I will declare it. This stuff happened, guys. It's the truth.
My final thing is that even if you even become more skeptical in your theism or your Christianity or any supernatural experience, don't let that stop you from, which I know you already will, because it sounds like you do care, but don't let that stop you, your mom, seeking actual medical avenues. Because I think every year, although it's hard to see sometimes, we're making fantastic advancements, and we're starting to really get a better bar on a lot of these diagnoses that we couldn't before. It's not a guarantee, but I think if there is one guarantee, it's that science currently is the best methodology that we're going to do to help her.
They're using electroshock therapy. That just sounds like absolutely the worst thing you could do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they've gotten better at that. They've gotten better at that. It's not like it was originally. They'll do they can specialize it into certain parts of your brain.
Yeah.
So it's not good. It's one of those things where you're screwed either way. I mean,
what Marty said earlier really made me, think a lot. And my mom and I have a lot of differences. We both have mental health disorders, but I think that's one of the strongest bonds that a living human can have. And if it's possible not to break that bond, whatever the difference is, then it's worth it. So try your best, to keep that.
Yep. Good luck with it. I know it's hard. I mean, I don't know that specific situation, but my ex-wife has DID, and
what's DID?
Well, multiple personalities,
dissociative identity disorder.
Yeah,
right. That's kind of like what I experienced, but on steroids, probably.
Well, I didn't realize at the time. She doesn't actually switch into a different person. I just treat it as different moods. Like I can be kind of hot and cold, or however. But she doesn't actually. I've never seen her turn into like a different being, but it's a spectrum-y thing. You don't have to have actual literal personalities to get diagnosed with it.
And it's like when I talk about demons, I try to emphasize that these things are tricky. There was always a cop out. There was always like with the doorbell ringing when I was really getting the heat of I was being really successful with these things. My dad looked out the peephole, and there was kids on the other side of the street. So he was like, "That's really weird. That's never happened before." I guess one of the kids randomly ran over and rang the doorbell and ran away.
Are demons responsible for
there's
all?
There's always like a possible excuse, right? Like it's hidden. They're sneaky.
Are demons responsible for all cases of extreme schizophrenia like this, or just your mom's?
I have no idea, man. I believe in the medical industry.
Well, you
I
you've
support it.
seen demons, so I still haven't gotten clarification on that. Were you talking to your mom, or were you talking to demons?
You want both, man.
So did you saw the demon?
It was my mom talking to me.
It was your mom talking to you.
Yeah.
She was saying.
Was your mom possessed?
Demon.
I'd like to tell you all a story.
Yeah.
If you guys can stand it. Okay. So I decided to become homeless, dropped all my stuff and left.
Nice.
Took a Bible and a jacket. So I'm sitting up at night like Burger King till it closes, or McDonald's or whatever, right? Till they kick me out at night. And most people were really nice to me, by the way. So I'm just sitting there reading a Bible. So I'm eating at the homeless shelter. There's this guy. He is always drunk. I mean, always. And I've known him maybe 20 minutes total conversation, because I don't like talking to drunk people. So one night, McDonald's, this one's open all night, so that's cool for me. This guy walks up, and he is, sloppy drunk, thick tongue, can't understand a damn thing he's saying. Barely make out a word kind of drunk, And he's like, I'm going to kill him. I'm like, you're going to kill who? Turns out his friends gave him a hard time, right? So he's like, the story turns out, he let his hair grow out and it got curly, and they started calling him Curly Sue. And I'm like, okay, you need something to eat, man. Come in here and I'll see if I can get you a burger or something. I didn't have any money, but I begged him into a burger. They gave the guy a burger. And he's sitting there at the table, and I'm trying to get him to eat it because I got to do something. And he won't leave me alone because he recognizes me. I'm the only human he knows around that. That's like late at night, early in the morning. So about halfway through the burger, he just puts it down, and clear as a bell in an accent that's not his. He has a Appalachian accent. He goes into a New England, Maine kind of accent, same accent my family has. And he says to me, "Have you been listening to me?" And I was like, "Whoa, how did you get sober?" But I didn't say that. He said, "They were calling me Curly Sue." And I'm like, "Yeah, man, I'm listening to you. I hear you clear as day." I said, how about a cigarette? Because it made me real nervous that he changed like personality, drunkenness, everything instantaneously. Take him outside. I give him a cigarette. We're about halfway through. He stops smoking it, and I notice he's not smoking his cigarette anymore because he was like soon as we went outside, he was like drunk again. I'm going to kill him. Calling me Curly Sue, the bastards. And he's going on about it. About halfway through the cigarette, he quit smoking and he just dropped it down to his side and he got super clear again. He said, "Are you listening to me? They were calling me Curly Sue. I don't like the name Curly Sue." And then he started like tearing up and I was like, "You all right?" And he says, "I don't know how much longer I can take this. I had to cut off all my hair, and it was just too much." And he was, I mean, not drunk at all. And I looked at his eyes, and I would swear, I know this part was probably in my head and not real, but I'd swear his eyes changed from dark brown to hazel, and I mean like a light hazel. And he like put out his arms like he wanted to hug me, so I let him hug me because he needed it, you know. And he started crying on my shoulder and like sobbing and stuff. And he was a really tiny guy, like super tiny for a man. And then all of a sudden he like jerked away from me and goes, "Was I crying?" And he's right back to super drunk guy again. So I thought that was the weirdest damn experience of my life, man. I've never seen anything like that before. So I call up my baby sister at the time, Beck. And I say, "Beck, here's all this weird crap." And Beck is mouthy. Beck will interrupt you every 3 seconds. Beck's whole life, Beck was like this, you know? And Beck is so silent on the phone. I'm like, I had to check 3 times. "You still there? Are you still there?" "Yeah, I'm here. I'm just letting you talk. I'm like, "Okay, don't know why you're doing that." And I'm telling this story. And Beck will tell you the same story. So then Beck goes, "Are you done?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's the end of the story." I said, "Well, I want to tell you something you don't know, because you were not Susan's younger sister. And Susan didn't share stories like this with her brothers. Wasn't her style. So, oldest sister Susan, who is was dead at this time, went to college, wanted to experiment a little bit, got a perm. It was entirely too curly. Kids started teasing her, calling her Curly Sue. She cuts off her hair. That dude, who doesn't know any of my family, who only knows me for 20 minutes, sounded like my sister, acted like my sister, had the accent of my sister. Now you can say whatever you want.
I just asked, did the dude channel her through alcohol or some other means? Like, because you don't have really like another.
Different is it? Person in weakened state gets attacked by knowledge outside of themselves.
So, my ex-wife, interestingly, her eyes would change colors. She's normally blue, but they'd go to green when she's really pissed off. And she also cut all of her hair off. Like, right before we got divorced, she did a full Britney Spears thing. So, interesting synchronicities.
Well, I mean, I think bullying has powerful effects on people, and I think people often get bullied over this, over similar things, and often bullshit. It's a sad story, but again, it's anecdotal. I totally see why you would think that it could be something, you know, supernaturally connected there. I don't know.
Well, my anti-religious youngest sibling is the one who revealed the story to me. I didn't know what. I never would have put that together.
I think a Buddhist might say that he was picking up off your karma.
So just real quick before we move on, I wanted to just mention about the eyes changing colors. It actually happens with mood with certain people, especially people with a hazel-based color of their eyes, because the way the size of the pupil changes. Because your eyes basically it's all refracting light in there, and the pupil getting larger or smaller when you got especially Hazel. Again, it'll make certain because Hazel's a mix of all the different cones and everything, all the different colors. And
is it possible that the muscles can be colored differently that actually expand or contract?
Well, it changed. The pupil dilating changes the way the light hits them, so it changes the direction of the directionality of the light and the way.
My experience, though, Bree, would be the muscles around the eyes. So it was the wrinkles gone.
I was specifically talking about
right.
Besides
also the pupils and the redness gone
as well.
That's not necessarily muscular though. That could be inflammation. It could just mean their eyes are puffy, right? Like
smoothness around the eye sounds like puffy eyes.
This was. Never mind. Yeah, this was different though.
Yeah, I forgot.
I get what you're saying, Pete Town.
I forgot about that part. His mom became young again. Yeah. Is she still like young looking?
No, my mom is not young looking. When she got really sick though, she was for a little while. And she still talks to people, but I don't know if I'm wrong in this, but I pointed out to her and I asked, she likes to talk to the other side or whatever she's talking to. So she's willfully doing it, and that's what hurts me. She's lonely. She's lonely. She wants to, though. Like
Marty's right. It's hard to label that as willful.
I wouldn't label it. I'm sorry. I wouldn't label it. Marty knows more about this than I do. I'm sorry. I don't want to label it willful, but she knows.
She
that
doesn't
from a
mind
medical standpoint.
Right.
From a medical standpoint, she knows she shouldn't. She knows I say that she shouldn't, but she's lonely and she enjoys it. She enjoys it.
Is it harmful or is it just a symptom of the problem?
I would say that talking to demons is not good.
How do you know she's talking to demons?
Sorry to trigger you, Marty, but I
didn't trigger me.
Guess.
How did you know you're talking to? Well, your guess. You made a
to the other
statement,
side.
Not a guess.
To the other side, whatever
she could just be
familiar
with. She could just be talking to what she hears in her head. She could just hear voices in her head and be talking to that.
Well, let's take it to its possibility within his religion. Could she be talking to angels?
That too. What if
she thinks she's talking to? She thinks she's talking to people that exist now and have existed.
Are they nice?
What are they saying? Yeah.
Some of them she'll try to pick and choose.
So does she?
Just like most people would.
Does she think she's psychically communicating with other people that are alive now?
I do. I think I do. Literally.
Yeah, are they telling her to do things? Is there like what is the nature of the conversation?
I know, I'm totally the asshole here. I truly am. But I just have to say, Richard's story, there's an authenticity to it. I believe Richard. I believe Richard experienced the story that he told me tonight. I don't agree with his conclusions from the story, but I believe that Richard experienced the story he gave me tonight. I don't believe a single fucking word you're telling me. Like, you literally... You sat here and told us you have a degree in psychology, and
are you talking about me, Ray?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to specify. Okay. You don't believe anything I've said.
And when
for what reason?
You say you have a degree in psychology, and when asked, are demons responsible for every extreme case of schizophrenia? You say, I don't know. Like, I literally call bullshit on everything that you fucking say. I don't believe in a fucking word that you're putting down here. I think it's all nonsense. And if it is true, I think the story about your mom and you exercising her demons is fucking... It's a violation. I think it's violation, and I think it's abusive.
I mean...
Yeah, I think there's a lot of contradiction in your story. Whether you're clear about it or not, like.
Well, I try to be honest with everything that I say, and I fail.
I'm not saying anybody else has to feel that way. I'm just putting it out there. Like, I think I've been evident with how I think about this. I try to keep it away from this because as soon as Marty brought it up, it all hit home. Like, oh yeah, I remember that part of this fucking conversation. You know, like.
Right. I love Marty. I want what's best for her. So when I challenge her,
are you presenting hypotheticals? Are you presenting hypotheticals? I mean, just be honest about that now. If you are, like,
I don't know what you mean by that, 8. Sorry. Marty, what were you saying?
Is your story 100% factual?
I was telling my cat to get down off the back of my chair.
I thought you were saying
asking you, P-Town, if your story is 100% factual, or if you're putting us on with hypothetical situations or something.
No, 100%. The best that I can recall it. The best that I can relay that message. In a short fashion.
I think there's something that's being glossed over here that needs addressed. Just like I believe my experience could be completely false. And it doesn't necessitate that P-Town, it doesn't mean something extra that P-Town believes his experience.
Right. I acknowledge that I could be wrong the entire time. I'm telling you guys what I observed after I've already criticized myself, and I still acknowledge I could have been wrong about everything. I'm just trying to be honest.
If you don't know God, you'll be deceived from a lot of things. So that's very possible.
Who's talking right now?
So the collective.
Effie doesn't know that I'm the only Christian here.
I would like to welcome you, Jeffy. It's P-Town. I give him all the props. He's a Christian that comes in and talks. So thank you for coming in and talking.
Sure.
I didn't get a welcome. What the hell, Mark?
Thank
you, Bree. Hey, Bree.
Hi, Bree.
Bree, I wasn't here when you got here, so if you were, I would have told you hi.
You're just another atheist, though.
Yeah. another fly on the wall, or bee on the wall, as the case may be.
I just want to say welcome, Bree, welcome, Jeff, and I love you all. Knock, a great stream, and if you're watching, you should all be liking, following, and subscribing.
All right, God can save you, Amy. God could change your life. Amy.
Hey!
Just put your eyes on Him. He can.
We're not doing that.
Has to be.
Oh yeah, I tell the truth. I don't lie. I don't hold back.
Amy's fine the way she is. So don't worry about Amy. She's got this. She's good.
Love you, Amy.
Good. He's a man. That's called delusion.
Shut the fuck up.
She's a woman.
Hey, hi.
A little late on the draw. Wow.
Girl, please.
Well, that was quick.
Wow.
And I was all excited to have another KC person in here, but I guess not.
I wasn't expecting.
I don't want to be rude, but I'm gonna pop out for a little while because I want to do some things with my daughter and wife for a little while, and then Amy might have a stream. But I don't want to feel like I'm just ditching.
I've got to shut her down. It's midnight, but I was late on the draw there. I wasn't expecting it, and I'd stop paying attention for a second. That's always when it happens, just like out of nowhere.
Was that Michael Jackson?
You live, you learn.
Wasn't sure.
Was that what?
What? Michael Jackson.
Who?
Was it just me who thought that was Michael Jackson that came in?
I think
Casey?
Michael Jackson's a little bit dead right now.
he's a little bit dead right now. He'll call you back later.
He's chilling with Tupac.
And now he's in the side chat going, Amy, you're a man. I'm going to kick this motherfucker out of here. Fuck this
Oh.
We don't do that.
Although I have to say, Amy's pretty tough. You know?
Oh, I know. Yeah, she's a badass, but still, I'm a massive supporter of my trans brothers and sisters. You don't fuck with that.
We should love each other.
Yep.
Coming in and being a bigot, it's like, I was so excited.
I'm gonna go.
Christian.
I don't want to
Later,
talk
Pizza.
about demons next time and my experience with them.
Okay,
I
I
love
was
you
just
guys.
I was just letting you know that my meds
Anytime,
are
Pizza,
raised. That's all I was trying to let you know.
I'm doing good, Mario. I'm always there for you if you need anything.
Let's talk about.
I appreciate that.
I'm only a hop skipping away.
Are you in Georgia?
That too. I was like, who wrote the Torah, bro?
I'm a little more than a hop and skip. I'm in Washington.
Oh.
So we're in opposite ends. It's still just a hop skip.
Before you go, do I get the word?
It depends on what you mean. Is it a W, like capital W, or?
Do I get the 40-second letter of Moses 1, 40-second letter of Moses 2?
Go to 49.
Is the word Moses?
Is it
I'm
Bird?
not going to give it to you. You gotta go do the work, Rage.
I think it's
And I love you too,
I
Rage.
forgot that. I forgot all about
So
that.
fucking unsatisfied tonight.
You give him blue balls,
Yeah.
Give me
B-Town.
fucking blue balls, man.
It's like
blue
it's like
balls.
we're married, huh?
It makes
All
a
right.
beautiful song, though.
See you guys.
Wait.
Later.
So,
Right.
like, you know, I hate to be the dick, but Marty, like, the entire time during that whole conversation, I remember it now. Like, I was flabbergasted, and I focused on the lights and the doorbell thing because the bullshit he was putting down that night was just so utterly either inconceivable or just abuse that I think I kind of blocked it. And then it just kind of played out again here tonight. Like, I don't really think how anybody can listen to that, see the scenario in their brain where this dude has his extremely mentally ill mother, and he's preaching to her and literally talking to demons.
Or Rage, consider that
she doesn't see that, but he sees it. It's fucking odd and it's disgusting, honestly.
Yeah.
Consider that he maybe in his own maybe unwell state is responding to her unwell state, and he's describing an equally unwell state between two beings.
I was trying not to actually say that.
I mean, it would be like if I got this issue in my legs, but say I had that combined with like I suffered a massive stroke, and as a result of that, half of my face lags, and I have seizures, right? And so they put me in like my brother's custody, and my brother spends the entire time preaching to me and talking to the demons that he thinks he's fucking exorcising from me. That's fucking abuse, man. That's
why I asked him, like, is it at all possible she started responding to you talking about the Bible, the demons, blah 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 blah, and then made her because if you're that mentally ill, you're not cognizant of a whole lot of, you know what I mean? Not that you're not intelligent, but just some things just you'll pick up on.
Does anybody else think that like electroshock therapy is abuse? Because I think
Yes.
it's way more abusive than.
Yeah, that does seriously
and it seems like
damage the.
Yeah, it is.
That's a treatment that you get like inpatient, I believe. That's not just like something you get. From,
Right. Yeah. They have to take you in, but still, I mean, lithium.
Jesus
poison,
fuck! I can't believe they still gave that shit.
Yeah,
I thought they got rid of
I
that.
would say that preaching to her is the least abusive treatment I heard him speak about all night.
I mean,
I'll sit here and say like I don't know much about mental illness, schizophrenia, things like that. I know like most cases of schizophrenia isn't that. It's not like because at one point he says like she's not religious at all. But then at other point, he'll talk about her religious upbringing and shit. And I don't know. It just seems like she has this very extreme case of schizophrenia where she's iterating hallucinations of dead people. She understands the difference between the two. But he sees it as demons, like she's talking to demons. Well, no, she has, if the story's true, she has a mental illness to where she requires really heavy drugs that I'm sure we still probably don't know how to fucking really fix this shit, right?
Yeah, they don't know how to fix it, and I don't know.
But I just want to say, though, let's
electrocuting
not
them,
say like, oh, this medication, because lithium saves people's lives, guys.
I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, maybe it does, but
I didn't know lithium was
There's some
still
percentage
around.
of people, but I know I had a very adverse experience to it when I was a kid. Maybe that's just because of my age, but I don't know. That's just my personal experience. So I don't know what the numbers are.
I think some of my friends when we were kids were on it.
That's some serious shit.
Is that what
like-
they gave you, like when you were in prison and you got too rowdy and they start making?
I had just gotten out of juvenile hall. My first time out of juvenile hall, I destroyed some property, and they were like, "Give this kid lithium," and they gave it to me for like 2 days, and I ended up in the hospital. So,
Well,
yeah.
lithium today is prescribed for people with severe bipolar disorder and schizophrenia.
But
I
not
really
for
didn't know
their
they still
well-being.
prescribed it.
I mean,
it's not like an ADHD medication. You shouldn't be giving it to rowdy kids.
you shouldn't be giving amphetamines to rowdy kids either.
Yeah,
You should give that to
yeah.
adults.
I mean, it
Well, and if you're not, there's a difference between rowdy and ADHD. There's a big
really.
difference. Yeah, because I was not a rowdy kid. I had ADHD that went untreated
I
and
have
unchecked, and now
ADHD too.
So you were not a rowdy kid. You just didn't get it taken care of when you were a kid.
It's why I wanted to kind of stay away from that with him, because I don't like, for one, I can't hold my tongue, and I don't like being in a fucking position to where I don't trust the shit I'm being told by somebody, right? Like when Richard gives me a story, I want to trust that the story Richard given me is true, and I've never really gotten that sense from P-Town when it comes to this specific thing. I don't find it to be true. If anything, I think elements of it could be true. I think he has a mom or a close relative that could be extremely sick like this. And I think he has maybe his own mental illness to where he's iterating his own hallucinations around it. You know, like it almost sounds, the shit that he describes doesn't sound fucking sane to me. It just doesn't.
I second that. I didn't want to say it directly because I don't want to come like out of pocket, but it does sound that way to me as well.
I don't think it sounds insane. I think it's interpreted.
Like,
I would.
He
suppose it's
sees
interpreted
demons that he
incorrect.
thinks are real, dude.
I don't think that's what. I think that. I don't think he said that. I think that he was talking to his mom the whole. He saw his mom, but felt like he was interacting with a demon through her.
I called him out for it because he was calling his mom it because he was talking about the demon it.
Right. When it's like there's a dissociation there between what he thinks is possessing his mom and what is his mom. But in reality, it's still his mom's body, even if it were possessed by another entity, like in the spiritual sense. So that wouldn't even make sense.
And to be fair, Marty, he did say that he remembers, which is all subjective, but he believes and remembers that he wasn't preaching to his mom when she started having these episodes.
Yeah, he did say that.
that.
I heard him say that, but he said it was also part of her could be part of her religious upbringing and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Everybody's aware of demons, right? Like, so that could enter anybody's manifestation at any time.
Culture.
And that's another example of his inconsistency with the whole story, though, right? Like, because you just said, like, he said he wasn't preaching to his mom. But in a whole nother part of that fucking conversation, he was talking about how you have to use the words of Jesus against the demons. It's the only way that they're going to respond, and she's going to squirm. Like
that's over the course of several years.
No,
that's
was
not over the course of several days.
That was during the exorcism.
Right, that he got religion and tried to exorcise demons out of his mom later, but his mom had already been displaying this behavior for years.
Yeah.
That's what I gathered. I could be wrong.
Oh yeah,
that's what I gathered too. But I mean, if you take the situation, look at it a little bit different way. Like we operate mostly out of our subconscious. Why? I mean, to me, this would look like mom's got a mental situation, and somehow through this and that, somewhere along the way, something in the subconscious was addressed at that time, right? Like that's a perfectly scientific explanation that's supported by psychology and would also look like an exorcism to somebody who thought they were seeing an exorcism.
That is true. I mean,
Just
experientially.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Richard.
Experientially, an exorcism is possible and could work. Experientially.
An exorcism happens over a definite period of time. You could say it may take days or weeks, but you can't say that in the realm of psychology. Marty, what were you going to ask me?
It would be a misattribution, is what I was saying.
I was going to say, did anybody ever tell you look a little bit like Hugh Laurie?
No, that's new to me. I've heard. Oh, I keep getting these weird celebrity lookalike things. I'm like, really? Me?
I've been marathoning
like a movie person.
I've been marathoning House, so I'm like, oh, you kind of. I love House. I love that show.
It's another really odd thing about his story. It's just like a major red flag for me is the fact that when he talks about the exorcism, he isn't really being too. He isn't being too specific. He's talking in very vague language. And I haven't even really been able to decipher in either of these conversations what type of exorcism he's talking about. He's clearly not talking the Catholic exorcism that is a process of a very long time and usually dangerous for the abuse victim. Is he talking about deliverance, this new notion of Christianity, to where they can just pretty much, like, I don't know, pray people's demons out of them through TV and digital? Like, it's crazy. Like, people think that they are committing exorcisms all the time, but what he talks about is an actual physical 3-day period that he had with his mom, that she was participating in whatever exorcism was going on. I mean,
you know, in my experience, as soon as I realized how weird the situation was, and that I was kind of participating or even causing the situation with the drunk dude. I mean, I just got him to leave, so it would stop for him.
I would say it's pretty typical apologetics, though. Like, I noticed the way he responded to you, Rage, the first couple of times when you said, well, he doesn't want to talk about his mom, and he would say, screw you. And he said it the second time. It's like, it sounds like he has that whole part scripted, like, to where he's just gonna, like, you know, throw this, like, pre-automated response back in your face, like he's, you know. He did that with a lot of his story, too.
Well,
like, he would just go back to the same points.
He's an attention seeker, right? So, like, we got into the Jesus mythicist thing, right? Like, you would think, like, that would be something he would at least be interested in commenting on. But no, he wanted the attention to come back to him, and we did it. We granted him that as a room. It's like, bring the attention back to me. And it's like, and that's what I was saying. Like, I didn't want to get into the mom thing, because he did the same thing when me and Marty was talking to him about it the first time. He kept saying, well, I don't really want to talk about this. But then he spent the next 10 fucking minutes talking about it, right?
And he did tell me Jesus was going to heal me, and my medication was going to be reduced at my next doctor's appointment, because my doctor's appointment was a couple days after. And he did say that. Now, whether he was praying that in hopes of, that's different, but the words actually came out of his face. So he said that. Doesn't matter the context. He also said
in Jesus' name, amen. Yeah.
He
right.
Said
I do want to say
kind of the same thing. Like, his dad was skeptical in the last conversation, but he also said that his dad experienced this situation with him and came out of that a different person, not so skeptical, if I'm remembering correctly. I have a lot of these conversations.
Well, he did wrap up the story with Dad wants me to come back and do it again. I mean, chronologically.
It's just, I don't know. I find so many red flags in the story. Like, the entire story you offered, Richard, didn't get a single fucking red flag. Yeah, Richard experienced this moment he's talking about. Don't agree with your conclusions for the moment, but you fucking experienced
fine.
it. Right?
I get that.
When he's talking, it's just like, nope, red flag, red flag, red flag. No, some of it could be true. Some
I do want to say,
I just
Rage,
don't fucking know, man.
I do think there's a difference between someone wanting to talk about something and someone needing to talk about something.
There's also the difference where, like, it's, you know, Richard and I knowing back, well, that gives you a corroborator, right? But even just your story alone, like, there's not so much. It seems like there's a deceptive element to P-Town's story where I don't read that with you, and, you know, so aside from the fact that someone else can corroborate it, you know, there's none of these missing elements where it's like I couldn't ask you a question about, you know, X moment.
We are really sensitive to that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's a good survival skill to have, to be able to see holes where there shouldn't be holes.
Evidence where there should be, lack of evidence where there should be a lack of evidence.
Right.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Like, you know, I definitely don't want to take, like, you know, if he experienced trauma, you know, like, because, you know, this kind of thing would affect everybody around it, not just, you know, the one individual person or a couple individual people. It's like anybody that's really going to love and care for this person and have to see this person
what
go
about
through
his
such a thing.
aunts, uncles, grandparents?
If he's having some trauma, I don't want to take away from that. It's just, it seems to me like if there is, I don't know, if there's some semblance to truth to this, it's almost like then at this point he does really seem to trying to be taking advantage of it to prove his theism arguments as he comes into the room, right? Like,
I think it's the foundation of his theism.
Maybe, like, and your point of, like, needing to talk to about it, I would say, like, if somebody actually experienced and talked to a demon, I think that they would have a need to talk about it, and that could come out of them. It's just at the same time, I don't believe in demons. I just, like, to me, he talked to his mom, and he had some delusion of what was fucking happening.
Is that just the other end of, like, the Dark Thought games, the Darth Dawkins experience. Like, if you can like plant a seed of doubt, then maybe you can get that person converted. You know what I mean? And after so many of those, you're like, oh, that's a win, you know. But
yeah,
like,
I think that's just generally dishonest, though.
I don't know.
I mean, I'd rather talk about people's positive experiences and things that they did experience and know happened. Not the seed of a doubt thing. That's not a good foundation for anything.
It's slow drip gaslighting.
Yeah.
Unless you're showing them the truth, like how we didn't actually go to the moon, and the moon rover has lawn chairs on it.
It's like the whole fucking thing with, Moses writing the Bible. Like, sure, I'm pretty sure there's some Jewish folk out there that still believe that Moses wrote the Torah. But like, pretty much for 200 years now, we pretty much figured out like Moses didn't write the fucking Torah, right? And so for he makes the claim, right? Like he has evidence that Moses wrote the Torah, and he gives me this, 42, this number, this letter in chapter 1 of Genesis, and this.
It was 49.
Yeah, like
jeez.
It was, and by the very end of it, I still didn't even get a fucking answer to the entire thing.
I already told you the answer. It spells Moses.
Moses. It's like, and that's your fucking
that's
evidence.
weak. I wanted something better.
So this dude that talks to demons, that is his mom, I guess. He made the claim that he's cast out many demons, and yet only talks about the demon he cast out of his mom. Well, what about all the other fucking demons, right?
Could we call him like the Christian Norman? It's like the Christian Norman Bates. Like,
dude, I totally get that vibe. Like when I picture the scenario in my head, man, I do.
No, I didn't get that. I didn't get that sense at all.
I was thinking it like the whole fucking time, man.
That's really gross.
That's terrible. He has no mom. He actually just dresses up like her and casts out his own demons. And
yeah, right.
I know, like, I am heartless though. Like I was in a debate with Amy Newman, and we were faced off against Sal and somebody or another, and it was a debate on anti-theism. And at one point during the debate, Sal starts crying, like real crying, real tears and shit, and everybody gets all sad and mushy. Oh, poor Sal. And
That's
I'm just
cheating.
Like, I'm like in the middle of the debate. I'm the heartless dick. I just am. I'm just like, you can't cry in a fucking debate. Like, what is going on here?
Well, if he actually genuinely was crying and not acting, and I'm sure you could tell the difference.
God, I was so embarrassed.
There's no crying in debates.
Yeah, automatic disqualifier.
I mean, I think you should be chipped off some points for crying in a debate.
He got that from everybody else, but not me. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? I'm heartless though with these things. I just don't believe it, right? Like, I just don't.
I've never found you hard to talk to.
Oh no, I'm just heartless in situations like this.
It's just the demons in you.
Yeah, it's all the demons.
I've been casting demons out of you since you got here still. So no wonder that your medicine hasn't gone down.
I keep waiting for it. Like, that'd be some fucking proof. Like, I honestly, I swear to God, when I first started streaming, when I first started making videos and shit, I posed the challenge. Like, any Christian could come here and could perform an exorcism. You're just not going to be able to chain me to a bed and starve me. But I'll give you a chance to cast out my demons.
Can I tell you guys,
that
God,
was before, like Smoky Satan shit. And now I'm just like too scared.
I don't
to do
even
anything
think
like
that's
that.
how demons.
God has turned the salt marshes of northern California back into real marshes. So they're no longer salt flats. They're now filled with water. So praise the Lord. Oh, I'm just kidding.
I didn't know there were ever either of those things. I had no idea about this situation. Praise the Lord.
Now, I think there are living beings, and I think living beings who are conscious at some level can communicate. And I even think that there are living beings who can communicate with us remotely and don't live here. And I think there's two groups, and we refer to, at least in Christianity, there's different names in other religions, that we refer to them as angels and demons. Not that that's different from saying jinn and ancestor. I don't think that's any different. But I don't expect to see one physically beside me because I'm experiencing them in a communication. I would not expect that, and it never has happened.
Well, and that's the thing I don't understand about it, though, is like we don't see them. Like,
why would you?
Well, I mean, if they were biological creatures, it would make more sense to me, I think.
They are that describes biological creatures that are aware at a certain level and can communicate.
Well, with like P-Town's demon and angel or whatever it would be like the demons exist on this world, like they're there, you just can't see them, right? Like,
okay, this is going to be a little bit silly, but there's a demon in my computer that sounds like a human being who just put together a very complex sentence that I understood. It's just remote communication.
Rage
with
is a demon.
What must be conscious. So I mean,
are we all
sitting
demons?
on this side of the screen, if I don't understand that that's a computer that you're talking through, and that I'm hearing it through a computer, and if instead it were a person getting ideas and saying stuff for someone else, it would look like, I don't know, you could assume anything. Oh, they're on some ethereal plane of existence, or they're non-material beings. You could say anything because you can't reach out and grab a hold of them. But it's not very different from talking over a computer, by my experience.
So demons aren't evil?
What do you mean? Actually, I don't think demons are evil. I think demons are only evil for us.
Sorry, Knock. Go ahead.
Oh no, I mean it's an interesting concept. They're just kind of like remotely taking us over. They're not like the demon isn't.
It's just
right beside me fighting an angel, because some Christians think that's stupid shit.
Well, when I say to you, Knock, that you'd be better off in your life, and you'd be more able to tell when someone's yanking your chain, and be able to identify how and why they're yanking your chain if you learned really deeply classical logic and applied it. You'd be able to suss that stuff out and not just feel like something wrong. You could point out what's wrong. So what I just did there is I, as a remote being, into you, remote to me, communicated an idea that is true in reality, that's testable and falsifiable, and when applied could better your life. And just now, that's the same as being an angel.
Wait, but that's also the same as being a demon, from what you just said a few moments ago.
A demon would give you lies tied in and misinformation to make your life worse.
So both of these beings you're communicating with remotely.
It's still remote, it's still communication, yeah. Why do you think why do you think Christians who get religious say all kinds of awful, evil frickin' things to you? And to Marty and to Amy? Because they can't tell the difference between the voices. That's why they think and say terrible things. They're accidentally praying to demons, and they have no freaking idea, in my opinion. Why would you hate on a human? Don't you realize that's your kind?
Well, I don't know. I think we've been doing it since the dawn of man.
It's the way
I think they're older than we are, too.
I think we have this, like, really, I don't know, infinite capacity for destruction.
Well, not just that, but criticism. And criticism is something that doesn't necessarily destroy people. It could actually make people better, in theory. Like, it doesn't always do that.
You mean like a constructive criticism? Sure.
Yeah.
Like if you say to me, Richard, you're stupid, here's why. And then you say it in a nice enough way that I actually listen to you, and I go, holy crap, that is stupid. You probably helped me.
So is that like a two sides of the same coin type of thing? Like we're still working together with these things that good and evil are not like exclusive concepts. They need each other to exist.
Okay, I think what's good for the human animal is due to the biology of the human animal and nothing else. And what's evil for us is evil for the same exact opposite reasons. It's bad for the animal. Okay? Like if I think I'm significantly better than all other humans, right? And I start treating other people like they're lower than me. that's bad for my community. It's bad for my mental health. It's bad. It's just obviously bad, right? Whereas if I support other people and I say, look, you're fine the way you are, and I love you, and here's some stuff, by the way, that'll help make your life easier, then that's evidently good for the human animal you. Or if you do it for me, it's good for me.
It's called cocaine.
Wait, we exist for the necessity of the collective, not the individual?
Well, the individual is the collective, is the individual. It's just how many heads you want to count.
Well, wait. But then group selection wouldn't make sense. You wouldn't have outgrouping if the ultimate...
Right, no more prejudice. That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
Well, okay, that's idealism, but how do you make sense of that in the natural sense, in the way we observe things in nature? Because we see groups that operate on the contingency of preserving their group, not a collective group, right? Like,
we do falsely perceive that we are separate groups. We are not.
Well, not just human animals. This occurs in other animals as well. Like
that's
cats.
Fine.
It'd be a limitation of individual perception.
Cats are
right?
speciesists and they're tribal. I understand that, and we are too. And I look forward to the day we're not so small-minded as the cats.
So you think cats are going counter to the overall the goal of anti-speciesism, I guess would be appropriate?
No, I think they're fine in their tribes. Once you become part of a cat clan, you're protected by the clan. Because that's what works in nature in these individual small biodomes.
Okay,
and it's what
so
we've done in the past.
Wait. Sorry, go ahead.
But we're no longer in a small individual biodomes. We all know that we are one in the earth.
Okay,
we know where everybody is, you know?
Is your theory here is exclusive to humans or Homo sapiens then, right? Like, it wouldn't apply to cats.
When I'm talking about our level of morality and social structures, sure, it only applies to humans, yeah.
And it could never apply to cats. Or could it?
Right, which is why Yahweh would not be a god of cats.
But the cats could have their own god.
That's fine. I'm not worried about it. It's not my species. It's not my business.
Okay. I have no idea where to go from there. I just needed to...
It's more like suggestions. I don't think it's taking over our minds. It's the same, and we put it in cartoons and we put it in movies because we know this happens in real life. A person can have, an idea or set of ideas that are eating away at their brain for years, and it can get them really sick. They can even get physically sick. I mean, that's why Warner Brothers on Daffy Duck's shoulder had, the evil Daffy and the angel Daffy on one. It's why it's why we have the word daemon. It's meaning this inner voice of morality that talks to me. And typically if people are agnostic or atheistic, they just call it internal dialogue. And that's fine until the internal dialogue communicates something to you that you literally could not have known. And I mean, quite literally, if something is outside of your possible experiential range and is informational and is falsifiable and is true in reality, that's the definition of knowledge through communication. Just like you could go to a library and pick up some book you've never heard of and never read and isn't like a popular movie and crack it open and learn stuff about, at least about the author or the topic or something. You can't say that wasn't communication. It's definitely falsifiable because there it is in the book. That's the words. I'm reading it. So I mean, there's been things come to me that I literally could not have known. And then when I looked for them, they were literally there.
But we worry more, I think, in skepticism about things that are unfalsifiable. Then falsifiable, you can find it all day. But an unfalsifiable claim, like an omnipotent God, that's the anomaly.
I don't ever present unfalsifiable claims as any kind of evidence of anything. Which is why I say things like, it was my experience that the drunk guy was like my sister. My dead sister. I'm not saying that the drunk guy was my dead sister. I'm saying it was my experience. Now, when it comes to like finding physical objects in the real world, where I was given a location for a physical object, yeah, that was falsifiable. And I'll say that I had information that was true in reality, that was falsifiable, stood to falsification, was true in reality, which was informational, which necessarily was communication. I'll say that, which I've had happen several times.
And that's also supported by, well, lots of, like Richard and I have talked about, a lot of research, particularly in government, but also within psychology. Carl Jung talks about the collective unconscious. So these are psychologically, they're there in psychology as well.
And we see it in the animal kingdom too, in the 100th monkey, which is an expression, it's not literal, meaning that...
Or in how a school of fish swims.
Well,
think about how they just move in sync.
The faster the nervous system interactions within a group, that's what you're talking about, like bird flight.
I mean,
schools of fish.
It could be explained that way, but it just doesn't. When you think about like a huge school of fish swimming, and you see it on Nature Channel or whatever, and then a shark appears out of somewhere, and all of them just at the same time just turn on a dime, and I don't know. What the fuck is that noise?
That's Rage moaning over our bad science.
Rage, what do you do? I know. It sounded like Rage was moaning over something.
So if fish swim in synchronization, right, that attests to the laws of physics, to the motor skills of the school of fish. They have like an evolutionary adaptation. That really doesn't like. I don't see, like, we just went from some, like, are you talking about like a hive mind or collective?
Let me explain the actual. Let me explain the actual novelty. It's fine to think of school of fish and one's moving beside the other and they see the other one move and they imitate the movement. That's fine to think of it that way, but that's not the reality of it. The reality of it is one fish 50 fish away cannot see the other fish on the other side of that school of fish because there's fish in the way and they're still synchronous. That's the problem. Literally. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Rage. Rage. I'm going to take you to
we
a
call that
reductio ad
instinct.
absurdum. I can take you immediately to a reductio where I'm telling you, not joking. It's not that I maybe picked it up by accident. I literally could not have known, and I can show that.
How? No, we hear your call coming in too, but no, I'm like, Richard, how? Show me.
Okay, some things on the street are valuable. Sorry, Rage, go ahead.
I was just saying I did it twice tonight.
Okay.
I had muted myself to the audience. You guys could hear me, but the audience couldn't.
Fuck them.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're only his subscribers and his side chat and people who tune in. Yeah.
Just the viewers.
Yeah. Some things on the street, Kev, are valuable and they don't stay there. And I'll give you for instance of that: street sweeper wires. Especially street sweeper wires near a concentration of homeless people. That's not going to be there very long.
Street sweepers,
okay?
Huh?
Yeah, street sweeper wires, because they're handy for so many. I mean, you can do the math. They're tweezers. You can remove bicycle valves with a street sweeper wire, fold it in half. I mean, they're...
Oh, they're not scrapping them?
Those items are still of value. They've just been moved to a more inopportune location, but they're still there. They're just not going to be available.
That would be a really good argument if I wouldn't ask a person for one.
Right. Okay.
Not the case. So after this event, I started doing a survey of how often I could find street sweeper wires, like throughout the town, right? And generally, I'd say you'll find about one every 3,000 feet, give or take. Okay, that's been my survey. But you definitely don't go to a 10-foot area and there's definitely going to be a street sweeper wire there. It's literally like the same chances of 10 feet occurring in 3,000 feet. Literally a 300 to 1 chance. Okay? Which I know I didn't do years of experimentation and observations. I didn't. But
wait,
I took a few months to look at it.
So I took a different observationalist view of this before. So, okay, you're saying these things are already in relative scarcity. So we're talking, you said 300 to 1.
About that.
But wait, what? I lost the analogy. I totally lost the analogy here.
They're about 300 to 1 if you're not near homeless people. Near homeless people, you have almost no chance of getting one. Because if they see it first, they already got it.
Okay, so they are of value to the homeless population, but not of those. Okay.
But general people who have money they'll buy themselves a set of tweezers or a valve stem core remover. They won't mess with street sweepers. More normal people don't do that, you know? They're also not interested in pinching a joint with a folded in half rusted piece of metal that looks like crap. They'll buy, a set of medical clamps or whatever.
Yeah. My cousin, she sells custom-made roach clips, by the way, so check that out.
Are they ground smooth on the inside of the jaw?
Yeah,
and
they're made
have a
with
locking mechanism.
Yeah, shells and nice keychains and stuff like that.
Etsy or something?
I'll find it for someone. I'll put it somewhere here.
It's dope.
All right. I mean, I'm not personally, but good for her. I hope there's a good market. She makes a good product, gets a good price. Okay. So I'm at a homeless shelter, right? And it's in a town I've stabilized into, which is how I was able to do the survey of about how many times you're going to find one, right? And I was at the homeless shelter and I was having a meal and then tobacco with two friends of mine. One a much older gentleman, one a much younger gentleman. Now the younger gentleman, like the younger gentleman will be, was unprepared to smoke his own tobacco. He didn't have any rolling papers. So he complains that he doesn't have rolling papers and asks if we have any. I don't use rolling papers. I buy factory cigarettes. My older friend smokes a pipe, but he had an older marijuana pipe that he offered to the young man. Unfortunately, it was an older marijuana pipe, which means it's full of resin. It's clogged.
Yeah, it's probably clogged.
It's clogged. It's clogged as hell. So the young man, while we're sitting there already enjoying our tobacco, the young man is like sitting there with sticks and pieces of grass and whatever the hell else he can dream up to try to get this pipe unclogged, right? The old man says to him, what you really need is a street sweeper wire. He'd no more than said it, and this like Hollywood quality movie of me walking in my head, of me walking away from them, which is confusing, because why the hell should I walk away from them right now? And me turning right outside of the gate and up to the main street, and then away from the bus stop that I got off on, okay? Away from the bus stop, which I did not ride the bus past and then walk past because I just took the bus stop I needed. Away from the bus stop, over a slight knoll, curb, and look down below, and at the bottom of the curb there, at this angle, a street sweeper wire so long with this rust amount on it. So I said to them, be right back. Because this had happened so many times, I had full confidence that it would actually be there. I walk over there, I pick it up, it's exactly what was in the picture. I could have drawn a picture of it before I picked it up. I bring it back to them and I say, here you go. Street sweeper wire. Now it was maybe 150 feet from where I was, but I was downhill of it in an excavated area, which means that street level was about 4 feet high to where I stood. The curb is about 6, 7, 8 inches tall. I don't know exactly. I never measured it. But in order for me to have seen that, I'd have had to have been 60 feet in the air along any path that I had been on previously. I'd had to have been at least 60 feet in the air on that path. I know I wasn't that. I know I didn't walk by it.
I will say you have an exceptional memory, sir. And it seems like you've had exceptional experiences, and maybe some of us could also, like. So I mean, when you're talking about that, like, is that an instance of prophecy, or an instance of miracle, or just happenstance?
I don't think it's prophecy or miraculous or happenstance. I don't select any. I think some human being saw that street sweeper wire who wasn't me.
So
I think that information existed, and I think I was given that information.
So when I was younger, I remember one day, and this was just a day out of the blue, like it was, not exceptional from any other, but I got released from class early, and I missed the bus somehow, which was late. We'll get into that. I think
because you were thrown off your schedule, the routine was broken.
Yeah, I went to go smoke some pot or cigarettes or something with somebody, and so I missed my bus, which was late, and I ended up having to walk, 2-3 miles down the road, and upon walking down the road, I encountered a deer carcass, which had been hit by a car. I ended up having to cross the road to avoid the deer carcass, which was rotting severely. It was really badly decayed. Yeah,
I got you.
And nearly got hit by a car in the process. And I remember that was like one time when I prayed, like, just let me make it off this road alive, because I was in a rural place, and I just didn't feel that anything was speaking back to me. But I mean, is that like the opposite equivalent of your story, or is that like the Job side of the story where something?
I think you had a very normal experience, and I've had a million of those experiences too, where I spoke out loud to myself out of frustration or boredom or loneliness or a million other reasons. I don't know people who've never done that. I mean, unless they're.
But if you're speaking in biblical terminology, I mean, because on the one hand, you're talking about really amazing things happening to you because of God. On the other hand, you're talking about really bad things happening to you maybe because of God.
That is no way I ever would have said it. I would have said something like, I believe beings exist that can communicate, and I've heard communication from beings. I don't know what that has to do with God.
Okay, so you don't think the beings cause the things to happen. They're merely communicating the prophecy to you?
Well, when you're in local proximity to an object, you can physically move it. But if you're not, all you can do is talk about it. Like, I see no evidence of what is it called when you can move physical things with your mind? I don't think such a thing exists.
Telekinesis, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I don't know. So I've been kind of quiet, but I'm kind of stuck on the story of the wire and it being in a position that you couldn't have known, and you found it. And earlier when the audience couldn't
I didn't
hear me,
find it. Why did you say I found it? I did not find it.
I thought you said you got up and you went to it.
No, I walked directly to it and was exactly where it was supposed to be in the movie. I didn't find it at all. I just walked over and picked it up.
He knew where it was. Is that what you're saying?
I knew precisely where it was.
Yeah, but you had no way of knowing where it was.
I never crossed that path, and at no point was I 60 or more feet in the air to look down. Nor would I. If I were 60 feet in the air, I wouldn't have looked down at that looking for that.
Now I'm confused.
I hadn't walked by it. I hadn't experienced it. That's the point.
So if he knew something that he couldn't have known, then the question becomes, was it nothing and you just ignore it and you're fooling yourself? Or is there something here that we don't really know what happened, but something happened?
Yeah, well, so you didn't know that the wire was there, but you knew the wire was there and you went to it and you found it, pretty much.
I did not know it was there at all. I could not have known it was there. I did not pass by it.
Right.
That doesn't mean no humans ever passed by it.
True.
I didn't say that. Other humans could have passed by it. That's fine.
I'm just saying.
And then
I was thinking about that earlier.
When the topic arose that someone needed one, a movie played in my head which explained to me how to go find one very close by. I went and retrieved it.
So you remembered having been there. It's just that's your memory recall, right? Like,
so
you knew
I remembered
the spot
something I never did. Okay.
Wait.
It sounds to me a lot like the tuning forks that people use in the hills, right? Like, and there's like controversy, like, some people find water. There are these forks or rods or whatever that people find water with.
Like divining rods.
Yeah, divining rods. Yeah. So it sounds a lot like that, and some people know the lay of the land, can get a feel of the land, I guess. But
that's exactly why.
Oftentimes, like it's also speculated, like these,
That's exactly
earlier,
why. Immediately after that,
we pick up information
I walked.
that we don't know. Like, it's like memory recall. You just don't remember being there.
Yeah, I recall.
This is exactly why. Immediately after that, I surveyed the entire street for a half mile away from my final destination, and instead of taking the bus, walked back 45 minutes and did a survey of how often I found street sweeper wires along the way.
I would only say I recall things from my childhood, and I don't know why I know them, but I do know them, and I did experience them just before a time that I can remember.
I can tie my shoes as well.
So, I do remember learning how to tie my shoes, but okay.
I mean, tell me about the remote viewing studies and stuff they did, because this has been studied and confirmed in ways that
I've been doing it in real time on my channel, inviting people to participate. And I've never had 0 positive results in any of these surveys. Never.
Hey, you're preaching to the choir here, but if somebody is not familiar with this topic, that's a good starting point.
I'll say it again. A person can learn to not use their imagination and defeat their own imagination with a little bit of practice. Because what you want is truth, not imagination and making stuff up. That does not lead to truth. So, there's an easy way that a person, I would say that they should do it under a controlled set the first time, and then they can do it on their own as many times as they want, with materials that are easily available to every human being in a first world country. Easy. So what I've done is I originally prepared 5 of these, but now I'm down to 3, where I put different markings on each envelope. The envelopes have a folder. The folder and the envelope is opaque. It totally will not. There's a singular photograph in each one of these folders, inside each one of these envelopes. The people, and I need to make more of these because 3 looks like, oh, you're trying to guide something. I could have 50 of them, it wouldn't matter. But I should have more than 3. And you can draw pictures of what's in a sealed envelope you absolutely could not have looked at in any point in your life. And I will use absolutely purposefully non-guiding words to get a person in the right frame set to where they can do this without their imagination, which is kind of the point. And I'll do that with anybody, anytime. And if I do it with, I'd say 3 people, out of all possible things that could be on a piece of paper, a 2-dimensional representation of a 3-dimensional object, that is to say a photograph, I promise you, out of 3 people, somebody is going to get at least one aspect of it accurately correct. Not a maybe, a correct, an absolutely true statement about what's going to be in there. And normally, on average, in the last few times that we've done it, having 3 or 4 people on 3 different occasions, the group as a whole, although they could have infinitely wrong things, every time had at least 4 correct things. Which is statistically extremely unlikely. Not impossible, but astronomically unlikely.
Are you saying we might all be wrong, but we might also all be right?
No, I'm saying that each one of us has ability of communication and ability to defeat our own imagination with a little bit of discipline and know things non-local and non-experiential to you.
I feel like the spirit of Sigmund Freud just popped into the stream, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything. I was just fucking around, but...
Oh, I thought you were... I took you serious.
No, the last oh my goodness. Does anybody have anything else? Good God, tell me somebody's out there in the universe right now. Is it just me and Richard? Because this... I feel...
I'm here. I'm in the dark screen.
I'm here.
I am cracking up right now. I'm literally crying.
I got.
No, that's okay.
I get stuck in these conversations where I just can't stop because I need to go to bed. But, this had been brought up to me before, and this goes back to like the idea of angels and demons. I think that you believe they're biological creatures, alien life forms, probably, whether they're human or not, and being able to influence us in some way or another, mentally. But
I think their minds are a lot better organized than ours are.
Is there a metaphysical reason I put Bob Ross up while we were talking about that, or is it just my mind?
Because he's all artsy-fartsy too? Well, Kev, I tell you what, I'll tell you what's really surprising about this. The religious people usually do worse than the atheists. The atheists usually do better.
Because they wrestle with God.
Because the atheist is more honest. And more disciplined, and more of a critical thinker.
Not Rage.
No, not
I'd include Rage over most Christians. I think I would. But if you want to set up 3 people who are crazy enough to try it, you are going to get positive result without me leading you. Just all I do is explain the process and go smoke a cigarette.
No, I think you have a great process. I mean, I think it exposes so many more critical questions to ask.
I know.
But
first,
anytime
one thing at a time is impossible. Can it be
Well,
confirmed or
certainly,
not?
many things are possible, but can we confirm it? That's another
Can
question,
it be falsified?
right?
I mean, I'm doing something that can be falsified here. Actually, I'm getting you to do something that can be falsified here, because there's an actual picture in those folders. There are, and each one of them are different. I'll create 10 of them, and let you select by roll of dice, or I don't care, whatever method you want to select one. It doesn't matter to me. And then I'll open all 10 of them. I'll destroy $4 worth of opaque envelopes for you and show you there was something different in each folder. And yes, you actually had things that were in the folder you selected, and yes, there were out of almost infinite possibilities of what could be contained in a picture, including art. By the way, it might not even exist in reality. It could be an art piece. But I'm telling you that if you get 3 people together to do this, and they're trying to be honest people, they will get positive result, which they really shouldn't.
The point to me is that you can paint a picture that perfectly portrays reality, but the picture is not itself, in fact, reality. It is merely a picture of reality.
No, the point is to concentrate on what the two-dimensional image in the folder is, not what is reality and what isn't. That doesn't matter.
So you'd only need to...
The reality is the photo. That's the reality.
So we are but a reflection of existence.
Which is true anyway.
Okay.
I like to think of us as the eyes of the universe.
Well, in my experience, eyes see and understand. And the really interesting thing is the level of complexity at which you can describe to me your experience, and in that way I experience it.
I would say, so I think what you're saying is like 1 in 3 people are going to definitely come close to what's in the envelope, right?
No, don't bullshit me, man. I don't mean close. I mean spot on.
So 1 in 3 people is going to get spot on what's in the envelope.
Let me show you the difference. But what I mean by spot on, just to be really clear about this. Sorry, this takes a second to shut off my background. Okay. This is a curve, right? And if I do like a double curve or something, I need to get that out from right here. I do a double curve. I'm telling you, if there's like a double curve in that drawing, something that specific, I don't mean it'll look like this. I mean it'll look like that. Like it'll be right. Someone will draw it. And I mean right, not close. And they'll like say it's black, not some other color, when there's almost infinite colors. I mean right, not kind of right or sort of right or maybe right. I mean right.
All right, so let's say 1 in 3 people every time we do this, they do, they get it exactly right. How does that prove, like, I don't know, some kind of remote viewing where you're getting information sent to you by somebody else intentionally or something like that? I think like Buddhism would explain it like it could be like auras, karma, like you're able.
That's one way to say it.
Like you're picking up. Like, whoever's guessing it right would be somehow picking up the information from you directly.
Guessing?
What
color's that business card on my desk? I'm pointing at a business card. That particular one. What color is it?
White.
I don't know.
So
that's called guessing.
Can I take a stab in the dark? So, Richard, I think you're going with a typical biological explanation that the eye is a part of the organism that makes up the human being. So the eye is one being, the brain is another being, all of the other interrelated beings make up to process what is the color, what is like that we process these colors. You have to have the collective, the organism, right?
It's like if you did a viewing on one of those pictures in those envelopes and you wrote red, I'd call bullshit. Because red is a spectrum. Red is not a color. If you said blue, I'd call bullshit. However, if you say specifically cyan. That's a color.
And a pepper.
Okay? And your chances of picking cyan out of all possible colors is really slim. I mean, how many colors are there? Go check Lowe's. Thousands.
I mean, you'd have to. But the odds of naming a color that is correct, the correct name, are way higher than of actually drawing the shape or
right. Shapes are even more specific.
The exact color.
But of course, the whole idea is to be as specific as possible, not being vague at all, and not using any imagination. And the biggest problem I have in myself, and I think in others, is that we're natural problem solvers and we want the answer to the puzzle. And that's our biggest defeater. The more I've done, I mean, so many experimentations on myself with this, that I can tell you, at least for me personally, if I get impatient and I start trying to solve it before I've exhausted the views of it and taken all the notes that I should have taken, I promise you I'm going to be wrong. But if I thoroughly exhaust it, dude, I've been getting like an 85%. With nothing wrong. A positive 85 with nothing to subtract. So there's not even a score to adjust. So I know it can be done.
Okay, that's I. What?
Me too.
Wait, where? Okay, no, I want to just interrupt with whatever vagary I'm talking about now. Richard, wait, a score of what? From who? What's your sample size?
Okay, let's
statistically.
When I said sample size, when I said 85%, what I mean is out of hundreds of these, 85%. Okay.
Out of how many hundreds? Because that makes a difference.
More than 2, less than 3. I don't know.
But I mean, even the odds of it happening once is astronomical, right?
That's going to sound like question begging to him, Flow State. Hold on.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's true, but
statistically, yes, and I see your point. I'm not blowing you off.
Right.
Okay? And when I say 85% of a singular thing, what I mean is in order to get to this phone, right? You have to have these correct dimensions, this way by this way, with this kind of rounded corner, the right color, with this screen, with those things on the screen, right?
A lot of variables.
With that amount of shininess, with the cover on it. And I just named
the phone's maybe uniform, but that doesn't. Wait. That doesn't speak to what we were talking about before.
Can I finish the sentence, or does that not?
Sorry,
matter? No. With the protective cover, and that was maybe 20 different things. Okay. So in order to get 85% of this, you need to literally, out of 20 things, you need to have, what is that? 16 of them, something like that. Whatever. I don't know what the math turns out to be.
Right, but when you're talking about a benign incident, though, you're not talking about. I mean, and you're talking about, okay, you personally have hundreds, but we can get like hundreds of thousands verifiably. Like, that's not the same as. I think exponentials. There's like exponentials going in there. That's a mathematical anomaly. Like, I don't know. I research statistics loosely.
I don't think that he's giving it enough credit for the unlikeliness of.
Yeah, the fact that millions of people could still get a thing wrong statistically doesn't actually mean anything. The fact that we can all verify a thing by numbers in the millions or billions doesn't really.
Can you see the other side of this card?
No, I see a white piece of paper in your hand.
What color is the other side?
I presume it is white.
What if you knew?
If I knew, then I would know.
Okay, so I just want to say how specific this is.
It would be very unlikely that it would not be white.
Okay, so if there were aspects to this side of it that you can't see right now, and you had an impression of what was there, and you were right, and I mean like specifically right, wouldn't that mean something, or is that pointless?
It just means that I have a good intuition or idea of
you just
logistical
don't like my
probability.
labels. I get it.
I'm trying to understand the way you're using language. That's all. But
You just don't like my labels. Would you prefer if I said guessing? I'll say guessing. I have no problem saying guessing.
Yeah, I could say it was guessing, but with a degree of confidence. Sure, I'll go with that one. You know,
or even happenstance. You just got lucky.
I would only get lucky if I was correct. But I'm not correct, and it would still be happenstance in the other case.
Okay, what do you mean by happenstance? Do you mean like something that's equatable mathematically versus... Are you talking about like literal chance? Is that what you talk about when you say happenstance?
Yeah, it's a 50-50 chance.
Okay,
Happenstance
let's try
is
that out. 50-50
one or the
chance. Tell me what color the other side of this card is.
Blue.
What do you mean? That's not a color. That's a spectrum. Tell me a flipping color.
Okay, it's light blue with reddish hue.
Light blue is not a color. I'm telling you.
What are my options?
Tell me
Specifically,
a color.
what are my options?
Tell me you know lots of names of colors.
Okay.
Tell me a color, the closest one you know of.
Yeah, okay, so the opposite of red.
I don't know what that means. To the human eye, the opposite of red is green.
I'm not really sure how that's not a color either. Like, how could you get more specific on blue than light blue? With words.
Okay, let's try that. Topaz. I mean, of red, there is like orange red, fire engine red, candy apple red, maroon.
Well, yeah, you'd be like, my car is battleship gray. We'll go with battleship gray.
See, now battleship gray, that's a color.
Yeah. That's not a fucking color. There's gunmetal gray. There's no battleship gray.
Yes, there is a battleship gray. I'm not kidding you. That's a real color.
You pull it no.
Well, if you played the game Battleship as a kid,
I did play Battleship. Same thing.
Hey, Kev.
No, they weren't. They weren't gray. Never.
Give me an actual color.
They were pegs, right?
Okay, it is navy blue.
Is that? Are you trying to like
I'm
solve
just
a problem, or are you trying to see the other side of the card?
No, I thought I saw the other side of the card earlier, but I could be wrong. I just feel like
you've never seen the other side of this card. I'm sure of it.
Okay.
You can slow-mo my hand movements. I purposefully went like this. You never saw the other side of this card.
I would presume the other side of that card is as white as the one I'm seeing.
You guys ready to see the funny part? You guys ready to see the funny part?
It's fucking blue. I knew it was fucking blue.
It's not just any blue. Correct. That's not just any blue.
Is it topaz? I can't see it.
It's kind of like bluish. It might be topaz. I don't know all the hues of blue, but
which is why it caused me to start describing other colors that aren't on the card when you started getting close, because I don't want to lead you. Which is why I talked about different shades of red that aren't there.
Fingernail polish is the only place where there's that many shades with the names.
Okay, fine. And paint at Lowe's and Stones.
Yeah. So Lowe's
jewelry
and
stores
Sherwin-Williams Battleship Grays do not look the same.
Now that doesn't matter.
Coke's Battleship
No, I just started throwing random bullshit out there at that point.
Yeah, I could tell.
It's a badass Heckler and Koch in Battleship Gray. Though.
Anyway, to really do it in a disciplined, good setting, positive results, which statistically are highly, highly unlikely, will happen. I've never seen people that didn't get at least 5% first try. I've never seen it. Wait a minute. I have seen that one time.
Don't name names.
I'm
They're
not
too stupid
sure
to
why,
live.
but
No.
this person like drew an Italian in a wife beater. I don't know what the hell that was, but yeah, somebody drew an Italian in a wife beater. I don't know why.
They were probably channeling
I'm
me.
sorry,
I'm
that-
not Italian, but
yeah.
I kind of look like it. So.
That's probably mean to say. I'm sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
wear wife beaters.
You deserve to live, whoever you are.
Don't backpedal. No, you don't. Whoever you are.
So set it up, and I'll conduct a really short class, and you guys can go at it,
There's no hint
and
at
you
what's
will
in
get
the
positive
envelope.
results.
There's no hint at what's in the envelope. It's just like a picture in an envelope.
Yeah, they're opaque folders in an opaque envelope. Each folder has one picture in it and some keywords that I noticed about the picture when I put it in there. It was more than a year ago. I have no idea what's in the folders anymore, none at all. But I did write like descriptions of the picture on sheets of paper in the folder. So there's 2 papers of a description, and then there's the picture itself in an opaque folder in an opaque envelope with very different markings on each envelope.
The person that's trying to guess what's in the envelope, they have no hints at what's in there.
It's my job to make sure not to give any leading words, but only talk about the theory. We all know what mentalism is. I know what mentalism is. I have to purposefully avoid making any suggestions that could cause a person to think a certain thing, which will be wrong because I don't know what's in the envelopes.
So then they draw what they think the picture is?
They could write the names of colors. They could use colored paper. Colored markers or pencils. They could draw shapes with their favorite singular color pen. It doesn't matter. They can do whatever they want,
Does it gotta be
as long as they're very, very specific.
Shapes and colors?
Well, that's what pictures are shapes and colors.
I want to paint my truck battleship gray now.
Do I really recommend bed liner?
Good shit.
Coat your whole truck in bed liner.
Well, I mean,
Get
no,
it
I've
nice
already
and
done
clean.
that. I mean, not the whole truck, but like I chrome deleted all the chrome off my truck with bed liner.
Yeah.
So it's pretty blacked out.
Right. Bed liner's awesome is because it's plastic and it won't matter what the hell you do to it after that. As long as
But
you
it's
don't
hard
rust
to
under
stick
it.
to chrome.
I think I have to see this in action.
I'll bet.
I really do.
Did you acid wash it before you put the?
No,
or did you
I
just try to wash it real good.
I sanded it.
You sanded it. Well, that probably helped.
Yeah. Oh, because chrome's so smooth. Yeah, I made it a brace. Or I scuffed it.
I would have used an acid wash.
Okay.
Well, you guys, I have to declare myself the official winner of this stream as I say good night, humbly good luck, and much love to y'all. I've got to leave.
By the way, Kev, before you go, I want you to know that everyone has very weird reactions when this stuff works. And
Me
whatever
too.
reaction a person has is fine.
I hope so. I mean,
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, side effects, they're no joke, but, they happen sometimes. But, it's just, what happens when you leave religion, I guess.
I have no problem with you laughing right now. I just want you to know that.
No, I think I understand what you mean. But much respect to everybody, and thank you for having me, Rage.
Oh, yeah. Thanks
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be wrapping this up. I'm definitely tired. I should have went to sleep 2 hours ago.
Thanks for your patience, Rage.
Well, no,
Sorry for the time.
Please. I get fascinated with these conversations, and the idea.
You should participate.
The idea is interesting to me.
You should participate, really. And the more doubtful you are, the better.
Yeah, I'm doubtful. I don't know. I
Good.
definitely want to see it in action.
That's the thing.
What is that flow state?
See, that's fucking dope. It's a
That
battleship
is.
gray Lamborghini.
That is. By the way,
All right.
it won't make your truck look like the Lamborghini. I'm just
No,
saying.
it won't. But it'll run. My truck will drive over the Lamborghini. So
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna see myself to the door. It's a blast. Thanks, guys.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna shut it down. I appreciate you coming on, Richard, as always. I'm gonna think about this shit. Now, yeah, I definitely want to see it in action, man.
Good. I mean, we can do it anytime you want. Invite your friends. The more, the merrier.
Yeah. We'll have to do this thing at some point. I'm interested.
Okay.
All right. Talk to you later, Richard. All right. I can go up here for a second. Wow, I'm exhausted. I made like a late cup of coffee at some point during this shit. I have a soda that I need to open. I haven't opened it yet. I'm tired. I said earlier when I opened it up, I'm like, as long as I don't do it forever, and here I am. Like, it's like a 7-hour stream at this point. Let me think. 3 to 10 is 3 hours. 5 hours. We're at about 6 hours. Holy shit. Wow. And I didn't even really get to use the new shit I made. I think they're down here, right? So you'll see me looking at me here in a minute. Let's I don't know what to do about that. But like, I have these new things, like, and I didn't even get to see them yet. So let's see if they work right.
I like big bubbles and I cannot lie. You Christian brothers can't deny that when a girl walks in with a KJV and a bookmark in Proverbs, you get stoked. Got a name engraved, so you know this girl is safe.
I was gonna use that at some point late into the Cerberus Hex thing, but I didn't get late enough because I opened up the room, and I forgot to use this one like super early, like during the Brett Keane, Matt Powell thing.
Oh my goodness. Becky, look at her Bible. It is so huge. She looks like one of those preacher guys' girlfriend. But who understands those preacher guys anyway? They only talk to her because she looks like Mother Teresa. Okay.
Oh, it's so hilarious. It's so funny. And I didn't even get a chance in like 6 hours until the very end to be like, oh yeah, I remember that I did that earlier, just as like, you know, I was gonna talk some shit. All right, yeah, long stream. I'm gonna go to bed. Thanks for watching, y'all. Interesting conversation, P-Town. You know, I don't mean to dismiss you if you have any trauma or nothing. It's just, God, it's hard. It's hard for me. Interesting with the whole remote viewing thing and angels being able to like access our minds and if not take over, suggest to us things is that's an idea. I might even be able to get behind it. I don't know. Maybe one day if I look up in the at the sky and I see like this huge mothership, I'm like, yeah, God damn it, Richard was right. But it is interesting to think about, like, to go on the thought journey, and I don't know if I can see this thing in action, and one of 3 people get it exactly right, like he says. I'd want to see it a few times, definitely, before I would start becoming a believer. But man, just even if that one time, it would be phenomenal to me. So I want to see it in action. I want to see it. But now I'm going to go to bed. So thanks for watching. And I'm going to tape that fucking webcam so it stops dipping on me like that. All right, y'all have a good night. I'll see you soon.